सफाई वगैरह काम है ना है चालू है Yes, welcome, sir. Yes, welcome, sir. Golvalkar साहब.
Sir, just I'm just joining. Sir, I'm joining. Just give me a minute. Just give. Sir, I'm joining.
आपके व्हाट्सएप में थोड़ा सा सीवी में सुधार है. आपके व्हाट्सएप भेजा है.
जी सर. आप बोलिएगा. जब शुरू करें तब बोलिएगा सर. जब शुरू करना बोलिएगा.
हाँ.
वैसे मिश्रा जी, आपको बताएं, हम फिलहाल हम असम में विश्वनाथ में है, आपको मंदिर के दर्शन कराते हैं।
अच्छा,
आप एक बार नमस्कार कीजिएगा, देख लीजिएगा।
हाँ जी जी, हाँ हाँ, अच्छा अच्छा,
ये
हाँ,
विश्वनाथ मंदिर है सर, असम का।
गुवाहाटी में है कि और कहीं है?
हाँ, नहीं सर, ये विश्वनाथ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है, विश्वनाथ में है।
अच्छा, ये गुवाहाटी से कितनी दूर है?
ये गुवाहाटी से करीबन सर अरुणाचल बॉर्डर के पास है, करीबन 350-400 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है।
अच्छा, तो
और
जी,
आज हमारे दर्शन हुए यहाँ पे, और आप सभी को शुभाशीर्वाद।
हाँ,
आपकी तरफ से प्रार्थना किए हूँ सबके लिए।
जी,
इस इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार में, कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, जो भी स्पीकर्स हैं, सारे लोगों की तरफ से हमने प्रार्थना की दी है।
बहुत अच्छा मंदिर है सर जी।
हाँ सर, हाँ सर, हाँ सर।
हाँ जी, ये विश्वनाथ, ये क्या इसके पास कौन सा नेशनल पार्क है?
यहाँ पे सर बहुत सारे नेशनल पार्क हैं और बहुत सारे जो कहते हैं प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज भी हैं।
हाँ,
और हालांकि गए 15 दिन से मैं असम में ही हूँ, इसी वजह से
हाँ,
यहाँ एक फॉरेस्ट बायोडाइवर्सिटी का सर्वे चल रहा है असम सरकार की तरफ से।
अच्छा
जी सर, जी सर।
अच्छा, वो जो हमने भेजा था, कुछ लोग मिले, नंबर जो हमको दिया।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी सर, हाँ
जी जी जी, मैं लगाता हूँ अदिति को फोन।
Kindly let me know when you want me to start the session. Dr. Aditi Sharma is already connected.
अभी नहीं,
अच्छा ठीक है, आप बताएं सर, आप बताएं।
मैं उनको कर रहा हूँ।
आप बता दीजिएगा, आप बता दीजिएगा सर। हाँ, आप बता दीजिएगा, मैं ऑलरेडी कनेक्टेड हूँ।
हाँ, ज्वाइन करें। हेलो हेलो, हेलो हेलो, हेलो हेलो,
ब्रेक कुछ भी मेरे किया है, मैं देखा। अरे मैं फील्ड में गया तो वो नहीं आया था, फिर उधर गया सुनने वाले की तरफ बैठती है, वो भी नहीं आए, वहां चला गए पूरे मार गया, फिर उसमें लगा रहा है। नहीं वो तो उधर लंबा होता है, फील्ड में है तो ले जाऊँ समझ देते मछली लाया और ये ले लिया, मैं ब्रेड ही ले लेता हूँ। कौन सा इसमें तो जगह नहीं, बाद में देना आधा। अरे रुक गया क्या ये? अरे अच्छा ये यहीं से रुका होगा। आवाज नहीं आ रही इसमें।
हाँ भाई साहब, नमस्कार।
जी जी
जी
नमस्कार जी।
बस आ रही हैं।
अच्छा।
हाँ, ठीक है।
जी, दोनों टॉपिक सुबह का है आज हमने का। पीपीटी बना रहा हूँ मैं, देखिए टाइम लग रहा था। हाँ
हाँ ठीक है, वेलकम। वेलकम सर।
जी सर, गुड मॉर्निंग।
कब आए आप? भोपाल से।
भोपाल से आके कल गर्ल्स कॉलेज में था एक लेक्चर, तो वहाँ चले गए थे। सोचा कि आपके साथ शामिल हूँ,
जी।
परंतु फिर इधर भी कॉलेज का थोड़ा सा काम था।
हाँ।
प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं ऐसा।
हाँ, वो फोटो आपने डाला था परिवार करके।
हाँ। चलिए सर, अभी इस वाले में कर ले, फिर बात करते हैं रात में आपसे।
डॉक्टर आदित्य शर्मा मैडम, वेलकम।
थैंक यू सर। हाँ जी।
Dr. Aditi Sharma, very good morning to you. Dr. Golvalkar here.
Good morning sir.
Very good morning.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
Good morning to everybody. All Shivesh Singh साहब, नमस्ते जी।
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्कार सर। माफ कीजिएगा, मैं फील्ड में हूँ, हालांकि अभी आई एम इन असम डूइंग सम सॉर्ट ऑफ फील्ड वर्क, बट यहीं से कनेक्ट हो रहा हूँ सर।
बहुत बढ़िया सर, आपका देखते रहते हैं। वेरी गुड एक्टिविटीज इन।
थैंक यू सर, वेरी काइंड ऑफ यू, अप्रिशिएट।
यस सर। तो our first person, chairperson, Dr. Golvalkar साहब, Associate Professor and Head Zoology, Carmel College for Women, Rewa, Co-Chairperson Dr. Sadashivrao, Professor Zoology Department, Govt PG College, Satna, Madhya Pradesh. Eminent speaker Dr. Aditi Sharma, National Wildlife Policy Expert, GIZ and Senior Consultant Veterinarian Camp, Dehradun, India. I am requesting to Dr. Golvalkar sir, please chair the session, and Dr. Sadashivrao, co-chair the session, and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Aditi Sharma.
Thank you so much, and very good morning to everybody, all the delegates who have logged in this international conference. Professor Mishra ji, very grateful to you for giving me yet another opportunity to connect with you, and the privilege and the honor of chairing this session. It's indeed my pleasure and privilege to chair this session, where the eminent speaker is none other than Dr. Aditi Sharma. I think this is the second time I've been given this privilege of chairing Dr. Sharma's session. I will not take much time. She's an exemplary wildlife veterinarian, and as just informed to all of us by Professor Mishra ji, she is a former senior veterinary officer of Animal Husbandry Department, Uttarakhand government. Presently, she is working as a national wildlife policy expert, GIZ, and of course, she's got a very long list of accomplishments to her credit. But I'm not going to actually go through everything, except for the fact that she's got a range of work experience all through her career from 2003 till date. She's been rising through ranks of research fellow to veterinary officers to senior veterinary officers, and currently she is of course an advisor for policy making. She has qualifications ranging from veterinary science, bachelor's and master's, to postgraduate diploma in advanced wildlife management. Very interestingly, she has an honorary doctorate in human rights, and she holds a postgraduate diploma in hospital administration. If I may speak about Dr. Aditi Sharma's skills in terms of wildlife health management, wildlife capture rescue, human-wildlife conflict mitigation, she has it all. She's also an extremely dedicated person in terms of motivating her colleagues. She's in a big way into women empowerment and also biodiversity conservation. Her list of accomplishments from 2016 till date in terms of enriching her own competence and capacity is very long, and she's had a lot of international training sessions to her credit. She's also been a speaker and has contributed very significantly to the domain of wildlife rescue, health, and management domains across the country. And she's also has to her credit a lot of international trainings. If I may just quickly speak about some of her achievements and awards, she's got a lot of recognitions, notably Inspiring Lady Veterinarian Award by Pashudan Prahari. She holds a certificate of achievement by Oxford Climate Society for first prize in posters. She's got Ram Singh Memorial National Animal Welfare Award for National Excellence Award. A big list, of course, a major responsibility and services that she's extended to date are very noteworthy in terms of her contribution to wildlife health management, capture, rescue, translocation, tiger monitoring, population estimation. She's been a nodal officer for tiger translocation program in Rajaji National Park, a long list again. She is a member of Wildlife Disease Association, Indian Society of Veterinary Surgery. She's a life member there. She's also a life member of Indian Veterinary Association. She holds a lifetime membership of Red Cross Society. So Dr. Aditi Sharma walks the extra mile and goes beyond her domain of expertise. As I've said before, she's got a long list of national and international trainings and courses that she's attended. And of course, last but not least, she's delivered a lot of lectures in terms of capacity building of young veterinarians across the world. I would only end up by saying that currently she is the chairperson and founder of Anika, the Fearless Trust for Women's Safety, Health and Empowerment, which is acronym as SHE. She is also the chairman and founder of Council for Environment and Sustainable Development. Dr. Aditi Sharma, it's always a pleasure to be chairing a session of a very young veterinarian, a very promising wildlife expert of our country like you. And I'm sure all of us look forward to hear you in your session. And I would really not want to be coming in between you and all the delegates. So once again, a very good morning to everybody from the lovely northeastern state of Assam, which also is known for its exemplary biodiversity reaches and endemicity. It's a center of endemicity. So once again, a very good morning to the speaker, to the organizers, Professor Skand Mishra ji, my colleague, senior colleague, Professor Shive Singh Saab, and everybody who's logged in. A very good morning, and I request Dr. Aditi Sharma to kindly start a session. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bopal sir, for all your kind words and appreciation. And a very good morning to all of you present here. And thanks to Professor Mishra, because I have been in touch with him, and I have seen him working day and night for organizing such events, and it's a very nice thing because we have an opportunity of knowledge exchange through such events. And thanks a lot for having me here. So I would not take much of time, and I would like to share my presentation. And just a few minutes. I don't know. It's not allowing to share me.
Ma'am, if you have difficulty in running the presentation, I think Mishra sir may have a copy, right, sir?
आदित्य मैडम वो उसको इग्नोर करें आप, कोई भी हमने पासवर्ड नहीं लगा, ऑटो ज्वाइनिंग है, शेयरिंग है।
Okay, it's somehow saying can't share your screen.
हाँ नहीं वो
ऐसे ही आप उसको इग्नोर करें आप।
जी।
Okay. But it's not visible, no? Is it visible?
नो
Not. Okay. Just a second. I'm sorry for.
यदि नहीं आ रहा तो मेल करिए।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
मेल आईडी है ना?
Yes, sir. I know.
इसका
Yeah. Sorry for this glitch. Just taking few minutes. I've emailed you, sir, if you can kindly check. No, I've already emailed it to you. So if you can please check. Okay, sir. Well, I'm sorry to keep you waiting just because of this technical glitch. I don't know why it's not been shared. Is it opening, sir? Okay. Okay, sir. Yeah. Okay, till this presentation is opened, I would
Ma'am,
like
ma'am, Dr. Aditi Sharma, may I request you to just start, you kind of introduce. Please.
Yeah. So can you just keep it in slideshow mode, so we'll be able to see the full screen.
आ गया मैम, it's come.
So the full screen.
बन नहीं पाता मैडम।
मिश्रा जी, इसको फुल स्क्रीन पे करिए।
So there is a option above slideshow, and then from beginning, slideshow from beginning. Yes, sir. Just click it on the from beginning. So just click on the where it's written from beginning. Yes, sir, this one. That one only which you selected right now, from beginning. Okay, okay, I'll just start if it's not being.
इसमें तो आ रहा है लेकिन शेयर नहीं हो पा रहा।
Okay, it's okay, sir. So, we'll be talking about the wildlife conservation in Southeast Asia today. The first and foremost thing is that, of course, the whole world is working about wildlife conservation, but the difference is that they have different wildlife species, they have different wildlife acts, they have different terrain, and they have different rules and regulations. And like in India, it's all the property of the government, the owner is government. If we talk about wildlife, there is no private ownership, but in a number of countries there is a private ownership. They call it private game reserves, rather than, like as we say, protected areas, national parks, tiger reserves, wildlife sanctuaries. So terminology may differ, laws may differ, acts may differ, and the the wildlife species may differ, but the motive is wildlife conservation only. So if we compare in different regions of the world, there is some kind of difference. So if we move to the next slide, sir, please. It shows a map of the Southeast Asia. So you can see it here that how many countries are there covered in this part of the world, Southeast Asia. You can see Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Philippines, then Singapore. So a number of countries you can see, and we will try to discuss about the wildlife conservation in all these countries. And I would like to separate further, because it's not that the whole of Southeast Asia they don't have the common wildlife conservation activities. There is a bit of difference. So we'll go by South Asia and East Asia. Next slide, please. So now you can see here, it has been divided into two groups. The mainland Southeast Asia, it includes Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Peninsular Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam. And the maritime Southeast Asia includes Brunei, East Malaysia, East Timor, Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore. So I have been to a number of places out of this list. Especially I have been to like Thailand, and then I've been to Indonesia as well, Myanmar, and Singapore. So I could see a little bit of difference in the wildlife conservation activities and the policies. Policies are mainly decided on an international platform commonly, but there is a uniformity in the wildlife policy, but each and everything is not common. As per the region, as per the terrain, as per the habitat, as per the environment over there, there is a difference. Like somewhere there are more of terrestrial wildlife species, somewhere there is more of aquatic wildlife species. So that is why we divide the regions into different sub-regions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
मेल में तीन आई।
So can we go?
मैडम तीन ही स्लाइड मैडम केवल तीन स्लाइड जो आई है मेल में, केवल तीन आई। हेलो
How can this be possible? Okay, I'll share it again. It's
Dr. Aditi, a small request. If you could even now mail it to Dr. Skant, please.
yeah.
Shouldn't take a long time. Shouldn't take a long time.
Yeah. I'm sorry for this. I don't know why this is happening today. I'll share it as a PDF then.
मिश्रा सर,
जी
आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन बंद कर दीजिए, तो वो उधर से अपना स्टार्ट करेंगे शेयर करना।
अच्छा
I'm really sorry for this today.
Welcome, Dr. Pandurangan, sir.
Dr. Aditi, what happened?
No, I'm mailing it again, sir, as a PDF because there are a number of slides, but I don't know how he got
There
only
were only 3 or 4
slides.
slides, I could see that.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I'm sending it again.
Dr. Ansari sir, good morning. Nice to see you.
Pandurangan sir, namaskar. Very good morning, Pandurangan sir.
You can share your experience without slide. That is.
बोरकर
Anish ji,
साहब
namaskar. Namaskar sir, namaskar.
अरे आप तो बदल गए हैं बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जो है।
जी सर, जी सर, जी सर.
लेकिन पहले से बहुत रौनक आ गई है बस।
Thank you जी, thank
जी
you.
जी 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 उम्र जो है घट गई आपकी।
So now you can check it now, sir.
Okay.
Dr. Aditi,
Yes, sir, I'm starting.
let them search the slide. Meanwhile, you can share your experience. That is the best
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
Okay,
You can
okay.
share about the Southeast Asian conservation
Okay,
practices. So
okay,
that will be useful.
Okay, sir. So as I was saying that the wildlife policies, they are made on an international platform, commonly for the different countries, with some kind of differences as per the terrain and the different wildlife species and of course the facilities as well. So I would like to inform that in 2020, OIE has published a wildlife health management framework. So it was just because they wanted some kind of uniformity in the wildlife conservation all over the globe. So they published this wildlife health management framework. And of course, the overall objective of the framework was to protect the wildlife health worldwide and to achieve One Health. Nowadays, One Health is very commonly being talked about, and it has been an old concept, not very new one. From last very 10 to 15 years at least, we have been talking, but now after this COVID situation, it has become much more important. And whenever we talk about health, whether it's livestock health or human health or wildlife health, then it's connected with the One Health. So this framework also has this basis that it is about the wildlife health worldwide, and the motive is to achieve One Health, health and well-being for all, which is one of the sustainable development goals, that is SDG 3. And then as per this, there were a number of discussions, sub-regional discussions. It was planned, it was happened like in 2020 in Asia and the Pacific region. And then again in 2021 for the sub-regions of East Asia, South Asia and Pacific. So if we talk about South Asia, in South Asia, the key topics which were talked about that were covered in legislation were like about wildlife protection, wildlife conservation, wildlife management, and a number of activities relating to wildlife, and it mainly included clinical care of wildlife because it was about wildlife health. So that is why it covered mainly about the clinical care of wildlife. And if we talk about the East Asia, then the key topics covered in legislation, they are also wildlife conservation, wildlife protection, and about the infectious disease control, including the domestic animal diseases and zoonosis, because we all know that there is a lot of interaction, close interaction between the domestic species and the wildlife species.
Yeah, now you got the slides back.
Okay, sir.
कौन सा पेज करना है? फोर्थ पेज?
Sir, the fourth one.
Go back one. Yeah.
Fourth one. Okay, so I've talked about this, the OIE published wildlife management framework. So next slide, please, sir. Yeah, so I was talking about the East Asia and South Asia separately. So only a little bit of difference you can see here. We can see that in the South Asia, it was more of clinical care of wildlife, and here it was more about zoonosis, and the activity relating to wildlife mainly included about disease surveillance. So surveillance is a pre-step before the therapy. Like there is one prophylaxis, that is prevention, then there is disease surveillance, which is like we take regular surveillance is there, we collect samples, we undergo investigations, and then we come to know that what all diseases are prevalent in that area. So that comes even before the prevention, because when we have the baseline data, then we plan about the prophylaxis program. Whatever diseases are prevailing, we would be vaccinating for those diseases. The wildlife species or the livestock species would be vaccinated against those species, those diseases, and this would differ from region to region. So surveillance is very important thing in wildlife conservation. And then, so in South Asia, more focus was on surveillance relating to transboundary animal diseases with risk to domestic livestock or to zoonotic diseases. So the risk, if the wildlife health is not proper, the risk is there for the human beings as well as for the domestic animals, because there is a very close interaction between all these three entities. Nowadays, you know that even the due to the linear developments like road, railway tracks, and all these things, there are cases that the roads and the railway tracks, they are passing through the core area of the protected areas. So the interaction cannot be avoided. But the thing is that we have to take precautions. We have to have a strategy for wildlife health management. Then only we can be at a better place. Next slide, please. So this is an overview that what all is covered. If we talk about wildlife conservation, then how it can be subcategorized and how it can be achieved. So first and foremost thing is the wildlife policy. Every continent, every country, every region, it has to have a proper wildlife policy so that there is a guideline to be followed. And then next is that when we have a policy, then it gives us an indication, it gives us a guideline about what activities are to carried about, what activities we have to carry out for achieving the wildlife conservation. Then is disease reporting, because when we are doing the surveillance program, we are getting collecting the samples, we are getting the results out of investigations, we have a baseline data generation, we have a baseline database, and then we know what diseases are there, and it have to be reported as per OIE. There are some notifiable diseases. So if any such kind of disease is found or reported, it has to be informed immediately to OIE, because then it can become like the outbreak can take a lead further to some kind of pandemics. So that is to be informed immediately. Then again, One Health comes and the future activities. So there is a past, there is a present, and there is a future. From past we know what activities were taken and what was the result, how effective they were, and we also know about the past history of the prevalence of the diseases, the pandemics, all these things we have in past. On basis of that past, we decide a policy for present time, and then we give some kind of recommendations for the future activities. We try to uh, predict some things, because when we talk about epidemiology, so a number of formulas are there and we calculate a number of things like prevalence and all. So on that basis, we give some future recommendations. So there is a past, there is a present, and there is a future. All of these things are covered in a wildlife conservation. If we'll not cover all of these, that would not be a complete wildlife conservation and would not be that effective. Next slide, please. So now we are coming to the wildlife conservation in East Asia, and then would be covering the wildlife conservation in South Asia. Next slide, please. So this is about the wildlife policy, which is the priority, which is the highest on the our list. wildlife policy has to be there. Without any guideline, without any act or rules, then everything becomes haphazard and it's not able to, we are not able to execute it properly. So we know that every member has legislation relating to wildlife, although priorities and nuisance they can vary. Like we have a different kind of wildlife act in India, and in other Asian countries they have different wildlife acts. In African countries, it's altogether different. Like there are private game reserves, and the people are the owner. There's private ownership, but in most of the Asian countries, it's government ownership. So as per the in private, of course, you have a lot of freedom and the flexibility is there, but in government system where the ownership is with the government, there are a bit of less flexibility and a bit there are some constraints like budget can be a major constraint, sometimes infrastructure, and a number of times manpower is a big constraint. So all these things vary with the what kind of ownership you have. And next thing is that only the public ownership is not important. Even if we our act is not allowing the public ownership, even then we can go for at least public participation. Whenever we talk about the conservation activities, if we are not taking into confidence the local public, the community which is residing there, then it is not successful. So that is why in wildlife conservation, eco development committees have a significant role. The local people, they make these eco development committees, they get employment out of that, and then they have a participation. And when they participate in such events, then only there is a sense of belongingness and ownership. Then comes this ownership feeling, and which helps a great to a big extent in conservation. Even if we talk about students, like school students, college students, so there are a number of occasions like there is wildlife week, there is wildlife day, there is a international tigers day, then international elephant day. All such occasions are utilized for educating the people about wildlife. The free visits are provided to school and college students to into different tiger reserves or national parks or different zoos, and then they are educated about wildlife conservation, because without the public participation it's not possible. The only government cannot make it possible. And additional key topics, as I said, covered are wildlife conservation, protection, wildlife health, then zoonosis, prevention of zoonosis, prevention of the spillover of the diseases. So additional relevant policies covered areas such as quarantine, including specific wildlife species. We know the significance of quarantine, and it has been known to a larger scale of people because of COVID. So everyone now knows the meaning of what is quarantine and what is the significance of quarantine. So it has been there for since past also it was there, but people were not knowing what quarantine means. But now each and everyone knows. So this is just an example of Japan, that there is, apart from the wildlife policy, there is an additional relevant policy in Japan about the quarantine of the wildlife species. Even India, we do have the policy for quarantine, and in other Asian countries also they have the quarantine, but sometimes the duration differs. So there is minor differences in the quarantine policies of different countries. Then prevention of damage to agriculture by wildlife. So now they are not only talking about the wildlife health, they are talking about the human wildlife interaction as well, because sometimes there are negative interactions because of the like deforestation and because of the fragmentation of the habitats. What is happening is that the wild animals are straying out into the residential areas, and they end up in some kind of negative interaction or conflict with the people, because they are these interactions are resulting into some kind of loss like crop raiding or attack or injury of livestock, or some kind of property damage by elephants. So different conflict, different species are involved, and the losses are of different magnitude. So a policy about this mitigation measures for the human wildlife conflict. is also there. And if we talk that in Hong Kong, there is a protection of the public from wild animals where exhibited wherever it is prevailing the human wildlife conflict. So they do have a policy for that specifically. And in China, they have specifically mentioned about protection of aquatic wild animals. So as I said earlier, that it depends what kind of wildlife population the country, the region has, whether they have more of terrestrial population, more of aquatic population, or more of like they have bird species. So in China, they have a policy of protection of aquatic wild animals. Next slide, please. Mm. So can you please change the slide?
मिश्रा सर स्लाइड चेंज कर दीजिए प्लीज मिश्रा जी
हाँ हाँ
Yes, sir.
So I cannot see the slide. Okay, then something about the like involvement of the government, because there is a foundation by the government through the ministries, and then on their permissions we need their permissions, we need their approvals for carrying out the wildlife activities. So if I talk about in East Asia, so Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Forestry, they are mainly responsible for different activities such as disease surveillance, mass die-offs in wildlife, criminal cases, that trafficking, population management, and public education. So these are two main ministries involved which have the responsibility. And for some other aspects, responsibilities are also delegated to local governments or smaller administrative regions. So there is a kind of cooperation between the ministries and the local government, universities, private zoos, and even non-government organizations. For example, in Taipei, they have such kind of arrangement, and they are all working together, coordinating with each other. In collaboration, they are working for the wildlife conservation. And then again we come back to the One Health. So they have One Health committees over there. So under One Health committees, a key activity is that to ensure coordination on disease surveillance or response to a disease outbreak, and then sharing of information between sectors, because different sectors are working together in a collaboration. And as I said, when we talk about One Health, a number of line departments, they come together to work for the achievement of One Health. And there are different impacts on, like there is a different impact of environmental conditions on health. There is a different impact of what kind of food we are eating, what kind of water we have access to, and what kind of, like, whether the air is polluted, and other things like the climate change, the impact of climate change. And also everything is interconnected, and that is why they are working in coordination and trying to achieve the wildlife conservation. So they have specifically made One Health committees, and the issues which are addressed by these committees are like illegal trade in wild animals, zoonotic diseases, then different important diseases as per the priority list, because there is a list of the diseases, and on the basis of how severe they are, how pathogenic they are prioritized for addressal. So like avian influenza, rabies, so all the zoonotic disease, and coronavirus of course. Then one more thing comes under wildlife conservation which is affecting the health of wild animals is AMR, and AMR is antimicrobial resistance. So whatever antibiotics we are using for the treatment purpose of the wild animals, or say domestic animals as well. So if we are not judicially using the antibiotics, they develop a antimicrobial resistance, and then that drug stops working for that particular condition. There is no response of that drug, and there is no therapeutic result of that drug. So we have to very judiciously use this all the antibiotics. What happens is that for instant relief, people end up in using the higher generation of antibiotics. They use end up in using giving steroids. But there is a in longer duration, there are a number of harmful effects. Like regarding antibiotics, the resistance develops, and regarding if we are using a lot of steroid drugs, then immunity of the animal, it weakens with time. So steroids are not very regularly, should not be very commonly used until unless we really require them for the therapeutic purpose. So the one who is practicing, the one who is a health practitioner, they have to be very responsible while doing the treatment. And for example, like in the Republic of Korea, a consultancy service enhances laboratory surveillance of emerging infectious diseases. So we can see that from all these slides, we have talked about role and responsibilities and involvement of different agencies. So wildlife conservation is not only the responsibility of the forest department. It's not only the responsibility of the animal husbandry department just because of health. It's a whole responsibility of a number of line departments, government and non-government, working together. So someone would be working on AMR, someone would be working on one health issue, someone would be working on clean water and safe food, someone would be working on the pollution, someone would be working on how the whatever waste is being created in different activities or during the treatment or during other things, the biomedical waste which we call, so proper disposal of that waste and all. So a number of different agencies are involved. Wildlife conservation is not only for forest or animal husbandry, it involves lot of departments, lot of agencies, government agencies and non-government agencies. So it is much more broader thing. Next slide, please, sir. I've already covered this one. So please next. So it was about in East Asia, and now this is about the South Asia. There's not lot much of difference, but few minor differences are there. Like here also, they have the legislation relating to wildlife, although some content is varying. Then key topics covered here are wildlife protection, conservation and management, like it was same in the East Asia as well. In this sub-region, some members, they have legislation. Now, this is something like captive management of wildlife species. That was not that much there in the East Asian countries, but here in South Asian countries, there is a focus on the captive management of wildlife species as well. Like in Bangladesh, uh, in captivity they have crocodiles, pet birds, deer, elephants, and in Nepal also they have elephants. So if you have animals in captivity, then you have to have some guideline for the captive management, captive wildlife animal management. And if we talk about Bhutan, they have a national strategy for human wildlife conflict management. So we can see that even in the South Asia and the East Asia, there are this human wildlife conflict is occurring, and this is we should get alarmed with this, because earlier there were less cases of human wildlife conflicts, but now day by day they are increasing, because we say that the animals are straying, but the thing is that we are slowly, gradually moving into their habitats. We are doing the deforestation, converting the forest land into agricultural lands. With a lot of human population, we need more space to live, we need more food to eat. So we are converting the forest land into either residential areas or into the agricultural lands. And that is why these kind of conflicts are increasing day by day. So Bhutan has a national strategy for that. Even India has a national strategy for this human wildlife conflict management. Sri Lanka, they have a guideline for mitigation of human elephant conflict specifically, because they have more of excuse me, more of elephant population. So they have specifically made this human elephant conflict guideline. And this Nepal and Sri Lanka, they have reported legislation pertaining to protected national reserves, and the 14% of the total land area in Sri Lanka is wildlife protected area. So this can be another difference, that how much of the total area you are covering for the wildlife protection. What is the scenario in different countries? How much land they are sparing for wildlife protection, and like day by day, if we see that there is more and more requirement of wildlife conservation, then we need to declare more and more land notified for the as a wildlife protection area. So we can see that with time there are a number of notifications of new national parks, new wildlife sanctuaries, new tiger reserves. So that is all because they want to protect the wildlife. But there has to be like a balance between how much of land is required for the human population and how much of land is required for the wildlife protection. There needs to be a balance between that. So here also in South Asia, also Ministry of Agriculture, it's related, responsible for wildlife related activities. If we talk about Afghanistan, then NGOs, they also assist with the surveillance in trafficking in wildlife, like zoonotic diseases, rabies, PPR, FMD, all these kind of diseases. NGOs nowadays have a very big role because there is a scarcity of infrastructure and especially manpower in government agents organizations. So NGO also play a significant role in assisting us in the wildlife conservation. In Bhutan, like they have Department of Forests and Parks. They collaborate with the Department of Livestock, both in the Ministry of Agriculture and Forest, on wildlife issues. In Pakistan, then there is a division of responsibility with wildlife management conducted by wildlife departments under provincial territorial legislations. So, just to summarize, we can see that the overall policy is same. At the national platform, there is one particular wildlife policy. Then as per, when we go down into the further units, into different sub-regions, into different continents, into different countries, there are additional policies developed as per their requirements, and there is involvement of different ministries, there is involvement of different departments, there is involvement of some non-government organizations as well, and then they develop additional their wildlife policies as per if there are a lot of human-wildlife conflict, then they have an additional policy for that. If the elephant population is more, they'll have a specific guideline for that, different policy for that. So as per the kind of wildlife population they have, wildlife species they have, some different additional policies would be made. But ultimately, wildlife conservation is the motive in a collaborative approach with different line departments, not only Ministry of Agriculture, not only Ministry of Animal Husbandry, not only Ministry of Forest, all other line departments, they also have a responsibility, and different countries, they have different involvement of, at present, they have different involvement of different departments, as we can see in all these slides. So this was a brief about what we see presently in the Southeast Asian countries and how they are carrying out the wildlife conservation. So if any kind of queries are there, I would be happy to answer them, and I'm really sorry for all the technical glitches and the time we wasted in that. I'm really sorry for that.
Thank you, Dr. Aditi Sharma. That was a very crisp presentation, giving us a regional perspective of the policy on wildlife management. But one thing is very apparent and crystal clear in your presentation, that regionally the priorities may differ, but we are all bound in a common thread of wildlife conservation. The onus of conserving whatever little is left, despite all the impediments and bottlenecks, lies on the shoulders of all the countries in the region. So thank you so much for enlightening us with region-specific nuances of wildlife management, at the same time emphasizing and underpinning the fact that we all have a common mandate of conserving wildlife. Thank you, and God bless. So now I think the session is open for maybe a couple of questions, please.
Thank you.
And one interest, my interest is to know
Yes, sir.
method. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Method of identification of zoonotic diseases in wild and captivity. Is there any difference? And the mode of is spread in the domestic animals.
Investigation of the diseases, sir.
Yes, that is method.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Because wild population is different, captive population is different. This arose in my mind because I was
Yeah.
thinking it may give some, and my request is that
Yes.
wild population is very different, captive is very different.
Yeah.
So what is the method of identifying the diseases, zoonotic diseases in the,
Yeah.
this and of course there is a fear of spread in domestic.
Okay. Sir, actually, when we talk about the identification of the disease, then first thing is what we see apparently, grossly what we can see. If we can see some kind of symptoms, we can see the dullness, we can see even the, if we notice the eyes, and they are not bright and shining, they are dull, then this is also one indication that the animal is not healthy. Then grossly we can see from a distance that what kind of coat the animal has. If it's uniform coat, then it's okay, it's shining, it's okay. But if it's very rough, there are different the hair pattern is not uniform, there are patches of areas where the hair are missing. So all these, and the way the animal is walking, all these things are that without touching we identify that and not the disease particularly, but we identify that this animal is not healthy. Then comes another step, which involves the real intervention. So in that case, it's same for the domestic, it's same for the captive, it's same for the wild. Then we have to, just the difference is that in domestic we don't have to immobilize, but in wild and even the captive ones, if the captive ones are trained enough, then we can collect the sample without immobilization. But if they are not trained, then we have to immobilize them and collect the sample. So after this, everything is same, like the collection of the samples, the method is same, investigation is same, so everything is same. So just the difference which is there is in when we are not touching the animal and we are seeing from a distance. Otherwise, the methods are same, sir, except for the immobilization, requirement of immobilization in wild, and not that requirement is not there for domestic or the
Thank you,
cat.
Dr. Aditi. Any other question, please? All right, Dr. Aditi, I have a small I mean, I will not call it a clarification, a small doubt.
Yes,
Given the recent spate of zoonotic spillovers in this region,
yes, sir.
do we have any handholding with public health authorities, and is there some kind of a portal through which critical information is being shared between the countries of our region?
Yes, sir. As I talked about the One Health, so now it is being taken very seriously, and there are regular meetings in which both the public health department is there and the animal husbandry and the forest department is there, and they have a common platform where they have to upload that what is the new disease which is coming into the area. Like even in case of avian influenza, the forest people, they cooperate and they inform animal husbandry, and the animal husbandry people come and collect the samples. And if there are cases of avian influenza in human beings, so there is a coordination with the public health department. So of course there are such meetings regularly happening with the common on the
So
common.
heartening to know. So heartening to know. I think if there are no more questions, requesting our senior colleague and respected Professor Shivesh Singh ji, if you would like to offer any comments, please. Professor Saab.
No, thank you, Dr. Aditi. You have covered all aspects of wildlife conservation. Thank you very much on
My
behalf
pleasure.
of.
My pleasure, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aditi. God bless. Keep on doing the good work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Scrum Mishraji.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Manoj Golkar, sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Shivesh Pratap Singh ji, co-chair the session, and Dr. Aditi Sharma, given nice talk in this webinar series. Thank you, all of you. Now, next session is our chairperson, Dr. K.G. Pandurangan Sahab, former Director, GNTBDRI and Coordinator, BR Program, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, co-chairperson, Professor Dr. Avinash Nagpal Kaur, former professor and now emeritus professor in Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar, Punjab, India, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Manish Kapoor, sir, Professor and Head Department of Botany, Punjabi University, Patiala, Punjab. Welcome all of you, sir. And Dr. Pandurangan, sir, please chair the session, and Madam Avinash co-chair the session, and please introduce our eminent speaker, Manish Kapoor, Professor Manish Kapoor. Pandurangan, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mishra. Good morning, friends. And I welcome my co-chair, Dr. Avinash Nagpal, and today's speaker, Dr. Manish Kapoor.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
First of all, for myself and my co-chair, actually thank Dr. Mishra for giving us an opportunity to chair this session. And in fact, I'm quite some time interacting with him, and his team is working an excellent work to bring subject experts across the globe to bring into the common platform to discuss on not only wildlife conservation and also human evolution, archaeology, every aspect he is trying to bring, particularly natural heritage, monument, everything. In fact, it is for the last 2 years, we had a wealth of information. If anybody could have attended continuously, the people are very much useful, and they can easily clear the civil service examination, particularly in wildlife and forestry. That is what I could able to gather. It's a wealth of information from such a continuous organizing tirelessly. So I thank the organizers. And today's speaker is in fact Dr. Manish Kapoor. He is actually going to be talking on in situ conservation and the role of botanic gardens. So I am very happy especially to chair this session, since I know Dr. Manish Kapoor. About 2 years back, I visited his university as part of Ministry of Environment's delegation, just to evaluate the projects undertaken by them under All India Coordinated Research Projects on Taxonomy. So the excellent work their team has carried out, and I had an opportunity to visit his garden also. Yeah, in the midst of the city, they have a good garden with a lot of plant genetic resources, different sections they are maintaining. And I saw one of the best wild orange trees they brought from the northeastern region, and it's growing and having a full of fruits. So naturally, instead of going to what is called northeastern region, anybody can go there. You can see the orange, wild orange is there still. It is very nice, and I am quite happy. And I welcome Dr. Manish for today's program. And as customary, I just introduce about him to the audience, but many of you know him very well. And he is a trained, what you call, agriculturist actually. He did his BSc Agriculture in Guru Nanak Dev University in Amritsar, and his MSc from actually the Ludhiana, Punjab Agriculture University, and PhD is in floriculture and landscape. Because it's a very interesting subject, because an agriculture man having a landscape will be an additional advantage for developing any botanic gardens. That is his asset actually for the Punjab University in Patiala. And he is having a very illustrious career, and I go through his biodata. and he is interested to work on landscape. He is one of the known landscape horticulturists, biodiversity conservation, breeding, and also interested in phytochemistry and pharmacology. So it's a very wide subject, and in fact he has taken one patent also. He sealed one patent. Particularly, I heard that is a process patent, particularly to prepare how to prepare kajal in medicinal plants. That's good, very nice. Actually, people like particularly how to prepare kajal, and also he is having a lot of honors and awards. He is an actually eminent scientist award in 2023. Actually, it's a gift on honored on Republic Day. What I feel is a perfect New Year gift for Dr. Manish in very much for your work. And also he had a National Merit Scholarship even from the Education and the Young Scientist Award. And very interestingly, he is member of the IUCN continuously from I think 2 terms from 2017 onwards. It shows that IUCN is recognized his service, how he is taking painstakingly to conserve the plant genetic resources in and around probably in northern plains. Probably that brings laurels to him. And also he had represented the as an Indian team to China. Twice I saw in his twice he has visited China as an international association for botanic gardens, and also through the Department of International Cooperation by the Ministry of Science and Technology, and he is an executive member of Punjab University Environmental Society and life member for various national and national and international science societies, and also he is one of the known reviewer for many of the national and international journals. And also apart from his regular academic work, he is committed for community services also. That means he is trying to whatever learned, use this knowledge for developing community so that he can bring the gap between science and society in the longer run. That is what I could see that they established a botanic garden for conserving local flora in the university, and also rejuvenating the forest flora from the impact of invasive species. That is one of the very important work, how to rejuvenate the local plants from the onslaught of what you call the exotics. And also he was involved in creating public awareness on the importance of trees, particularly conserving heritage and sacred trees, and also obtained prepare a lot of what you call the technology, that is agricultural technology. His knowledge is using for propagating the material and then plant so that effective viable population can be created in the long run. That is one of the important work. And he has taught a guideship. He is guiding the PhD students, nearly 6 students, and the MSc and the MPhil so far 16 students he has come guided. And his publication is now, it's a very good. He's having nearly 45 research publications in national and international journals, and book chapters, nearly 23 book chapters and 11 popular articles, and more than 35 invited talks. That doesn't include his number of radio and TV interviews. That means he is locally well known as a conservationist, and we are very fortunate to have him today for speaking on the botanic gardens. And as maybe I think botanic gardens are very important, what you call the conservation centers globally. As per the estimates, are nearly 2,200 botanic gardens across the globe is registered under BGCI, Botanic Garden Conservation International, and conserving more than 1/3 of our global flora. But now the target, as per the GPSC, Global Species Specialist Group, they are planning to increase to more than 2/3 at most, so that we can able to conserve almost 20,000 rare species which are currently facing, that is 34,000 out of rare species listed by IUCN. At least 20,000 species we can able to conserve in the botanic gardens, so that their what you call imminent threat can be at least postponed, and then we can able to bring back to the nature. So this is with my introductory speech. I invite Dr. Manish Kapoor, and we look forward to hear your presentations to learn many things from you. And I invite you, Dr. Manish, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for so much elaborative introduction. And I'm privileged that I am being introduced by one of the eminent director of the Botanical Gardens at TVGRI, and you already know me, and you have visited our Botanical Garden.
Yeah.
And you appreciated what we are doing at that time also. Thank you. So I will share my screen. Just a minute. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, fine. You can go ahead.
Okay, sir. So today I'm going to present it to what Botanic Gardens at Punjabi University Patiala, what role we are playing in conserving the plant species we have. Not only plant species, I hope we are also having a lot of fauna along with the flora, and basically our motive is to reverse the red, which is that we should reverse what the plants are there in the red list, to preserve them, to conserve them, and then reintroduce them to the in situ conservation. As all of us know, that international biodiversity scenario 2011 to 20 decade was for biodiversity by UN. Then International Year for Biodiversity was 2010, International Year for Forest 2011. So UN is making efforts year after year for making awareness among the masses about how to conserve. 2013 they declared as the year for Kionova. Then 2018 as the year for millets. 2020 for plant health. Then we have every year we celebrate International Day for Biological Diversity. 2021 was the International Year for Fruits and Vegetables. Then this decade, 2021 to 2030, is the decade for ecosystem restoration. And just under this ecosystem restoration, our university has established a center for conservation of ecosystem of Punjab, and I am being honored to say that I am coordinating this center since last 1 year. This year, 2023, is the year for millets. It is how we are, what we are leaving behind, the minor crops, the millets, and those plants which we are not conserving and we are not using day by day. We are to conserve them. Now, coming to biodiversity, I hope most of us are from the same field and we know what biodiversity is. But biodiversity is the range of variability, whatever varieties, whatever wild flora and the diversity within or among the organisms, we should incorporate it to make our ecological complexes healthier. Genetic diversity, as we know, one of the examples is of maize, though it is due to jumping genes, but we always give this example of genetic diversity in case of maize. Then species diversity, whatever species wealth we have with us, let it be flora, let it be fauna, it all comes under species diversity, and ultimately coming to the ecosystem or community diversity, the harmony between all these flora and fauna to make an ecosystem. It is estimated that in the world, 3.15 lakh plant species are there, and about 2.5 lakh are described. And within India, only 29,000, approximately 9.13% are only described in India. And India is one of the major hotspots, and we have a lot of diversity which still has to be explored.
Why?
1 and we are losing our biodiversity day by day also.
1 minute late आएंगे. 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 1 minute late आए
It is estimated that 14 lakh animal species are there in the world, out of which 12 lakh are described, and in India, 92,000, that means 6.64% approximately. And for microorganisms, still we have to explore. In situ conservation, whatever we are conserving in our natural habitats, maybe in the form of plant conservatories, national parks, sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, germplasm banks, maybe tissue culture, seedlings, or maybe clones, or seed banks, whatever we are doing in natural habitat is. Then we have in India 104 national parks, 543 wildlife sanctuaries, 18 biosphere reserves, biodiversity hotspots 5, World Heritage Sites 7, conservation reserves 76, and community reserves 45, which comes to a total area of 274,332 square kilometers, which is a huge area which is under protection. Biosphere reserves are terrestrial coastal ecosystems which are internationally recognized within the framework of UNESCO under the Man and the Biosphere program. And total in the world are 686 in 122 countries. In India, we have 18, out of which 11 are mentioned in this: Nanda Devi, then Amarkantak, Gulf of Mannar, Nilgiris, Panchmadi's, and the Great Nicobar, which are a part of the UNESCO Man and the Biosphere program. Ex situ conservation. What we are doing in our botanic gardens is the ex situ conservation. When we take out our plants from their natural habitat and placing them under our human care, under artificial conditions, or maybe providing or imitating those natural conditions in our gardens. And we have botanic gardens and seed banks with us. For seed bank, I will just like to update you all that the biggest seed wallet has been developed at Svalbard, which is near the North Pole in Norway, and it has unique properties that it can accommodate 225 billion seeds in it, and it is in the natural habitat. And because for the seed bank, we have to take down our temperatures to minus cryopreservation. So this area has natural sub-zero temperatures all the year, and it is a tunnel which is made inside a sandstone mountain, and you can see the tunnel which is housing so much of our diversity. Botanic garden, basically they are the institutes which maintain the living plant materials, which may include ornamentals and cultivated wild plants, medicinal plants, and various geographical regions of special interest. They value not only to the botanists, horticulturists, and the forester, but also to millions of the visitors who visit them daily. They tend to look after plants in one of the 5 categories, whether they are rare or endangered, they are having some economic importance, or species that are needed for the restoration of the ecosystem, which is even a mandate for this year decade. And keystone species and taxonomically isolated species. So this is basically the categories, 5 categories under which we conserve our plants in the botanic gardens. The botanic gardens, they provide information of the local flora used for the preparation of the monographs. They also supply seeds and maintain the biological investigations. They provide information for economic importance, and they also provide living plant resources for research in systematics. So if anyone is interested in systematics and taxonomy, probably one will have to visit the botanic gardens and look for the living specimens. They also give information on protection of the endangered species and propagation of rare plants. and I hope most of the botanic gardens all over the world, they do all these activities. The first botanic garden, I'm going back to the history that how botanic gardens came up. The first botanic garden was in 570 BC, which was a gift of Nebuchadnezzar to his wife, and it was named the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Earlier, these gardens, they were not basically designed for as botanic gardens, but they were serving the purpose of recreation of the then kings and the queens. In 16th century, however, they had also come up as important centers for research and promoted the study of taxonomy and became the focal point for the study of aromatic and medicinal plants. Recently, they have taken up significant conservation possibilities and establishing seed banks and tissue culture units. And most of the botanic gardens have these facilities with them. Like most of the gardens, they also have a list of the seeds they have, index MLS, and it is used for exchange of seeds within the botanic gardens. There are more than 2,000 botanic gardens, as Pandovan sir has also said, and they are spread over in 150 countries. And they maintain 6 million accessions in the living collection and 142 million herbaria specimens. Botanic gardens, they also conserve field gene banks and seed gene banks, or both. There are two organizations which are helping in promoting the international cooperation between the botanic gardens. One of them is IABG, International Association of Botanic Gardens, which was formulated in 1954 for the purpose of cooperation, international cooperation. And the second one is BGCI, Botanic Garden Conservation International, which was set up in 1987, and its role is also to collect and make available the information on plant conservation. So both these organizations are doing their role in a very good way, and making people in different botanic gardens to meet each other. And it is important that it is estimated that 60,000 plant species could be lost in the next 50 years. This is the estimate by BGCA. So the mandate for the botanic garden becomes that we have to reduce that loss. The major botanic gardens in the world are the first one, botanic garden at Pisa, Italy, which was the first botanic garden, but it doesn't exist today. Then Auto Botanico, the botanic garden of the University of Rewa, which still exists, and it has a very good library and herbarium. And the further botanic gardens in Italy, Rome, Netherlands, France, and Germany. The first botanic garden of the 17th century was the botanic garden of Strasbourg in France in 1619, and the first botanic garden of the Great Britain was in 1621 at the Oxford University. Then we have the botanic garden of Uppsala, Sweden, where Linnaeus worked as director from 1741 to 1777. The Royal Botanic Garden, which is nowadays called Akka of Botanic Gardens of plants. Then Amsterdam Botanic Gardens, the Botanic Garden of Tokyo. Then in the 18th century, the botanic gardens still started coming up. In 18th century, the first was at Moscow, Russia in 1707. Then at St. Petersburg in Russia, 1713. And the first botanic garden of America was in 1731, which is in Longwood Botanic Garden, Philadelphia, one of the best in US. I have listed it thrice over there, and you love to be there for whole day or maybe for days together. When Britishers came in India, they established a botanic garden which is now called Indian Botanic Garden, but they named it as the Royal Botany Garden in 1787, which was established by Robert Platt, and it is one of the greatest gardens of the world. In the 19th century, we had gardens in Brazil, Norway, Sydney, Java, Geneva, Jamaica, Singapore, and the New York Botanic Garden, which is again a very good botanic garden. What's going? Then in 20th to 21st century, we had a lot of botanic gardens, and the National Museum of Natural History, Beijing, they established one botanic garden in China. Then the Botanic Garden of FRI Dehradun, Uttarakhand, was established in 1934, which was established by Dr. Parkinson. And the National Botanical Garden, which is now called NBRI, was established in 1946. And one of the latest botanic gardens, I had the chance to visit over there under the IAP program of Asia Division, that is in Shenzhen, in Botanic Garden in Shanghai. One of the biggest botanic gardens in China, and what's seen. Then coming to what botanic gardens we have in India, we have a network of 327 botanic gardens. With the information I collected from the Ministry of Environment and Forest. We have the Lal Bagh Botanic Gardens, which was established in 1760, Lloyd Botanical Garden, then NBRI Botanical Gardens, FRI, Indian Botanic Gardens, Calcutta, then TBGRI, Trivandrum, Botanic Gardens at Chandigarh, near Saranpur, and the upcoming botanical garden near Noida, the Botanic Garden of the Indian Republic. Still, I hope it will take a few years to establish, but it is in the pipeline. Indian Botanic Garden, as we all know, is one of the best in India, which houses the great banyan tree, spread over an area of 273 acres. And coming to the Botanic Gardens of Punjab, we have around 5 botanic gardens, mostly managed by the universities, Punjab University, Punjab University, Guru Nanak Dev University, Punjab Agriculture University, and Central University of Punjab. It is just coming up, I hope they will get the funds and other things to develop that garden. Now, coming to the botanic garden which we have at Punjab University, this is the Google Map picture of the botanic garden which we have, which we are managing at Patiala. As you can see, it has got 2 parts. The right part is the botanic garden, and on the left we have the plant conservatory. We named this botanic garden 2 years back in the name of our founder head, Professor S.S.B., who is a well-renowned botanist. And this botanic garden is looking like this from the Google map. When you just click the picture, and it is around, the total area is around 25 acres, means 10 hectares. And if you can see, there is a road which is from from up to down and crossing. On the right hand side of this road, we have all the monocots in the first section, and in the lower section we have the gymnosperm section, the cycad section, bamboo section. So all monocots are on the right side of this road. On the left side, we have all the dicots. Then in this section, we have arboretum, we have fern house, tropical house, shrubbery section, and recently we developed an aquatic section in this. I hope you can see it from the Google map picture also. Then we have a plant conservatory. In this plant conservatory, the central heart-shaped part, which you can see, basically this is the experimental plot area where we do our routine research work, and the rest, which you can see, which is covered with all the trees, are the trees which have been preserved and conserved in the way of in situ conservation. These are all the local trees, and they are growing in their natural habitat. In this, we have around 3-acre area, which you can just see on the right-hand side of this heart-shaped picture. There is a path, zigzag path, and this portion we have a medicinal plant and aromatic plant section, and rest all around 15 acres is under the in situ conservation. We are conserving plants, we are propagating plants, we are introducing those plants in this natural habitat and having a good, I hope, green cover is from Google Maps. This botanic garden was established in 1967 and it is recognized by BGCI and IABG both. And in BGCI, it is abbreviated as PAT2. We got the abbreviation as PAT2 for all the accessions we have in the living form. As I told, it spreads over an area of 25 acres, and out of which 10 acres are for the plant conservatory, that means the in situ conservation. We have more than 700 species, out of which around 280 are the cultivated taxas. We have rosary section, palm garden section, bamboo section, bulbous plant garden section, gymnosperm section, cacti and succulent section, water garden, fern house, cactus house, tropical plant house, medicinal plant garden, and experimental areas. So these all sections we have in our garden. So you can see the luxurious picture from the entrance, how you see our garden from inside. Another picture from the garden. We have mostly the zigzag paths and the magnificent ashokas and the royal palms, which we are growing on the paths. This is the aquatic section, which was inaugurated in 2018 from the funds from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We are still in the process of developing it because when there was COVID, we lost a lot of species because everything was closed for around a month, and we lost a few species out of it. We are still rejuvenating them. I hope we have Dr. Golvalkar with us, and he's helping us a lot in rejuvenating our aquatic garden. Then we have cactus house. In this cactus house, we have more than 73 different species of cacti which are growing in this cacti xerophytic conditions over there. We have the tropical house, we have the fern house, and in this tropical house we have the artificial rain system, and we have to go for artificial rains almost daily during the harsh summer months. We are visited by various institutes in the botanic gardens, and you can see how the students, they come over there, and our motive is always to make aware about these plants and conservation. One thing more I would like to add, that none of the plant in our botanic garden is purchased. We never purchase even a single plant. Every year we go for excursion trips to the nearby forest and the nearby Shivalik hills. We ask the students to bring one live plant, but that should not match with other. We can have a maximum of 2 or 3 plants from the one species. We bring them and we conserve them in our botanic garden. under our nurture. Um, this is the picture when Dr. Panwangan he visited us, and the wild orange tree which he was talking that it is growing. We had a picture with him with that tree.
I think this is that orange I mentioned.
Yeah, there's an orange. Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the finest. Yeah, very good.
I hope you still remember that orange. That's why I have that picture. This.
Yes. Very good.
Yeah. Then these are some of the pictures during the Science Week, which we are celebrating now. It started yesterday, and these are the pictures from yesterday that we had around 1,000 visitors in one day, and this is the team which is guiding to our visitors, because we don't open it to public as it is. It is a guided tour. We ask our visitors to register on a Google form. It's all free. Then when a group of 20 people is there, one of our guide takes them, tell them the importance of most of the plants which are growing, the sections, how they have been laid out in this botanic garden, the monocots, dicots, gymnosperms, angiosperms, and all that, whatever information they have, we just pass it on to the visitors daily. And probably, I hope that within this week, we will be catering around 7,000 school, college, and other visitors till 28th. Coming to the Herbaria, probably Dr. Padmanabhan, when you missed our Herbaria,
Yes.
you couldn't visit our Herbaria. Yeah, I remember. Most of us, we know the Herbarium sheets, and most of the botanic gardens, they have a Herbaria along with the botanic gardens, and we have a herbarium with us, and out of the 5 million plus herbaria in the world, in Asia we have 1 million, and the Punjab University Herbaria, which was again established in 1967, is affiliated with the International Bureau of Plant Taxonomy, Netherlands, and we have got the accreditation and the accreditation P. So all the sessions which we have the PUN number, and I'm happy to share that we have more than 65,000 specimens of angiosperms, 4,800 plus specimens of pteridophytes, 900 plus specimens of LP, and around 6,000 specimens of project which we have with us in our herbarium. Most of the collections which we have are from North India, Central India, South India, and Western and Eastern Himalayas. This is the dedicated building to the herbarium, museum, and photo gallery. This is how we prepare our specimens for the herbarium. We collect them, we put them in the newspapers, we press them under the cardboards, and then mount them. This is how our herbaria look like from inside. So many of almiras, and each almira has got pigeonholes, and in each pigeonhole we have the herbarium specimens which have been marked with a jacket, like Central India, Western Himalayas, South India, and so on. And if you just go on, we have the collector's number on each, a session number on each, the date we received it, and the details about with the herbarium label, that the flora of which place, whether Central India, South India, or Himalayas, the family, the date, collector's number, locality, the name of the collector, the altitude, and a little description, and the name of the herbarium we have. Recently, during COVID, we saw that the visitors in our herbaria are very less. So we developed a concept of virtual herbarium, and as all of you know that virtual herbarium is the digitalization process in which we capture the pictures, the images of what we have, and store them in the digital form. And the website for our herbaria is www.pupbotany.org, and it is an e-herbaria. If you just open this site, as you can see in this, it will look like the virtual herbarium like this. Then if you just click any one of it, you can go for algae, fungi, bryophytes, pteridophytes, or angiosperms. Then if you click angiosperm, then division, family, genus, and species. And I'm going for the division Dicotyledon, family Berberidaceae, genus Berberis, and the accessions we have 2 species with us, and just see. And there are pictures because it's not fully functional. We are still in the process of capturing our pictures, digitalizing them, and putting them on the website. Wherever there is an image, you can see. If you just click on for image, you will have this image like this, and you can zoom it and see each and every feature, and it can be even stored and zoomed for further observations. Then in our botany garden, we have a lot of RET plants which are being conserved, and this is the list of 21 RET plants. Out of it, I would just like to add that Tacumilla undulata, we worked on it. We developed a protocol for in vitro propagation of this plant because this plant is getting rare, almost on the verge of extinction in Punjab. And we developed a protocol for development of plant through tissue culture, and you can see we developed it, we hardened them through tissue culture, and then we reintroduced it in forest. And initially we introduced in our botany garden, and then we had a collaborative program with the Department of Forest Punjab, and we have introduced these plants to the forests of Punjab. We started with these 21 RET plants, and then we have conserved them in our botany garden. We have the success story for the propagation of Tacumilla undulata through tissue culture, and we are rehabilitating and reintroducing our collection with the Department of Forest and Wildlife, Government of Punjab. Now, we have our next, you can say, 10-year plan that we are going to have these 13 plants, which we will be getting them, propagating them, and then putting them in our botany garden. For every 2-3 years, we just make a plan that these plants we will be concentrating, and when we fulfill that project, we screen out the further plants. Our collaborators in all this is IUCN, BGCI, Q, the Center for Biodiversity Outcome, Species Survival Commission of IUCN, ZSL, Conservation International, Global Wildlife Conservation, Nature Serve, and Albuquerque Bio. So at the end, I will say that we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we have borrowed it from our children. If this is our thinking, then only we can conserve our biodiversity, we can conserve our ecosystems. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Manish, for very nice presentations, and a good you have taken up for a virtual herbarium. Likewise, you can also digitize all the 700 collections of wild collections as well as 280 cultivated taxa in your garden. And
Yes, sir. Yes.
You can make the people in a mouse click away. Easily they can able to see your material, and you connect
Yes.
to the people actually. So
Exactly.
good germ plasm you
So,
are conserving. So take it to
yeah.
the public or invite the public and explain so that in the long run
So that is
you can able.
what I told.
Yeah.
In this 1 week, we are catering almost 1,000 students from colleges, schools, and layman people in our garden in one day. So around 7,000 in this week we are going to cater.
And also you can approach the Ministry of Environment and Forest for financial assistance under lead garden because you are having a
Yeah.
good collection and you have 25 acres, so that can be
Yeah.
made use of it. Actually. Yeah.
Sir, I
Friends,
have already applied, and
yeah.
probably we got sanction, but the funds have not been released still. But we have already got the selected.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, colleagues, it is open for the discussion. And Dr. Ansari sir,
Yes, yes.
Sarude as a in charge of many botanic gardens in India, you
Yeah.
can interact. Please, welcome.
I am using mobile. It is difficult to. In fact, it was very good conversation.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I had the opportunity to meet Dr. SSB
Yes.
in 1979, and afterwards, you have done a good job. I think.
Yeah.
And within a short period, the garden covered both garden side, garden side, and 700 species. That was good, I think.
Yeah,
And
700.
yes, 21. You are doing the tissue culture.
Yes.
Ticomela is right? Ticomela.
Yeah, Tecumela.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is in Delhi also. We have in
It is
BHOPAL.
as per the record.
And your presentation was different from many others. You have given tremendous value, starting from BC to 20th century.
Yeah.
It was nice. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And
Of course, we could get many angiosperm, but they have multiple connections, especially
Yes,
on pteridophytes.
yeah. That is 65,000 is, I mean, they are very good number of arguments.
Total
Yes.
we have more than 75,000 in all.
Yes.
Probably
Yes.
in next 4 or 5 years we will be touching 1 lakh collection
Yes.
in our Arcadia.
In fact, you have very good medicinal plant section also. I have seen.
Yes.
You can
We
ask
visited that section.
each year one student. You can give one medicinal plant to develop package of practices.
Yes.
Right now, we have
That
more
can be
than
done.
7,000 medicinal plants in India, but only 70 plants are having developed package of practices. Rest of them are being collected wild. So, to develop package of practices, we can reduce the pressure from wild collections. That's what.
Yes.
Please,
That
others,
can
please
be a
encourage.
good idea. We can go ahead with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Good morning, Manish Kapoor. You have given a nice presentation. First of all, I should say thanks for your presentation. And just I want to suggest you in one more aspect in a creative way, in an innovative way also, because as an you know pretty well that Hinduism is based on the stars, of course. 27 stars is there. For every star there is a plant is there. For every star, like that 27 stars. If at all, if the botanical garden will be created, it will be developed with this 27 stars, it will give more attractive, more interest to even to the students or anybody also. Because the person who has some star, if he plants his plant, obviously he loves that, and so that one even we can increase even the plantation in a different way. And almost all those 27 plants are medicated plants. That is another plus point even for that one, because actually I don't have an idea about the botanical names, but I know pretty well about the names in the Telugu in a regional language, but I don't have knowledge about the botanical name. That is the number one. So if you go through that one, I think it will be gives more value even in your botanical gardens also. And then perhaps you might have been heard the name of Timama Marimanu. We have quoted the Calcutta banyan tree. In the same way, there are another two more trees are there. Banyan trees like in Andhra Pradesh. One is Timama Marimanu. It is there even. It occupied more than 7.5 acres. 7.5 acres banyan tree is available at the remote village. That is one. And yeah. It is one of the biggest banyan tree even in India also, I think. And the second one is also at Mahbub Nagar is also there in Telangana. So it is there. And if you go in that way, that will be the good. Like Ashwagandha, I think perhaps you might have been heard the name of Ashwagandha. I don't know the botanical garden for that one. That type of plantation were developed in biodiversity in Srisalam, of Andhra Pradesh. They have developed the biodiversity lab, and we have seen the three stories of what is that, bees actually. We have seen that three stories for this the exact, I don't know the terminology is what I have to use for that one. The collection of the honey was in three stories. They did in that way, and they collected all those material also. And I think the flora and the rich flora is available in the Nallamala forest also. Perhaps you might have been heard the name of Tulsirao Garu, the ex-DFO.
Yes.
He was awarded more than 10 awards in India, from the Prime Minister to even the various awards he has taken from that Nallamala forest only. So I request you kindly focus in a different way. But if we go through that one, India is very good for the medicated and the remaining one. But how many new species were identified? Can you have that calculations? How many new species were identified per past 5 years? Can we have that any calculations in that one?
No, new species from our botanic garden or all over India?
In India.
That I think we can calculate.
On average, 75 species.
Okay.
No.
I can answer for clarification. On an average, 75 new species are being described in plants alone, apart from microbes and animal kingdom.
Yeah, excellent, sir. Excellent.
And sir, I will like to add that we are already in the process of development of Nakshatra Garden, Rashi Garden, and Navgrah Garden.
Great! As a principal, I did that one, and I planted this one in my institution when I worked as a principal, and I did this one. And most of the villages show.
I want to have some special structures over there for all these grahas and rashis. So probably your idea which you have given will be implemented very soon in our botanic garden.
Yeah, good. I suggested even the municipal chairman also, instead of keeping the names of the leaders, of the local leaders, you name the names of the trees. You plant in a different way. For example, some Goa colony is there, some mango colony is there. You place the name of the trees so that it will give beauty for this one. I suggested even one of the municipal chairmen also to do that one.
Okay.
So that one we can go for in good culture will be developed.
Sure. That can be done.
Doctor, the botanical name of Ashwagandha is Vidania somnifera.
Vidania somnifera.
Maybe, sir, but okay, thank you, sir. But
Yes, sir.
because I am a civil engineer, but I don't have knowledge on that one.
Panduranga, sir, please conclude.
Thank you. Now I request my co-chair,
Co-chair,
Dr. Avinash. Dr. Avinash Nagpal is there.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. At the outset, I thank Dr. Manish Kapoor. So I know him for last 20 years. We are good friends, and we keep visiting each other university. And it's such a nice and crisp presentation, starting from the introduction to botanical gardens and history of botanical gardens, and then about his botanical garden. And I'm very happy to see your virtual herbarium also. So I want to tell the house people who may not know, I delivered one talk here on electronic database of plants, which we created at Guru Nanak Dev University, and it is available there. And many thanks to Dr. Mishra ji for giving me the opportunity to be here and co-chair this session. And I also thank my chairperson, Dr. Pandurangan ji, for very nicely introducing the speaker and taking over the discussion very nicely. And I'm very happy to see this Dr. Manish talked about his garden, because I visited the garden and they have very good diversity of plants in their garden, whether it's a aquatic plant, whether it's a the tropical conditions they are managing, the aquatic plant, cacti, and fernery also they have. So a very good collection of plants is there, and thank you very much. And it's nice being here, and it's a good learning experience. And I must appreciate Dr. Skan's dedication. The way he organizes these webinar series, and the way he interacts with the resource person, chairperson, co-chairperson, and the way he remains awake till late in the night and up early in the morning. So hats off to you, Dr. Mishra, and thank you very much for everyone for being patient and
Thank you, friends, and
Thank you, Dr. Mishra.
go to Dr. Mishra.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and also we appreciate you are coordinating with the various time zones across the globe.
Yes.
That is very important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manish. Thank you, my co-chair, and all our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pandurangan sir, for even your time in chair the session, and Dr. Mr. Avinash, Kaur madam, given time, and also provide resource person, Professor Manish Kapoor name. So, and thank you, Dr. Professor Manish Kapoor sir, given nice talk on your University Botanical Garden. Thank you all of you.
So
Next session is
our
chairperson,
Dr.
Madhav,
Associate
Professor,
Department of
Philosophy,
Jahangir, University of
Power,
Dhaka, Bangladesh.
our eminent Dr.
GCL
Gamet,
Senior Lecturer, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Ruhuna, Matara, Sri Lanka. Welcome.
Thank you, Mishra sir, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mahmuda Akond, and I think I'm privileged to get the opportunity to introduce Dr. GCL Gamet from Sri Lanka. Dr. Gamet is currently working in the University of Ruhuna Matara, and she has been working there since 2003. And currently, she is the head of the department at the Department of History and Archaeology, University of Ruhuna Matara. She received her BA, MPhil, and PhD degree in modern history, and she has also earned the certificate of Global Peace Security from Royal Military Academy, Belgium. She has also earned another certificate on studied conflict and peace development from University of Life Sciences in Norway. She is an expert of modern history, conflict resolution, and peace building, peace building related studies, and presently conducting a number of course units in the department dealing with these subject areas. She has published more than 15 research articles in different reputed national and international journals, and has presented more than 10 research masterpieces in different reputed national and international conferences. She has also chaired a number of international seminars and conferences. So now it is Dr. GCL Gamet. She will give her presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for giving this opportunity for me. Could you please share my presentation?
Yes.
Yes. I have sent you a WhatsApp.
Mishra sir, do you have the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Probably we need some time, so please have patience.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's there, it's there.
Okay, actually, thank you very much once again. I'm Dr. Lakshmi Gamage from the Department of History and Archaeology, and also my co-author is Sudhani. She also participated for this presentation. At the middle of the presentation, I will invite her lately. This is my topic, traditional rituals of fishing people from selected areas in the southern province. Actually, there are subcultures in Sri Lankan society where based on different careers from the distant past. The culture related to agriculture, the culture of chain cultivation, the culture of vegetable cultivation, the culture related to the mining industry, the culture related to hunting, the culture related to animal husbandry, like that. All cultures consist of special customs and rituals. Could you please, next slide. This is our purpose, to study the traditional rituals of fishing people living in the areas of Gandhara, Kottagoda and Devundara in the southern province of Sri Lanka and their modern changes. Those areas were situated in Sri Lankan southern province. This research is mainly based on those three areas. Next slide. This is our main research problem, whether the fishermen who live in those areas have traditional customs and whether they have undergone changes in modern times. Next slide. This is main research objective, studying the traditional rituals of these areas and study their modern changes. Next slide, please. This is our main research methodology that we have conducted. Library study and also field study and observation were used. Also primary and secondary literature sources were consulted in the library studies. And other than this, under field visit, 24 key informants were interviewed while focus group discussions were conducted with 25 fishermen. Those research samples were selected from those areas that I have mentioned previously. This is the cultural related activities that I have mentioned previously. Next slide, please. This is fishing industry. In this research, we focus the rituals of the culture of the fishing industry. Sri Lanka is an island and there is coastal areas around it. From distant areas, harbour like Māthota, Gokanna, Dampala Patuna, Lanka Patuna, Godawaya, like that in Sri Lanka. There's a lot of evidence to prove that. But we don't have evidence to prove that there was a saltwater fishing industry in the areas. There are two genres of fishing industry in Sri Lanka, that are saltwater fishers and freshwater fishers. Next slide. In this research, we selected areas where Gandhara, Kottagoda and Devundara, they were situated in the Māthura district in the southern province. The majority of population in these areas are fishermen. The main livelihood of these areas fisheries. The fishing industry is an uncertain and sterile livelihood. Risk of life is inherent in the fishing industry. Fishermen were afraid of the changes in the sea and the aquatic and animals in the sea. Based on these beliefs, rituals originated among fishermen. According to scholars, there are two main reasons for following rituals by people in the world: to eliminate the occupational hazard, to increase the harvest, like that. Next slide. These are the main areas. Next slide. These are statistical of these areas. Next slide. The oldest method of fishing in Sri Lanka is freshwater fishing, but there is no evidence to show that there was a ritual system existed related to the freshwater fishery, because the risk of life was less in it. The freshwater fishing industry was carried out in relation to the waterways situated in the inner parts of the country, such as rivers, tanks, canals, and like that. Fishing was not difficult in those waterways, but fishing at sea was difficult and risky. As a result, those who engage in saltwater fishing tended to follow it for their protection. Next slide. These are evidence of the rituals related to the fishing industry in ancient Sri Lanka. There is a lot of evidence to prove that rituals were practiced by the fishermen who engaged in the saltwater fishery in the maritime areas around the country from the earliest areas. The evidence of rituals related to the fishing industry in ancient Sri Lanka, the author Van Johan, who kept records about pearl diving in Sri Lanka, has mentioned one of the rituals practiced before starting pearl diving in a place near Mana. In this map have pointed out where Mana. When the time has come to pearl diving, practice was done by the leader of the particular area, killing a man and 10 animals and then offering them to the god of the sea. Currently, those who are engaged in fishing these areas tend to use modern tools and methods. Presently, the risk of life considerably reduced while the fish harvest is increased. So most of the present fishermen don't practice rituals. Only a few fishermen know the traditional rituals actually. Next slide. There are 5 types of rituals among them. First one is religious beliefs and beliefs in God. Actually, the traditional fisherman tends to religious beliefs because of the uncertainty of his life. This is why he is always wanted for the help of multiple religious purports of their followers. It should be noted that they had a specific religion, although the majority of the fishing society in Gandhara area consists of Buddhist, Catholic fishermen were also practiced separately. The peaceful fisherman was not forgotten to remember the memorial before he was engaged in his career. He never asked for his professional career to be improved from the triple gems. They never went fishing on the poor days. Until recently, the traditional fishermen did not fish for the 4 poyas. In the days of the moon, they knew that the sea levels will fall down, but that was not the only reason that they did not go for fishing. They had the attitudes to abstain from doing bad deeds at least on the poor days. But they did not believe that it was a bad thing to eat fish on that day. Traditional Catholic fisheries also extended to St. Anthony, who is in charge of sea and fishermen before they left. By doing so, they believed of having a better catch. They prayed the god to protect their lives by lighting candles on the base of the church. The Catholic fishery separated Sunday to sacrifice to God on Sunday. Like the Buddhist fishermen refrained from fishing on the poor day, the Catholic fishermen also kept Sunday for worshipping and to make offering to the god. because their religious teaching were not contrary to the fishing industry. They always requested assistance in various disturbances to protect their religious devotion. The traditional Buddhist fishermen in this area offered devotion to various gods. The ocean was blessing to the traditional fisherman who was in fishing industry. Although the sea was considered to be diving, fishermen sometimes had to face various hardships from the sea. Fishermen had to face lots of hazardous incidents such as this. They referred to the god to relieve these hazards, and they were eagerly asked for the career, betterment and security. The fishermen of the area basically worshipped the Kataragama god, also known as Prince Skanda. He is considered the god for the southern province, not only for the fishing industry. This god is also known for giving stuff for the people. This god had a similar place in people mind as Lord Buddha. In addition to the Kataragama god, the other god of traditional fishermen who had earned the faith was God Vishnu. The people of Mirissa, Valigama, Gandhara, Kudavella, Dikwella believes the god Vishnu is the deity responsible for those areas. Traditional fishermen believes that the god Vishnu exists in the Ukulwan Devalaya, thus it was worshipped. The oldest record states that Devalaya was built by the king Dakula in 650 AC. He was prince of Ruhuna. The oldest written evidence was in Nisankamalla's stone script. Ukulwan Devalaya is one of the holy lands, stand in the script. Ibn Battuta, 1304 and 1378 AD has mentioned this temple and the status. By the 15th century, it is said that Ukulwan god was shining in the Devunwara and the national god of the Sinhalese. It is a well-known folklore among the fishermen in this area regarding the Ukulwan Devalaya in the Devunwara. The Devalaya is designed at the time of the temple according to the dream that him, Dakula Sen, has seen. The king has dreamed of a golden lock that floats in the ocean and to pottery, the shape of the god. It is also believed that the divine sun will visit the status of the god which was created. The tendon of god could not mount the boat of ships without giving offering to God. If so, various troubles were facing. Since a group of Portugal faced this crisis, they changed the view of God with the help of God's teeth. The fishermen of Gandhara area believed that this god had a miracles force. They have realized that they are consistently safe with these powerful miracles. As a result, they continue to keep doing the offering to God and to get blessings. The traditional fisherman definitely went to the Devunwara before he started his voyage. Thus, the fisherman and the god had an unbreakable relationship. The fisherman also supported the events of the Devalaya. Every Duruthupoya day on January the fishermen in Gandhara area supports the Duruthu Perahara. They are involved in Kavadi, especially fishermen in Gandhara area were also present for the Devunwara Asala Perahara. In the Perahara Kavadi, dance is conducted by them. The people of all parts of the island have been believed to be treated to the spirit. The people of Gandhara believe in Vishnu, Kataragama and Kali. Except for this god, a goddess called Kali was considered as the divinity for the sea. Fishermen paid various offerings for this goddess. Even in the fishing boats, there can be seen the picture of this goddess. During fishing, the fishermen would light innocent sticks and pray this goddess to give them a successful catch. Since fishing is considered a bad deed, and since the goddess Kali is considered to support the evil in the world, the fisherman believes that she supports their occupation. Every year in the month of May, the people in this area holds a special event in the name of this goddess. There is also a shrine near the coast for this goddess. On that day of that event, the statue of the goddess is bathed in milk. Then the people would carry fruits to the middle of the ocean and let them stray as an offering for the goddess. Then, as they have prepared a meal called Devadane, will be distributed among the fishermen. At that night, a special cultural event called Kovil will be held in front of the shrine. All the family members of fishermen would join this event. Second one is omens. Actually, fishermen's lifestyle is always seems to be bind with the omens, and those kind of beliefs have existed within the Sinhalese people from a long time. Therefore, it is not doubt that even the traditional fishermen, given that the uncertainty of this occupation, has also believed such thing. It is natural for the mind of a human who has this type of harsh life, lifestyle, to be born with this type of beliefs. Looking for women and trying to identify them has been common practice for a long time. It can be seen that they have decided whether to go or not to go for the job based on the person who met in front of them in the morning. Please share the slide, please. These are devalas that I have mentioned previously. Next slide. These are omens related in auspicious times. Traditional fishermen had bad idea about Buddhist monks. They had an idea that if they meet a Buddhist monk, it would be bad for their occupation and they should refrain from going to work. Not only that, they also believed if someone saw a Buddhist monk in a dream the following day, they would not get a good fish harvest. Many believes that this idea has started in the Buddhist monk would deny the livelihoods such as fishing, that they will not get blessing from them. Except for these, meeting a widow is also considered a bad omen. Similarly, sick people, disabled people, people who hold a weapon, people who is carrying empty canisters, a black cow and cats were also considered bad omens by the traditional fishermen. Although almost of them believed this kind of things, the beliefs were different from a person to person. Meeting a woman in front of you is not considered to be an inauspicious sign in Gandhara and Kottagoda areas, but in order. Other, it was believed that because the woman was spotted, meeting her would make the sea rough. Some of the ancient fishermen, when sitting out for walk, were met by this old wife carrying a pot of water and offering wrapped in a betel leaf. It was the practice of many traditional fishermen that when they saw someone good, they would continue to meet him or her and go to work. Meeting a person carrying an empty water pot is regarded as an inauspicious sign. But others look at it optimistically and think that they will be able to fill their boat with fish just as the person carrying the empty pot fills water. Although there are different ideologies, the general opinion is that one should not go to war after seeing inauspicious omens. Often the traditional fishermen did not go to war in such cases. Because of this, unlike in modern times, everyone in the society was courteous when meeting the traditional fishermen. Women dressed in white, people carrying milk, carrying pots filled with water, were considered very auspicious omens by the traditional fishermen. In addition to the omens encountered on the way, it seemed that beliefs about various omens also existed in the traditional fishing form. Consciousness. An omen is a sign. It can be auspicious or inauspicious. Before launching the boat, if anyone passed between the boat and the sea, the launching of the boat was stopped because it was a bad omen. For the traditional fishermen, the formation of the turbid, frothy appearance in the sea was an omen of impending danger. On such days, the fishermen did not go to sea. In Sinhala, Ran Boldiya Ata Salakunu Viva was an omen of abundance of fish. There was also belief in the short rainbow in the sky among the old fishermen. They considered a short rainbow as a sign of a sudden rain, and when they saw it, they thought twice about going to sea. Another wonderful omen among traditional fishermen is the belief that if the eye of the boat captain's wife tweets, there will be great profits. Here, as well as talking about the thunder and lightning, something imagined also is spoken. At high tide, scholars of fish in the sea come to the beach, and it is nature's announcement that the time to catch fish has arrived. The people of the seashore have believed since ancient times that if there is an unusual movement of feet in the sand, such as burning the feet, is a sign that the sea waves are violent. The old fishermen also considered women running over nets and gear as a bad omen. Although the traditional fishermen's beliefs about these omens or signs cannot be taken directly as behavioral patterns, they can be recognized as a belief system that is closely related to their behavioral patterns. Since ancient times, the traditional fishermen used to act according to auspicious times and auspicious days, just as the farmer works according to the stars and astrology in the agricultural industry. The fisherman also did not exclude the belief in this noble art from his mind. He started the work with auspiciousness while preparing his boat and faring. Back then, they made sure to carry those vessels with such care because there was no modern technological advancement like today. It must be because of the need to prepare the fishermen to be able to face any danger. There is clear evidence that there was a long history of the auspiciousness associated with the construction of these canons in a work inspired by the reading of the Indian Sanskrit Muhudra. It was written by a spiritual diviner named Vijayaruvan for the common people. As mentioned in it, suitable auspicious times for making ships, cannons, locks, etc. were identified as follows in Sinhala: Berana Kati Visa Asriyanura, Rehenama Adasa Vetiyana Nekat Kara, Regana Sesunakat Trivikivi Guruvara, Yodanu Sodaya, Tanumatanev Oru Yakura. It is in a single medium, and auspicious time and an auspicious day are chosen to unlock the covered boat into the sea. Here the direction of the dead is also concerned. not going to see during raft period is a traditional from ancient times. If the boat is new, this is more important according to the memory of many older fishermen. They put the boat in the water on days considered powerful, such as Thursday and Friday, skipping the hour of Mass. Sometimes, before launching the boat, according to a Norman, the boat was moored on the coast. For this Saturday, Thursday and Sunday are selected. The canopy of the boats were made at a good auspicious time. In inauspicious times, such activities are not performed. The poems in the books Purana Pahala Devaliya are a testimony of the auspicious days and hours used to launch new boats in ancient times. Slide, please share. During the migration fishing period, when the leaving for the journey, a fortune teller in the village should arrange an auspicious time to depart for fishing activities in distant events. Meditation methods and customs. Meditation methods are an effective method of behavior in Sinhala culture. That is a method of fertility that falls under the category of white etiquette that we identified in the introduction to etiquette. It is difficult to determine the origin of these meditation methods that have existed in the consciousness of the people since ancient times. However, information is revealed from the literary books that in the ancient times, the man who made agriculture, the man livelihood by receiving the carriers of nature, used medication method to protect his goods and cattle resources. In the Saddharma Ratnavali, it is early chronicles of Sri Lanka, when showing how to grow rice, it is said first the field must be plowed, medication methods must be used. It is also mentioned that the sand spraying method should be followed for cultivation. Although the medication method related to the agricultural industry were thus originated, no sources mentions that there were any method related to the fishing industry. Although there is no clear history, fishermen used medication methods in the past. Most of the fishermen who provided information to us in the study appreciated the traditional techniques of traditional fishing. Meditation methods also have a significant history. Fishermen in Gandhara resorted to meditation methods often when their livelihoods were scarce. They also used these methods to get rid of the plausible bad omens of an enemy or a gossiper. It is possible that even the ancient fishermen did the use of sasada leaves. The traditional fishermen went to the sea after boiling the sasada leaves and washing his boat with that water. It was customary to wash not only the boat but also all of one's fishing gear with boiled water from these leaves. If there is any doubt that the boat is being put to cold, sasada leaves, green wood apple leaves, peacock feathers and snake mold is put in a fresh pot and boiled and then washed the boat. They recognize these medication methods as the same thing as taking medicine for disease. Safda leaves are hard to at least find for today's angler. In addition, on every pour day, one should apply coconut oil to the boat to ensure that the boat is strong. Washing the boat with king coconut water and spraying with murmured water are two other medication methods used by fishermen in their profession. When preparing the water, it should be a Friday or Sunday. On Thursday, clean water should be obtained before the animals are away. For the 7 lime leaves, rice, cotton seeds, mustard, piece of burnt coconut are used. In addition to the vessel, the resulting water is also spread on the netting gear. This method was definitely used, especially if it was a newborn. There was also a ritual in which the boat was bathed in turmeric water. All the net gear was clean, and a bucket of water was sprinkled on the net gear and the boat from the king coconut picked at that moment. From that, the prosperity of the profession was expected. Another wonderful medication methods of the old fishermen was to gain turmeric with lime juice and urine and rub it from the beginning to the end of the boat. For revenge, this was done from the end of the boat stem to the beginning. They also took a clear bucket and mixed turmeric and incense and washed the vessels and gear. And the image of gods Darayaka and Mother Kali were posted on the board. Considering betel and sand boots and as symbols of prosperity, they kept them in this boat and went to sea with the belief that fish would be available in abundance. The traditional fishermen of this area did each of these with a deep sense of respect, which is also evident in the way they colored the sails of their boats. The roots of the mangroves growing off the beach, where the mangroves are boiled and the necessary dyes are made. It was strictly forbidden to burn a mini cigar called a beedi or the fire used to boil it. The paint is spread on the sail silently as a medication method. It's not customary to approach the Marakalaya Yatra first for sailing. Then the rest of the assistants should come. Similarly, the captain himself was the first to board the boat. Before the launching the boat into the sea, it was mandatory to sprinkle water on the boat. They had a strong belief that the journey of the doing something like this would be fruitful in every way. Also, when launching the boat, addressing it as son and petting on the desk was also often done. A bucket of water was thrown on the front of the boat and a holy ablution was started, after which even shores were not allowed in the part. Through this clean washing, it is possible to understand the crop of ideas that existed in the traditional fishermen at the beginning of this voyage. Before launching the boat into the water, it was customary for the traditional fishermen to put special offerings, especially food, in 3 places inside the boat and putting the boat into the sea before 3 half days have passed. The infinite hopes in the mind of this fisherman while launching the boat could be clearly seen through the various activities he did at that moment. He did all those actions to go to sea, keeping his heart happy. Because of this, they were examined to start the journey by remembering God before going to sea. This is done as a custom. This is done as a custom that spontaneously came to mind at that moment, rather than a deliberate belief in God sometimes before launching the boat. They remembered God by removing his hat from his head. At other times, they worship on the back of the boat. New vessels are launched on auspicious days. Thus, before launching a new boat, the traditional fishermen of the south marks it is a custom to perform a special offering at the beach. It was their custom then keep milk and sweets in the boat and distribute them to the people on the beach and eat with them. In such a case, after preparing halkiri, giving alms to God, they engaged in another activities. Buddhist fishermen made a special offering by boiling milk, bananas and other fruits as well as sweets to pray for protection and an abundance of fish. It was also a custom of the traditional fishermen to use new vessels to harvest the oysters before going for fishing. Also, finding sea hours was considered very good. So when they found one, it was customary to take it with them whenever they went to sea. These fishermen also followed special techniques, meditation, methods while fishing in the sea. They believed that putting a small amount of fish blood in a sack made of banana leaves followed by chanting and carrying it in the boat would give it the sight of the devil called Gara, thereby making catching fish very easy, plentiful. Ancient fishermen also believed that spitting in the mouth of the first caught fish and keeping it aside would remove bad omen problems as well as demonic problems. During fishing, it was customary to cut the fish into pieces and throw them into the sea, and to burn the fish and throw them into the seawater. It is also an old fisherman's custom to break the neck of the first fish caught in the boat and put the blood in a bundle of leaves and attach it into the boat. And by taking the blood of the first fish caught and smearing it on the boat, they hoped that the fish would stay away from the smell of the blood. A special medication method called wormheading, washing the vessels was also used by the traditional fishermen of the south. When a boat brought in a large number of fish, another person who saw it would steal some water from the bottom of the boat and put it in his own boat. Then they believed that the boat that caught fish earlier would not get fish, and the boat that was put into the sea later would get fish. The traditional fishermen who used the power boat style were also especially careful not to eat the fish called in gura, which they often took as bait. The leftover bait is not brought back to the land. It was regarded as a very bad thing, almost a crime to do so. Another custom the fisherman's house was that although the return of the owner of the house was certain, not to grind chill to cook the fish. The old fishermen considered disobeying this custom, which started the prisoners of the fishing life, as an act of mischief. Even after use, the cannon was treated with respect and was not seen to be used for any purpose other than being allowed to rot as a matter of custom. The older fishermen were of the opinion that it was the main reason why the wooden boat was rotting in the beach. I invite Ms. Udani to continue this presentation since then.
Thank you, Dr. Lakmini Gamage. Now I am going to talk about the ritualistic activities such as the offerings. Could you please scroll up the side to the 20 page? To the 20 page? Scroll up. Yes. So, thank you. So, fishermen in this area use these kind of ritualistic activities, especially down south of Sri Lanka is highly famous for ritualistic activities. It is believed southern province is the school for voodoo and witchcraft activities. There is a person called, here you can see on the screen, right? Adura. That Adura is the Sinhala word. Adura means the person who is performing those kind of ritualistic activities. So then, then the fisherman wanted to get the support from Adura to do those ritualistic activities. But fisherman was always tempted to keep them at arm's length because suspicion was always directed at them. That is why fishermen had always tried not to bring Aduras home and to reduce conversation as much as possible. There are many mysterious techniques used by traditional fishermen in these areas. The first one, next slide please. Taking the chanted oil, taking the chanted oil and putting it in the boat, anointing it and sprinkling it on the boat on one of its method. They use type of oils. One of is Henaraj oil. Henaraj is Sinhala word. Henaraj oil is good example for that. Fishermen got this oil which was associated with temples in the past from the monks of the temples. They also used another chanted oil called Iridapane. Iridapane oil. Fishermen believe they could attract more fish using this Iridapane oil. And the other oil called tiger oil and sandhi oil, which are believed to be used by hunters in Sella Katharagama and Tissa Maharama to attract especially those two types of oils used by them when they are hunting. So fishermen also have used those oils to attract more fish. Fishermen applied the chanted various type of oil on the stern of the boat. From this, they expected to increase the fish harvest. In addition, using chanted oil, fishermen had used many techniques to catch more fish. Here you can see on the screen the other techniques. Smoking the boat with the chanted resin, protecting the boat with lime and thread. Then the sprinkling chanting King's coconut water on the boat, rubbing with the bile, washing the gear with chanted water. These are the other types of method. One of the another techniques used by fishermen is hitting a malitha stick. Malitha is the one of the plant in that area on the boat would catch more fish. They believe if they hit in the boat using that stick, they could gain much more fish. In addition to this, keeping the stones which are chanted 108 times and throwing them into sea as soon as fish is caught also is kind of wisdom. It also used to increase the fish harvest. Some fishermen put some medicines in gold jars and keep them in the boat, and some they wear it as a necklace. From this mainly they expected the good health condition. As Dr. Lakmini Gamage mentioned before, the fishing is a uncertain and scary livelihood. No? So then they need to be very well. So that's why we can think that's why they use this kind of thing, as well as another purpose of this the protection as well as the catch more fish. Then Kodivina. Kodivini is the Sinhala term. The Kodivini means when we talk about the rituals, we have two types of rituals now: white rituals and black rituals. Kodivina directly belongs to the black rituals. So Kodivina directly used to harm or destroy others. This is another type of ritualistic activities. It is considered as the black method or bad practice. It is a bad practice. This technique directly used to harm others, especially their fellow fishermen.
Udaya, please conclude your talk.
Udaya, please conclude your talk within 10 minutes.
Sure, thank you. this technique directly used to harm others, especially their fellow fishermen. Here on the screen you can see I have mentioned some type of codivinas like Mashiraya and the Seema Bandhanaya and some other codivinas done by the fishermen in that selected areas. So then uh, the fishermen who lived in that area, they mostly use those type of codivinas. Then uh, then sometimes the most important thing is next slide please. Marakkalaya. Marakkalaya means the leader of the boat. So then sometimes Marakkalaya also was the leader of the he also was a skilled Adura. I think you can remember Adura is the person who performing ritualistic activities. So then other fishermen, they are really afraid to Marakkalaya to tell even a word against him, to tell a wrong word against him. So then the most famous Kodivine done by the leader of the boat is throwing enchanted 3 stones into the sea. Then fishermen believe as soon as possible fish uh, fish will disappear. So then the other fishermen really afraid to the Marakkalaya if he is a Adura. So then there are few ways of Kodivina. Some are made focusing on boats. Some are made focusing on particular fishermen. Some are made focusing on a entire beach. Then fishermen who lived in this area, they followed special methods to remove the power of the Kodivina. And for that also they wanted to get the support of the Adura. So then when the people, they are suffering troubles continuously, they identify there will be a Kodivina. Then he went to the Adura and he tried to remove the power of the Kodivina. So then the people in that particular area also use the yantra mantra. They spells yantra and mantra to catch more fish. For example, Jalakara mantra and Gatahiraya mantra. So then now I am going to talk about the offering. The next slide please. So when we talk about the offerings, also known as Shanti Karma, so they practice various type of offerings. These are the examples: games of coconut, games of horn, and gum madu, gara madu, and devil madu. So then those offerings were held annually every year. So when we talk about the games of coconut, next slide please. So they conduct these games of coconut as a devotional ceremony. The coconut game is done by throwing coconuts divided into 2 groups, upper and lower. It is also considered as a national sports performed as a divine offering. They were devotional ceremonies associated with the Pattini cult. They were held to avoid epidemics, to ask God's protection and God's help. Then the other one is Gara Maduva. Next slide please. Gara Maduva was held. This is the game of coconut. The next one. Next slide. This is the Gara Maduva. Gara Maduva was held to sacrifice the god Gara Yaka. So then people fishermen believe Garayaka helps to carry out their industry, their occupation, and they wanted to do those treatment, sacrifications to Garayaka every year. This ceremony was held at night, and women did not participate any work in this Gara Maduva. And then the Garayaka, there are a lot of legends related to Garayaka. Garayaka came to Sri Lanka to help to the god of Kataragama. So, as Dr. Lakmini mentioned before, the Kataragama god also worshipped by those people. Then all the things are combined. Then after that we have Gammaduwa. Gammaduwa is the another type of devotional ceremony. So then uh, it's like a Deva Puja festival. So that Gammaduwa, next slide please. Gammaduwa was held near to the, here you can see this Gammaduwa was held near to the coastal area. The main purpose of conducting this Gammaduwa to gain the prosperity for themselves. For Gammaduwa also they didn't use, the women did not allow, women are not allowed to participate any work because to contain purity. Then here, next slide please. In those two occasions, the customary meals have prepared. The first one is hal kiri. The Sinhala term is the hal kiri. Mixing rice flour and the honey and sugar. It's really delicious. And the Murutan Pujava, adding some vegetables and everything. This Murutan Pujava is prepared. Then in conclusion, today we can see there is that knowledge is declining. The knowledge related to ritualist activities is declining. People who have the knowledge about this is very limited. So we have identified three reasons. The first one here you can see in the screen, the using the modern technology to in fishing. In fishing, they use modern technologies. Then they fishermen, the accidents. Uh, um, because of the modern technology, there is no accident, and uh, because of this modern technology, fishermen could gain a big harvest, the considerable fish harvest. That's why the young generation, they did not follow those ritualistic activities. And the other thing is, the people who have knowledge about this are very rare. So the even at present there are some people who engage with these type of activities, but their main target was gain income, gain money. But they don't have enough knowledge about this one. Other thing is, um, people have to spend a lot of money for those things. For example, to organize Gammadua or the Gara Madua, the cost is very high. So the, for last few years, those Garamadua, Gammadua was not held in those areas. In 2019, there was an eastern attack, after that called pandemic. And then under this economic crisis, uh, due to those reasons, those types of things were not held. Anyhow, we want to protect this type of knowledge to our future generation. It's our responsibility. So with this, it's come to the end of our presentation. Before that, I would like to thank you to the Rewa College India to give this valuable opportunity. It's valuable. Again, thank you again. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Gamage and Ms. Undarani, for your nice presentation. It was really interesting to know all about the rituals the fishermen perform in different areas of Sri Lanka. In Bangladesh, I have also seen fishermen perform different rituals. Like they keep some talismans with them, and they also spread chanted oils, and they also consider black cats as a bad woman. But it was really nice to hear from you, and the method you have applied in that research, I think that is very appropriate. Everything was picture perfect, and you have used relevant maps and photos in the presentation. So from my side, it was really a good presentation. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite our respected scholars and researchers from different areas if they want to make any question or comment on this presentation. Okay. I don't see any hands or, okay. Okay. Mishra sir, would you like to make some comment on this presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mahmuda Madam, our chairperson, and Madam Dr. GCL Banners from Sri Lanka, given a nice talk, and his student Odayani, Mr. Dayani, given very wonderful talk in this webinar series. So, thank you, all of you, for given time in this webinar series. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all for your patience. Thank you.
Now, next session, our chairperson, Dr. Piyush Bhatia sir, Senior Assistant Professor, Department of History, MS Haria University, Udaipur, India. Welcome, sir. Our co-chairperson, Ms. Ifat Azim, Research Officer, Lahore Museum, Lahore, Pakistan, and immediate speaker, Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, Independent Researcher, IQAC of India, from Jaipur. Welcome, sir. I am requesting to Dr. Piyush sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Professor Iskandar Mishraji, for providing me an opportunity to session the chair in such a wonderful international webinar. I have with me the co-chairperson, Dr. Ifat Azim, Research Officer from Lahore Museum, Pakistan, and distinguished speaker is Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, who is independent research scholar, IQAC of India. He will be speaking on the topic, a study of water harvesting, preservation, and distribution system in Jaigarh Fort, that is in Amer, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Let me briefly introduce Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya. Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya is an independent researcher and founder of Echoes of India, an initiative to bring forward the unattended, unfocused, and abundant aspects of Indian civilization. He has completed his PhD in Museology and Conservation from University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, on the topic Scientific Technology, Relevance and Role of Internet of Things in Museum. His areas of research interest are information technology implementation in museum, automation in museum, and artifact conservation, monumental architecture and its interpretation. He has worked on a project for 2 months with INTAC, Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, titled Dictionary of Monuments with Old Wall Paintings in Jaipur City. He has done his master's in museology and conservation and successfully cleared the UGC NET exams required for the lecturership in India. He holds proficiency in Brahmi, Sharda, Sinha, and Jain Nagari script. He has an experience of 25 years in information technology industry. He is associated with IQAC India, Museum Association of India, Asiatic Society for Social Science Research, Itihas Santan Samiti, Jaipur. Currently, he is in acting role of research assistant for Sri Guru Gobind Singh Chair for National Integration and Sikh Studies at University of Rajasthan. Welcome you, Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, for your presentation. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Piyush sir, for such an elaborate introduction. And thank you, Mishra sir, for giving us this platform, respective platform for presenting my paper, my ideas. So here I start the presentation.
Welcome, Ifat Azim.
बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. गुड नॉन जी सबको.
Is it visible on your screen? I have started the presentation. Is it visible on the screen?
Yes, Indrajit sir.
Yeah. So we start with this presentation: study of water harvesting, preservation, and distribution system in Jaigarh Fort. Introduction. Kindly interrupt me if the slides are not moving. It's just a request to all of you. Introduction is: water is the driving force of life. Jal hi Jeevan hai is the most common saying among the peoples, particularly living in the desert areas, where the rainfall is scanty and water is the most precious thing to sustain life. It is a real wonder that despite of the absence of high-level sophisticated education and educational system of current times, our ancestors were intelligent enough to understand the significance of water and its harvesting and preservation. Their intelligence and farsightedness could be still seen and even experienced in the various forms of water bodies like Bandh, Kund, Talab, Tanka, which we call pool, Sarovar, lake, Baudi, Steffel, Kuan, well, etc., that are still existing today and fulfilling our water requirements. Continuing in the introduction part, evidence of water harvesting could be found in ancient texts, inscriptions, local traditions, art and heritage property, Vedas, Puranas, Mahabharata, Ramayana, Smritis, Samhitas, and various Buddhist and Jain texts contain several references of canals, tanks, embankments, wells, etc. Mention of various water containers, earthen, ceramic, stone, copper, silver, gold, alloy, rhino, horn, etc., and their purpose could be traced back in various texts as well. Earliest water management system known were rock cut and were from 2000 or so BC. Example of rock cut system could be seen in Achalgarh, Mount Abu, in today's times also. Sighting of rainwater harvesting systems started in forts. Long trace could be seen in the sites of Harappan site and Pulavira, where the highest point is chosen for the royal place in for the forts, and the lowest point is basically selected for creating the water reservoirs. We have examples of medieval times also. We have Ranthambore Fort, Ajmer, Chittorgarh, Kumbhalgarh, etc., which follow the same system, same methodology. One such remarkable state-of-the-art water harvesting, preservation, and distribution system could be still seen and experienced in one of the most popular forts of Jaipur called Jaigarh. I have written still seen and experienced because this system is still in practice, though there is a lot of negligence which we will be talking about in the end of this presentation. This paper discusses one of the most significant aspects of Jaigarh Fort, the water harvesting, preservation, and distribution system that is supported by excellent masonry and is an excellent example of hydraulic engineering work. Before we proceed, we just have an idea about the Jaigarh Fort. It is built on Aravali Hills on a rocky hilltop, and this is the location, 75.51 degree east and 26.59 degree north. It is, the sea level elevation is 602 meters. Previously, it was known as Chilka Tola, and there was nothing basically when this area was being ruled by the Meena clans. It was previously under the rule of Meena, this Gundad area, this Amer area. Later on, the Kachwaha Rajput occupied it, and this fort was summoned by Maharaja Kakal Dev in 1036 CE. Raja Mansingh first developed it further, and developed it further means he used to go to various expeditions on Akbar's behalf, and he used to collect a lot of money, and he used to store a lot of booty in this fort. So it is being used for this purpose. And there were various other uses which Raja Mansingh used it for. Raja Sawai Jai Singh II, after researching 20 strategic forts all across the Indian subcontinent, modified and further developed this fort and named it as Jaigarh. Now, since Raja Jai Singh also had a very good knowledge of what you can say, he has got a scientific outlook. He's a good astronomer, and he's a good measuring ideas. He has a good idea of measurements. So he summoned a lot of such things and commissioned such type of creations in this Jaigarh Fort. The water management system was developed by him primarily. This shows the map of Amber Fort, the Amber Jaigarh Fort, a guide map. So it shows a path going to the Amber Palace, which is now open. Now this is the entire complex of the Jaigarh Fort. This is from where the tourists enter. There's a significance of this map, that's why I have included it. We will come to this slide back again. Is my slides moving? Please confirm. Hello?
Yes.
Are my slides moving?
Yes, now moving.
Water management in Jaigarh Fort. It was meticulously harvested. The water, the rainwater, it is basically created to create a very good catchment area for the rainwater, and this rainwater was meticulously harvested. It was preserved and concisely used. Now, preserved means that we all store water, but after some time it gets stale due to various reasons. But in Jaigarh Fort, we see an extraordinary method for preserving the water, as well as its optimized use is also being done there. Inputs of scientific and engineering knowledge applied through the masonry skill in harvesting rainwater is mind-boggling. Water management in Jaigarh Fort consists of three main components: rainwater harvesting from outside the fort. So this is three ways they collect the water. The rainwater is collected from the catchment areas, that is the hillocks and hills surrounding the Jaigarh Fort, and rainwater harvesting from inside the fort. How rainwater is being collected from the roofs of the palaces. Surface water harvesting from Sagar Talab, which is located to the north of this Jaigarh Fort. We'll come to that. This direction is the north, means towards this side there is the Sagar Talab. Okay. Rainwater harvesting from outside of the fort. Outside catchment area is around 20 lakh square meters from southern ramparts of the fort. Network of water channels around the hillocks. Now there is network of water channels around all the hillocks. Basically they have chosen three hillocks and which receives the maximum rainwater. So these three hillocks are being garlanded by these canals. And these, you can see the three irregular shaped canals which garland around the hillocks in a span of 3.5 kilometers. So the total distance of these canals, which comes from the hillocks to the rampart of the Jaigarh Fort walls, the southern rampart, is around 3.5 kilometers. I will just show you. Water ducts forming an elliptical circle around 1 kilometer in length. Use of aqueducts to carry water from one hillock to another. Now this is the map you can see here. 1, 2, and 3. These are the three hillocks. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Can you see my? So these are the three. Yeah, these are the three hillocks, and you can see these are the water ducts which are in the shape of garlands. So the rainwater falling on this hillock gets collected and is entered through this, and then passed to the second hillock, and again to the third hillock, and so on. And finally it goes to the southern rampart of the fort wall. This is the fort wall. I have shown the part of that map. You can see here, this is the part I was mentioning. From here, the water from outside the fort enters into the fort. Can you see it? So this way it enters here.
These are the rainwater harvesting from outside of the fort. These are the channels which I was mentioning. These are being made from that time period, made of lime and the grits of stones, and they are being polished so that there is a smooth flow of water. Now, again, there is a catch in this figure. I'm just pointing it out because this we will cover in the next slide. You can see some zigzag structures being created here. There is also some zigzag structures. Now we come to that part also. Just keep it in mind. Small ditches or cisterns, kundis, have been provided at junctions to intercept the settle all solids and impurities. So these ditches and kundis can be seen here. This is an example. Then here are some ditches. Here you can see some ditches, and this is map is not cannot be zoomed at this moment of time. Within the path, the eastern aqueduct are lowly placed with undulations and forms zigzag with sharp bends, which means that this eastern side aqueduct, the water duct, is made purposely zigzag, and it is undulating. It is not horizontally. It is moving up and down. This is primarily done to settle or filter the impurities. We're coming to that. Reason for the presence of the sharp bends in the zigzag is according to the hydraulic engineering and nature of assimilated impurities. Such angular directional hindrances are meant for eliminating the unwanted materials. Western aqueducts means the aqueducts which is coming from this way are provided with bridges to have a horizontal flow. So even if there is a valley coming in between, or there is a pit coming between, there is a bridge so that the flow of water is horizontal. Such dissimilarity takes care of impurity removal even in the case of light downpour. Both the channels mingle and runs for 152 meters and ends outside the southern ramparts of the fort. 152 meter means this, they are referring to this area. They mingle here, and this is the area. Here you can see a grill, an iron grill, which will come soon in this slide. The rainwater so collected now enters an iron grill of 1.90 into 1.06 meter, which is an opening to the impurities removal settling tunnel. So this is the grill. You can see the grill here. I'm pointing it. You can see a small picture. The water is coming through this and then it's settling here. You can also see the corners are purposely being rounded off so that the thrust of water which comes should not splatter out, and it is evenly passed on to the drainage. Now this is a raw diagram made by me. This is how the rainwater comes. It comes to the drainage. From the drainage, it goes into the fall of 2.13 meter. From 2.13 meter, it slides to a distance of 7.01 meter. There's a slab, and its slab is 3 meter wide, and it is kept purposely at a degree of 35-degree angle. From here, the water starts, means the silica and impurity, further fine particles start settling here. And then with the gush of water, it again comes up and moves towards the fort. So this is 18 meter, this is 18 meter. This entire part is covered. This entire part is a covered underground water system. This part is open. So total length is 51.35. Covered tunnel is 33.35, ensuring water clarification. First few washes. Now what happens is whenever there is a monsoon, whenever there is flushes, first few washes are coming. The first few washes are being passed out to a separate tank, which is basically used by the animals. And this tank is an unfinished reservoir. This is called Nathavatumka Tanka. This water is used for the animals inside the fort. So this is the Tanka, Nathavatumka Tanka. And we are looking at from this end, this end means I think this wall I'm referring to, you can see this sludge gate, and this gate is open and the water, impure water, flows into this. So the 2-3 washes of first monsoon water is passed into this particular tanka. After 2-3 washes, the collected water is taken to the central water storage system through subterranean channel up to second gate, that is Dungar Darwaza. So here the water enters, and if it is 2-3 washes, the water is still impure, it is being passed to the Nathavatumka Tanka. And after 2-3 washes, then it is passed straight to further the main tanks, main storage tanks, which are the major source of water supply for the entire year. From Dungar Darwaza, here is the Dungar Darwaza, the water travels in open channel 58.82 by 128 by this. This is the dimension, length, width and the depth of the channel to a rectangular grid. So this is the grid you can see here. This grid is an interceptor cum distribution system. Now cistern means kundi. So basically it's interceptor. The water gets filtered here, further sedimentation takes place, as well as it is a distribution system. So the first flow of the water is passed to tank 1. This is tank 1, this is tank 2, and this is tank 3. And this is the structure of that interceptor which I just mentioned. This is towards the largest reservoir, and this is towards the open and covered reservoir. This is open reservoir and this is covered reservoir. This is covered reservoir. Central water storage network comprises of 6 water storage tanks, out of which 4 are closed and 2 are open tanks. You can see here there are 2 closed tanks and there are 2 open tanks. Now remaining 2 closed tanks are located in different part of the fort. We will come to that also. Nathavatumka Tanka 4 and tank 3 are open tanks. Tank 1, 2 and 5 near Aram Mandir are closed tanks. This is tank 1 dimension I have mentioned. It rests on 81 pillars forming an arch structure. So 81 pillars are used to form the roof of this largest tank, and the roof is itself 1 meter thick. The capacity of water is 27,000 metric cube. Tank 2 dimension is 69 by 52 by 52. The roof of this tank 2, again this is covered tank, it has 9 holes on rooftop to take out the water. Now these 9 holes are in the form of wells basically, and they are called water wells. It rests on 9 pillars forming 9 compartments. Capacity of this tank is 5,000 meter cube. So this is tank 1, which I just mentioned. Sorry, this is tank 1. You can see here, this is the covered structure. And this is I entered this tank, the lower part. You can see the selection here. It's all dark, and these are the arcs made. These are the pillars. These pillars are made into arcs. So you can imagine 81 pillars are there forming this structure inside, and water is filled. This is the southern wall, and this is the western wall. So there are small windows for ventilations so that the air takes place. This is tank 2. These are the 9 holes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 3 are here. This is how it looks. Tank 3 open bathing reservoir, capacity more than 1,230 metric cube. Can you see the slides? Hello? Can you see the slides?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Staired wall. So the capacity is 1,230 meter cubes. It consists of staired wall, and at every wall there's flight of stairs which leads to every level of water. It has 4 outlet holes which leads the overflowing water to tank 2. So this is how it looks. This is the raw diagram, and you can see this is the stepped wall. You can see here, and you can see the 4 walls. So unless and until the water reaches to this level, the water doesn't go to the second tank. And the basic purpose of this construction is that when the water flows into this tank with a huge gush, the sediment, the remaining sediment, whatever is left, gets settled into this tank, and only the pure water flows into tank 2. And this tank is basically used as a bathing reservoir. Tank 5 dimension is this 14 by 32 meter and 5.79 meter. It consists of rainfall collection from an area of 7,000 square meter. Now, you can understand this is I'm talking about inside of the fort. Rainwater harvesting, till now we were discussing outside of the fort, now we come to inside of the fort. It consists of rainfall collection from an area of 7,000 square meter. It is stored in reservoir near Aram Mandir. So if you go, I think it will take a lot of time. Yeah, this is the Aram Mandir, and here is the tank. Before I proceed, there is one tank at Aram Mandir, one tank at this part, and one tank is near the cannon foundry. Okay, so I have shown you the locations. Now I can move swiftly to this part. It consists of a tank at ground level and a masonry storage tank at the height of roof level, and water channel built on the top of wall at roof level in the form of drain to carry water here and there in the palaces. North side of the fort above Aram Mandir. So this is basically located to the north side of the fort, and this tank is above the Aram Mandir, where the king queen used to spend some time in the evening facing the garden part. Capacity is more than 680 meter cube, used for palace complex and garden. This is tank 5. This is the lower part you can see here, and this is the upper part. And here you can see what I was mentioning, the roof level channels built on the top of the wall at roof level in the form of drain. So these are the aqueducts. You can see here the water carrying aqueducts, which is transferring the water here and there. And these aqueducts are also used to fill the overhead tanks. Overhead tanks are there above the dining area and above the bedrooms, restrooms, all these areas. This is another example. See, the roof is there, and the rainwater, when it falls, it flows down and is then passed onto the tanks. Tank 6, this is again inside is located in the northeast side of the fort, that is the corner side which I told you, just known as Kile ke Bahar or Chhatri Wala Tanka. Capacity 1255 metric cube, comprised of a masonry tank and water channel to collect rainwater to supply masonry tank. Water channels run on north-south axis parallel to the eastern wall of the palaces. The tank when constructed at the level of the garden, it is meant to meet the demand of the water in an emergency, used for only emergency purpose. So this is what I was talking about. It is at the garden level. You can see here the aqueducts are made, just collecting the water, and this is going to the Taka. This Taka is just located just at the side of the gun foundry. Here is the gun foundry, cannon foundry, sorry. And this is how it looks. It's irregular shaped. The Sagar, coming to the third part, surface water from Sagar. The Sagar water body is located to the north of Jagar Fort. During monsoon, water all across the hills and hillocks flow down into it. Since such water also carries dirt and grit, the Sagar water body has been divided into Sagar and Sagar Tala. by using a dam. Sagartala was created as an intake point for the water. The height from Sagartala to the ramparts of the fort is 142 meter. So it is a challenge for the people to lift the water and take to the fort basically. And therefore two procedures were followed to carry the water. First is elephants were used to carry water in pakhal or pakal made of buffalo bull or camel hide. And second was humans standing on each step. So there's a staircase, a huge staircase, a long staircase, and every staircase there's a person standing with bucket, and the bucket is passed from lower step to higher step, and the bucket filled at the top of when it is carried into the fort. So this bucket is actually nothing but a mushk. So here you can see here, this is Sagar Tala, Sagar Dam, and this is in between there is a dam. And these are the stairs, you can see such height. There is a bastion which is created. From here, there is passage, there's a two-layered wall which goes to the fort. I'm coming to that picture also. The path from the top of the hillock into the fort is well guarded by long running wall on either side such that a person or an elephant carrying water is not at all affected during a siege or attack. So you can see here, this is the water once it is being lifted up, it is being carried out either by a person or an elephant through these passages. You can see here two walls side by side. Now the vegetation has grown up actually, so this used to be clean and safe passages. This is also used as a defense wall, two sides, covering two sides. And coming to next part of our topic, water preservation. Water for drinking purpose was ensured to be aesthetic, potable and palatable. Use of lime in various forms was the key to keep the water potable and clean. So various forms, calcium oxide, calcium hydroxide are these two forms which are being used to keep the water clean. Other than earthen pitchers, the water drawn from reservoirs are kept in different metal pots such as iron, brass, bronze, copper, silver for domestic use, and it is believed that keeping the water in these metals further purify and checks the bacterial growth in the water and makes it more healthy. Coming to another part, the third part, water distribution and uses. The major water distribution was and still carried out through underground open channels and aqueducts on the route that we have already seen. However, in some cases, pipes, capillaries made of ceramic or terracotta were also used for circulating water. And this application is particularly observed in Lakshmi Vilas Palace within the fort premises. This could be observed especially in the living rooms and bathrooms of Lakshmi Vilas, where they have been exclusively used during the winters to carry hot water from the boilers. Pipes laid down under the floor when passed with hot water from boiler keeps the rooms warm during the winters. Similarly, there was provision for taking steam bath in one of the bathrooms during the winters. So there were two bathrooms, one for summer purpose and one for winter purpose. Winter purpose is being used with the capillaries carrying the hot water. This is the Lakshmi Vilas Palace, which I was talking about. This structure above this palace, you can see, this is basically used as a tank, the overhead tank. And this is the palace area. I'm zooming it to this part, and the floor is being networked with the capillaries, basically the floor below the floor. Special feature of water harvesting. I'm coming to the last part of my presentation. Volumetric capacity of 64,300 metric cube was created in the fort, that is the outdoor catchment area. Volumetric capacity of 1,935 metric cube was created in the fort from indoor catchment area. As per the calculations, 34,000 metric cube of drinking water can be suffice need about the 4,650 persons for 1 year at the rate of 20 liters per day per head consumption, or 2,325 persons for 1 year at the rate of 40 liters a day per head. Excellent planning for demand versus supply. Implementation of hydraulic engineering, siphoning, inverted siphoning techniques, and impurity interceptors have been used. Sorry. The quality of building material and intelligent masonry work is again can be seen at every step of the water management system. Epilogue, the water management system of Jaigarh Fort is an excellent example of the aforesaid features. The system which worked as efficiently in past still works today. However, with the easy availability of water, motor pumps, filters, the humans have unfortunately started neglecting the precious gifts that have been passed open by our ancestors. Such wonders should be appreciated and, if possible, should be continued to be used. Only then conservation of our heritage and culture could be carried out and passed on to our new generations. Now, why I said neglecting? Because at many places there are green algae growing in the water. There are presence of biophytes in the water, means that is spoiling the water. Now, such a wonderful water storage system could be well maintained, and it can sufficiently supply not only the Jaigarh Fort but the surrounding catchment areas as well. Thank you for listening to me patiently. Any questions? This is the acknowledgement. Dr. Ramkrishna Sharma, Chief Curator, late Dr. Chandramani Singh, Shri Devra Singh from Jaigarh Fort, and the special person, Shri Shravan Kumar Sharma, storekeeper, the oldest staff of Jaigarh Fort. Now he has, I think, retired. This is a photograph of 2015 surveying the system. These are the references. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
हाँ जी, डॉक्टर इंदिरा जी आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छी थी और मैं लाहौर म्यूजियम से हूँ और मैं कीपर पॉइंट्स भी हूँ और मान सिंह सवाई साहब के और बाकी जो लेटर मतलब उनके रूलर्स थे उनके मैंने वो सिक्के तो देखे हैं और बहुत खूबसूरत उनकी इंस्क्रिप्शंस थी और वो जो आपकी वो सवाई की एक वो स्प्रिग या जिसे जड़ के नाम से कहते हैं एक हास उनका वो मिंट मार्क था और आज उनका वो जयगढ़ फोर्ट का वो सारा देखें उनका जो वाटर सिस्टम है उसको देख के और कितना मतलब मैं मेरा जहां तक ख्याल है कि मोहम्मद शाह जो थे मुगल एम्परर शायद उन्होंने उनको नाम जो था वो सवाई का दिया था कि ये ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंट हैं मान सिंह एक आम इंसान से ज्यादा और बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन को सुन के ऑल दो मेरा कोई हाइड्रोलिक से रिलेटेड कोई तजर्बा नहीं था लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग थी और उसकी एक उसमें ये था कि मुझे एक अपने ऑब्जेक्ट से सवाई जो है उससे मतलब जयपुर सवाई से एक मेरा लिंक था जो मैं मतलब मुझे अच्छा लगा आपकी सारी प्रेजेंटेशन सुन के
थैंक यू सो मच मैम थैंक यू सो मच
थैंक यू
जो सर हैं क्या शायद सर शायद कोई काम था तो लगता है निकल गए हैं जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन रहा आपका और अभी ये किला तो हमको ये फोर्ट अपन लोग नहीं देख पाए थे समय कम था
आएंगे श्योर सर अब जयपुर पधारिए सर डेफिनेटली आपको ले जाएंगे एंड बिलीव मी यू विल एंजॉय द ट्रिप विद मी
जयपुर में कॉन्फ्रेंस करवाइए फिर हम आते हैं
श्योर सर बोलिए सर
वेलकम डॉक्टर ओझा जी इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए
Piyush sir has joined also.
Sorry for some connection troubles. I think the session has been made open for the question answer session. So people might have been asking, so please continue asking the questions. Is there any question for Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya from the audience? I think I am audible, Indrajit sir?
Yes, quite audible, sir. Yes, quite audible.
Was there any question meanwhile when I lost the connection to you?
Well, there was no question. Actually, there was just appreciation comment from
Yes.
Madam Azim ji.
Definitely, you deserve the appreciation. Anyone can have their comments over the presentation.
एक मैं जानना चाहता हूँ उदयपुर में जैसे वाटर का जो है कंजर्वेशन और मेरिन का हुआ है उदयपुर में या और अलग वहाँ राजस्थान के उनसे कुछ डिफर है ये कि लगभग उसी तरह का है?
सर इसमें एक्चुअली डिफरेंट है क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी हाइड्रोलिक इंजीनियरिंग, जैसे मैंने कहा कि साइफनिंग रिसाइफनिंग का यूज़ किया और इतना ज़्यादा साइंटिफिक है। मींस मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता, जब आप आएंगे और मैं आपको इसको दिखाने ले जाऊंगा देन यू विल अप्रिशिएट ईच एंड एवरी स्टेप। मीन जिस तरह से इसको बनाया गया है, मतलब आउटडोर चैनल्स को बनाया गया है, इंडोर चैनल्स को बनाया गया है, एक्वाडेक्ट्स को बनाए गए हैं रूफ्स के साथ साथ, वो लाजवाब है और आज तक वो टूटे नहीं है। मतलब सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि मतलब इनमें कोई दरार आना या कहीं से कोई गलना या पिघलना। हाँ, रिसेंटली जो 1975 में इमरजेंसी के टाइम में वो खुदाई की थी इन्होंने, मतलब गैर जिम्मेदाराना तरीके से, उसकी वजह से क्या हुआ कि साइड के जो बैरक्स है वो टैंक 2 एंड टैंक 3 के पास वाला जो एरिया था उसके बैरक्स पे सीलन आ गई है काफ़ी, क्योंकि उन्होंने ठीक से प्रोटेक्शन नहीं लिया था और नीचे उन्होंने कोई तख्ती नहीं लगाई थी। और उन्होंने एक टाइम ऐसा भी आया था कि टैंक 2 और टैंक 3 पूरी तरह से ढहने की कगार पे आ गए थे, पर लकीली इट वाज रिस्टोर्ड।
ऐसा मिश्रा साहब, हेलो जी सर। हाँ, मैं आपसे निवेदन कर रहा हूँ कि उदयपुर और जयपुर में बहुत डिफरेंस है। जयपुर में तो टाका है और उदयपुर में क्या कि तालाबों को झीलों को एक दूसरे से कनेक्ट किया गया है। और यही जो उदयपुर में किया गया है वो इनके जो ठिकानेदार थे वो भी इसी ढंग से करते थे। तो ये मेवाड़ में आपको खास तौर से ये मिलेगा कि एक पॉइंट से दूसरे पॉइंट को कनेक्ट कर रखा, उससे उसको कर रखा, तीसरे को, चौथे को। ये हिली ट्रैक होने की वजह से पानी को यहाँ बचाने का काफी प्राचीन समय से चला आ रहा है। जी जी।
Any other question or any comment? I would like to ask only one question which does not directly relate to your presentation, just since you have done very historical research over the topic. Sir, there was a story of hidden treasure related to one tanka. Which was that tanka?
Yeah, I'm coming to that, sir. Sir, actually क्या हुआ था कि जितने भी टांके थे, कवर्ड हो या अनकवर्ड हो, सबको पंप से खाली किया गया था और सबके तल को बुरी तरह से खोदा गया था तब तक जब तक कि नीचे के पत्थर नहीं नज़र आ गए। फिर उनको जब हताशा हुई, फिर उन्होंने उसको किसी तरह से पाट के वो लोग मतलब रवाना हो गए। और चूंकि उनके साथ आर्मी आई थी और हैवी मशीनरी आई थी, इस वजह से उन्होंने क्या किया था कि दिल्ली जयपुर हाईवे को बंद कर दिया था कुछ टाइम के लिए। तो ये अफवाह फैल गई कि किसी ने कहा कि 3 ट्रक कवर्ड देखे गए जाते हुए, खजाना ले जाते हुए, किसी ने कहा 16 ट्रक, मतलब जितने मुंह उतनी बात बनी। तो आज की तारीख में इट इज़ रिकॉर्डेड, ना कुछ मिला और ना कुछ ले जाया गया इसके।
Wonderful, sir.
पीयूष जी कंक्लूड करें सर।
Yes, sir. बिल्कुल। मेरे को चेयरपर्सन मैडम को कुछ कहना है।
हाँ, वो तो बोल चुकी।
ठीक है सर, बिल्कुल। Thank you, madam. Thank you. I couldn't listen. So it was really a wonderful presentation by Dr. Indrajit Bhattacharya. We have listened him on various occasions in our conferences. And a special thing about the Nathawatoka Tanka, where there is a separate Tanka for the animals, so animals have been taken care of. Because I remember recently held conference of mine itself, animals in the history of South Asia. Professor Mishra was also present, and you also had your discussion there. So I once again thank to Professor Iskan Mishra for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to listen to such a wonderful webinar of yours. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. पीयूष जी और मैडम मैडम डॉक्टर इंद्रजीत भट्टाचार्य जी ने बहुत बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पर जयपुर के स्पोर्ट का दिया है और निश्चित रूप से स्टूडेंट के लिए और ऑडियंस के लिए लाभदायी होगा। और धन्यवाद सभी को। ओझा साहब थोड़ा सा सेशन लेट है। ओझा साहब।
यस सर, नमस्कार साहब।
अभी एक टाक होनी है, फिर आपका सेशन आएगा। तब तक सुने सर, आपके ही विषय का है
जी। तो अब थोड़ा सा मुझे टाइम बता दीजिए साहब, ताकि मैं
इसके बाद करीब 40 मिनट बाद जो है।
ठीक है साहब, ठीक, धन्यवाद। ओके ओके।
our chairperson Dr. Anupama Damodola, senior lecturer from degree program coordinator, tourism and culture resource management, University of Kelania, Sri Lanka. Welcome, madam.
Welcome, sir. I hope you can hear me.
Hi, madam.
Yes, very good afternoon to all respected academicians and the intellectuals, and thank you very much for the University of Rewa for providing me this opportunity to join hands with your prestigious webinar series once again. Thank you very much, and I would like to...
Dr. Riddhi Shah is the Madam Riddhi Shah, faculty Hindu Bhai Parak School of Architecture, Rajkot, Gujarat, is the co-chairperson.
Yes.
Our eminent speaker, Mr. Nadeem Alam, College of Art and Design, University of Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. Welcome, Nadeem Saab. Hello.
Yes.
Nadeem Alam, sir.
He was there, I think. He was there, sir.
नदीम साहब आवाज आ रही है? हेलो।
I think Mr. Nadeem was there. Okay, shall I continue, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to introduce my co-chairperson and the expert talk resource personnel to the panel. First of all, I would like to introduce Dr. Riddhi Shah from Faculty of Hindu Bhai Pradesh, School of Architecture, Rajot, Gujarat convener and the Rajot chapter. So he would be our co-chairperson. I would like to warmly welcome you to the session, sir. And also we do have Mr. Nadeem Alim, who will be the next expert talk resource personnel for the session. And I would like to brief about his, he is serving for the College of Art and Design, University of Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan. And today he will be talking on the topic of major academic art institutions of the 19th century, South Asia, and the post-colonial trends and the inspirations in the academic art of the Pakistan. So Mr. Nadeem, actually he is an art critic and historian, and also he is teaching at the College of the Art and Design, University of Punjab, Lahore. As well, he has authored and he has co-authored many publications, and his main research interests are onto the 19th century arts and the South Asian countries. So I would like to cordially invite to the Mr. Nadeem Alam, who will be our expert talk professional for the today's session. Thank you very much. It's over to you, Mr. Nadeem Alam. Thank you.
नदीम साहब
Thank you, Dr. Anupama.
आपको अपनी तरफ से तो शेयर नहीं करना है।
Let me try. If it works, I think my presentation would be a good option.
Yes. ठीक है, बताइए।
Please let me know if you can see my screen.
No, sir. Please share. Yes.
You got it.
Okay.
So So should I start?
Yeah.
Good afternoon from Pakistan, from Lahore, Pakistan, all the esteemed scholars and researchers and teachers. My topic for today's webinar is major academic art institutions of 19th century South Asia and post-colonial trends and inspirations in the academic art of Pakistan. Since we all know that South Asia in particular, and which have all the countries, and luckily we have a representation from Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan. I wish, and I think there were few from Nepal and other countries as well.
Two speakers from Nepal.
From Nepal, right? Because Nepal has also, a few painters lived there and compiled few wonderful compilations during the 19th century. It is not possible to cover all those aspects in this stipulated time, but my focus would be mainly on major cities of South Asia and the trends that the post-colonial period has observed, especially in terms of academic art in Pakistan. So first, before we begin with the introduction or the background, I would like to share some 19th century colonial period artists, notable artists in South Asia. These artists are those artists who were serving not as paid artists in South Asia, but they were linked to the company administration, like the East India Company, or they were part of the army, or they were the lords or their wives or something like that. But they, as a hobby or as their second profession or for their leisure time, they were artists. Just like we have cameras in our hands, in those times, to record something visually, sketching was the main source. And those images which we are talking about, the 19th century colonial period, mostly either they are watercolors or they are prints, because these are the quick techniques of reproduction of images. And these notable artists, it is quite long list, but I have mentioned few in terms of their body of work and the influence they have and the volumes they have produced. These are like Thomas Daniel and William Daniel. They worked between 1812 to 1836, and they were commissioned by the government of India, British government of India in Calcutta, to produce a volume of images, which is known as the Oriental Scenery. We will discuss it later on. And then we have Alfred Frederick Pollock Harcourt. His time is mentioned in front of his name, 1836 to 1910. James Duffield Harding and Charles Stewart Hardinge. They are responsible for collection of India. It is also an album, and their time period is also mentioned there. Then we have a very prolific painter, William Simpson. He was one of the proper and properly skilled painter who actually worked as a war painter in England. And he covered few war scenes, and in England he was known as the war painter because he was a kind of a painter who works to document various events in war. Then we have a lady, Charlotte Canning. She was the wife of Charles Canning, who was the Viceroy of India as well, I think, if I'm not wrong. And then we have all famous Emily Eden, known for her memoirs and diaries. And then we have August Theodore Sheoff. And Sheoff actually worked in the court of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. And he has wonderful paintings of the court of Lahore. Then we have William Carpenter, another very
Hello.
prolific painter.
Hello, Nadine ji.
Yes.
Yeah, we are just seeing the first slide. So, are you changing the slide, or you're talking
Please
on the
get.
first slide?
No, I have changed it to the second.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it there?
No. We don't see the slides changing.
Okay. Dr. Mishra, would you please share your slides so I can, I think it would be a better idea.
Now it's moving. Now it's moving. Yeah.
It's the
Moving
third
now.
slide. Yeah, third slide.
Okay. So it has the names of those colonial period artists.
Yeah.
Okay. So we were here at William Carpenter, and then we have Henry Ambrose Oldfield. Henry Ambrose Oldfield was a physician and a surgeon actually by profession, and he actually worked in India, like in Madras, and then he moved to Nepal as well, and he worked in few of the cities there. And then L.H.D. Rudder, he was from Europe as well. Edwin Lord Weeks, he was not British, he was an American, but he traveled through different Asian countries. And during his stay in India and modern day today's Lahore, he captured some beautiful images of these notable countries. And his main interest was to capture the architecture of religious shrines and the mosques. He also captured few mosques of Morocco, and his paintings on Mosque Wazir Khan in Lahore are really wonderful. Then John Lockwood Kipling, the famous John Lockwood Kipling, father of Rudyard Kipling of the Jungle Book. Everyone, I think, must be familiar with this name. He was the first principal of New School of Arts in Lahore. Then we have a Russian painter, Russian artist, Vasily Vasilevich Volshagan. I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce it properly. He was also here in the 19th century, and his painting of Taj Mahal is exhibited in the Moscow Museum even today. One of the wonderful paintings captured from the riverside, from the Ganga River. There was a Muslim local painter as well who was in practice during the late years of 19th century. Actually, he served as the vice principal of New School of Arts, Lahore as well, and he was Ustad Meera Bakhsh Murtawale. So by ethnicity, these artists belonged to Europe, England, Belgium, Russia, Hungary, and even Moscow, Russia. But all these artists have worked during the 19th century South Asia or 19th century India. And they have contributed a lot in shaping the 20th century art of this era, especially the academic art. Because later on, as we would reach to cover our subject, the academic art, which is prevalent in India, Pakistan, even Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. It has been influenced by the canons and by the genres and by the inspirations that these artists have introduced in this part of the world. For example, the oil on canvas technique is something which was brought here by these artists, because here we had the tradition of miniature painting, which was watercolor based on water-based colors applied on vasli, which was a handmade paper, and the watercolor which they brought here was altogether a different kind of technique. Then the printmaking, sculpture, all these techniques which are prevalent and which are famous and which are popular in today's academic art institutions have been brought here have been introduced here in the 19th century. And during the 19th century, these three major collections, rather there are four, but these are three, the most major visual compilation or albums, visual albums, or you can also call them books because they have some comments on them as well. And as I mentioned earlier, the first one was Oriental Scenery, 150 views of the architecture, antiquities, and landscape scenery of Hindustan. As the topic suggests, 150 images which were rendered by William Daniel and Thomas Daniel, and it was published in London by the Author Publishers in 1816. So it covered architecture, antiquities, and landscape sceneries of Hindustan, which means it covered major cities like Calcutta, Madras, Chennai, Bhopal, and Lahore as well, and Bombay, a few parts of Bombay. Major architecture, major buildings, although the colonial period artists and the Victorian style of buildings were emerging in that period of time in Bombay and Kolkata. And we can see these prints, and these prints are the most valuable first-hand images of 19th century, when camera was not in fashion, although it was in fashion in Europe. It was invented and it was being used, but not on a very common or as a common what you can say tool for capturing the surroundings. So Oriental Scenery is considered as the first compilation of visuals if you want to know about the skyline and the surroundings and the atmosphere and the fauna and flora of 19th century. This book is something to have in your shelf. Still, I think it has been reproduced visually and digitally as well. Then we have Recollection of India. It was by James Duffield Harding and Charles Stewart Harding. Both of them, like the first, James Duffield Harding made few drawings of few cities and architecture and people and professions, whatever was inspirational for him. And later on, Charles Stewart Harding actually reproduced those images, first based on those drawings made by James Duffield. And so those drawings being reproduced in different types of prints, etching, aquatint, or lithograph was the main style for reproducing, and the technique for reproducing those images. So it became a wonderful book of visuals. On one side you can see the drawing, and on the other side you can see those lithographs based upon those drawings. And it was also published in London by Thomas Maclean Publishers, and the time period was 1847. And by 1847, the East India Company rather has converted into the Raj government, the British Raj. And 1857, as you all know, they have captured most of the South Asia. Then we have another book, India Ancient and Modern, by William Simpson, who was, as I mentioned earlier, who was the war painter, specialized in war painter, and a very prolific painter as well. Days and Sons published that book from London in 1865. There is another book which is not listed here, but it could be presented as a wonderful compilation as well, and that was produced by Emily Eden. Emily Eden, while staying here with his brother, who was a government official, she produced that book which is named as The Princes and Peoples of India. As the name suggests, she captured few portraits of the royal family, the Sikh royal family in Lahore, and commoners and the general public, the faces and their expressions, although there are a few technical errors in because she was not a well-skilled artist, but even then, that is a wonderful compilation. And this is, I have added just to give you an idea of how those lithographs looked. This is based upon the drawing of James Duffield Hardinge, and it is a lithograph by, chromolithograph by Charles Stewart Harding. So this is the Alamgiri Gate of Lahore Fort. In front of that, you can see that pavilion, the marble pavilion, white marble pavilion, of which is known as Hazuri Bagh. Well, before the colonial era in the subcontinent, the learning of art was mainly attributed to becoming disciples of the skillful master artists. The miniature painting tradition in Gujarat and Rajasthan later the atelier of the Mughals eventually ended up in the hill states known as the Pahadi painting style. All these indigenous styles evolved on the pattern of student-teacher tradition of learning this art form. Before the colonial era, we have that miniature painting style, which was prevalent in Gujarat, Rajasthan, and when the Mughals came here, the Mughal style emerged as an amalgamation of the Gujarati, Rajasthani style and the Persian style, which later on inspired the hill style or the Pahadi painting style. These indigenous styles evolved as the student-teacher pattern because we had that tradition of learning skills from guru or ustad one by one. We didn't have those academic institutions or proper institutions where you can learn these skills. Even in music, the new singers or the student have to, get to some teacher of or the master of that genre. There was not proper music schools or music departments. And later on, during the 19th century, Sir Henry Cole, who was a British art patron and educator, suggested and directed that art institutions should be established in England. It is wonderful to know that even in England, it was 19th century when they decided to have proper art institutions. Although there were universities and there were so many other disciplines in sciences and social sciences, but it was very shocking for me that proper art institutions were suggested by Sir Henry Cole. And from 1853 to 1873, the directions were carried out specifically in England. Similarly, the British colonial government emphasized on establishing art institutions in the major cities of the subcontinent. Please excuse me for just 1 minute. So the next after that decision, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after those directions, notable academic art institutions in the subcontinent, art education in India dates back to even 1798, well before the establishment of the Government School of Art and Design in London. And Sir Charles Mallet, a British resident responsible for establishing the first Western art school in Pune. And I would request my fellow scholars, if somebody is from Pune, or if some, because I cannot get some information about that particular art school. But Pune, I am familiar with the dramatic school in Pune, and there are many other genres as well. But Western Art School in Pune, it dates back in 1798. So if anybody could get some information about the establishment of that school in as early as like 1798, I would be obliged if I can get some more information. And the school allowed local Indian painters to assist visiting British artists. The school was run by James Wales, 1747 to 1795, and closed after his sudden death. It is quoted by Partha Mitra on his book Indian Nationalism, page 240. The commencement of proper art education in British India can be dated back to 1839, when the Calcutta Mechanics Institution and School of Art was founded by Frederick Carbine and replaced in 1854 by the Society of Promotion of Industrial Art. Nadine Tarar has mentioned it in his research paper. So we have notable art institutions. I have picked up the four major art institutions, like Calcutta or Kolkata School of Art, which was established in 1854, Madras School of Art, or Chennai, which is in Chennai today, 1854, JJ School, Jamshedji Jijabhai School of Art, Mumbai, 1857, and fourth was Muse School of Arts, Lahore, 1878, which is known as National College of Arts, or NCA today. Although, as I'm going to focus on academic art in Pakistan, the second major art institution was established in 1940 in Lahore. That was the Fine Arts Department of the University of the Punjab. It was established in 1940, which is known as the College of Art and Design, where I serve today. These are the images of these, the facades of these notable academic art institutions of 19th century subcontinent. As you can see, Government College of Art and Craft, Kolkata, then we have in Chennai, then we have in Mumbai, and the last on the right is New School of Arts, Lahore. What inspirations and influences on art in Pakistan these academic artists, these academic art institutions, and the legacy of colonial period artists have casted? Post-colonial trends and inspirations that art institutions of Pakistan adopted in imparting art education started even before the birth of Pakistan in 1947. By 1940, Amrita Shergill and A.R. Chughtai had exhibitions in Lahore. Lahore has already become a major city or the cultural hub of Punjab. And these Amrita Shergill and Chughtai's have their distinctive style paintings. Like Amrita Shergill was, she came from West, and she studied in Paris, so she had a Western style of painting technique. Whether A.R. Chughtai was inspired by the Bengal School of Art, and he had that specifically groomed style in miniature painting, which is today we call as the Chughtai style of miniature painting. And there were also an Italian painter and a prisoner of World War II, Mario Perelingiri. He was based in Lahore and working on the restoration of Lahore Gymkhana during 1944 and 46. So even before, 10 years before the birth of Pakistan, there were art activities in the city. There were exhibitions, there were painters, and these painters are those who were established and who were working in this city and having exhibitions, and their work was being appreciated as well. And as we mentioned earlier, 1947, Pakistan emerged as a sovereign state and inherited two art institutions in Lahore. Like we discussed, there was a school in Kolkata, there was a school in Chennai, there was a school in Mumbai, there was a school in Lahore. But when Pakistan became a sovereign state in 1947. It had New School of Arts, which was established in 1878, and the Fine Arts Department, which was established in 1940. And after that, the students who studied in those two prestigious art institutions, later on, within a span of few years, actually within a span of 5 to 10 years, there were other institutions and departments established in various colleges and universities of Lahore and even other cities of Pakistan as well. Other academic art institutions which were established were Lahore College for Women University, 1952 to 53, was established in that period of time. Karachi School of Art, 1964. Indus Valley School of Arts and Architecture, 1989. Pakistan Institute of Fashion Design, 1994. BNU, Beacon House National University, Lahore, 2003. ICA Institute of Culture and Arts, 2016. These are the major and notable art academic institutions today known in the art scene of Pakistan. Art and design departments at the University of Balochistan, BHOPAL, University of Peshawar, KPK, and University of Azad Jammu and Kashmir. These are other institutions. But what is common in all those institutions is the technique that is being taught and the syllabus they have. Like the major subjects in post-colonial art institutions is Pakistan. This is a very critical subject. Like in theoretical subjects, in most of the academic institutions, we were taught the history of Western art, history of modern art, techniques of paintings, art appreciation, history of design, modern design, and in practical subjects, we were taught drawing, graphite, charcoal, silver point, dry pastels, painting, oil color and watercolor, plate making, lithograph, etching, aquatint, dry point, and in sculpture, stone, wood, clay, molding. Unfortunately, as we inherited this syllabus from the colonial period and colonial canons and the colonial model, there was no art history of South Asia, no sculpture study of this land, and no detailed study of the materials that have been used here for centuries. Up till 1970, when few bigwigs and few scholars introduced the history of South Asia, history of Indus Valley art and craft, and other such subjects that were indigenized and indigenous to this land. Here, after post-colonial period, what we call from 1947 to 1970, it shaped a generation of artists that was inspired by the Western technique and Western style of art. So what we produced, and it was not the case only with Lahore or with Karachi or with Pakistan. I think in all the institutions of South Asia, we inherited these subjects. Like we were studying history of Western art, we were studying history of modern art, we were studying techniques of painting, oil color, print making, everything. There is no harm in that, in learning that, because that was the new or the modern style in art. But at the same time, as early as we got liberated, I think there should have been indigenous subjects as well. The second major instrumental thing was the language, which was English language. Even today, we need to, we live in South Asia, but we are linked with the English language more appropriately for academic achievements as well as for international communication. So the academic art institutions of Pakistan offered all theoretical subjects in English language. Therefore, it created a distance between the indigenized, traditionally skilled practitioner and the academically trained artist. So, art is not only an academic achievement. Art is also a social achievement. Art is not only an academic achievement. Art is also a social achievement. Art is not only an academic achievement. Art is also a social achievement. Art is not only an academic 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 achievement. Art is not only an ac we are born artists. Everybody has love for art. Even a child in every part of the world, given the opportunity, he or she would draw on the walls, on the floor, and it is instinctive. So there are so many artists. Like as you have, we love Rajasthan as for the colorful art they made in their houses. We in Pakistan, there are so many villages which produce distinctive art. The other day, I think Ms. Hira was presenting that lacquer art technique presentation, which is like popular technique in Pakistan and the other cities of Pakistan. So indigenized art should have been synchronized with the modern technique, either in technique or in subject. This is something the traditional art was marked as more a skill, and the practitioners are as artisans rather than artists by the academically trained so-called modern and educated artists. Because they had the approach of for international galleries and museums rather than a local artist who was called a mere artisan. And although he was well skilled, well acclaimed, well skilled and well trained, but he was not as blessed to have opportunities to present his or her work at an international level. Although now the internet has given that opportunity, but still that problem persists. The language barrier also distanced both the artist and the patrons of artistic bureaucracy started to emerge. Artistic bureaucracy means the hegemony that has been presented by the bigwigs, the influential echelons of the country, and kind of artistic bureaucracy promote those artists who have links and who can present their art to a level where the audience or the visitor is either the elite or international. Western genres, styles, and techniques became popular and acceptable in comparison to the labored local genres, especially in the first 30 years, as I mentioned earlier. And the popular genre and styles in post-colonial art of Pakistan, I think we have similar genres, with exception of one or two. We have landscape, cityscape painting, which is rendered in realistic, modern realistic or conceptual approach, figurative and portrait painting, and realistic and conceptual. Printmaking, which has techniques like lithograph, woodcut, aquatint, etching. Sculptures and ceramic arts, stone chisel, wood chisel, clay, metal, mold and cast, figurative, non-figurative. Abstract, semi-abstract, non-representational, conceptual and modern. And calligraphy, that is something which is, Pakistan, in which genre Pakistan has actually performed well. By 1980 to today, the calligraphic painting has emerged as a trademark of art in Pakistan. It was traditional, stylistic, and geometric, influenced by the verses of Quran or by the sayings and the poetry of notable poets. Then we had miniature style, which emerged as in true style, sports style painting, and secular style painting. Then photography and digital painting, as we know, in every country, it is prevailing as a modern genre. Here are a few images to show you how Pakistani art was influenced and how it emerged. The first on the side.
Mr. Nadeem, you are having another 5 minutes to conclude the session.
Okay, thank you.
So on the left side, we have Untitled by Zubaida Agha, which is like very abstract. Then we have Landscape by Khalid Iqbal, which is in Western technique, but the palette is very much indigenous. Then we have Colin David, the figurative artist, and the calligraphic painting by Shakir Ali. And although modern art movements ended in Europe by 1945 and the postmodern era began, however, almost all these styles evolved under these modern movements, prevailed through post-colonial art in Pakistan. Whichever art movement has been practiced in Europe, still exist, like realism, impressionism, expressionism, cubism, abstract expressionism, and surrealism. Still, we have artists who are working in those styles, although after 1947, the Europe has entered into postmodern era. These are few of these, like first is in abstract, the second is kind of, cubism, and again the abstract, and the last one is somehow impressionistic. Early years of academic art in Pakistan, 1947 to 70, are marked with post-colonial trends and inspirations. The Fine Arts Department of the Punjab University Lahore remained under Anna Mulk Ahmad from 1940 to 1994. Whether New School of Arts has been a legacy of colonial bigwigs at its principal John Lockwood Kipling, then W.F.E. Andrews, then Percy Brown, then Lionel Heath. All these served till 1929. Sidney Spalding was the last principal of the New School of Arts, and the first principal of National College of Arts was Mr. Schoenberg. So it shows that these British academicians shaped the early years of Pakistani art. The second generation, after the first generation of academic artists working and teaching mostly under the European inspirations, the second generation of academic artists emerged during 1970s. Politically charged environment with anti-colonial and pro-communism romance which influenced the social, political, anthropological environments. Naturally, the artists were also affected by the radically charged atmosphere, and during this era, the nationalism, patriotism, self-identity, and localized themes started to emerge. The Western style and technique embraced local colors and socially aware art. Sadiq Khan, Nagori, Ejazul Hassan, Zainul Abidin are few artists. Here I would like to mention Zainul Abidin was from, Bangladesh. Post-colonialism in the 21st century, although during 1980s and 90s, the post-colonial trends and inspirations diffused as compared to the first 2 decades. However, the art institutions of Pakistan still have a major focus on Western art history, techniques of paintings, and popular genres. Now, the indigenized subjects and practices have also earned acceptance and acknowledgement. Contemporary miniature is one of the examples, folk art, truck art, pottery, installation, etc. Along with contemporary trends, but with a good share of American art, Japanese art, Russian style, and the digital media. With the advent of social media in the 21st century, the anti-colonial thought or theory seems creeping at the back of the minds among young artists, regardless of their technique, style, and genre. Although the techniques are still there, but the subject matter and the thought has started to become indigenized. One of the example of that is how many, one painting is by Imran Qureshi and the other is by Rashid Rana, and where one is influenced by the terrorist attacks in the country, and the other is by the carpet, which is a symbol of royalty and elite. But if you would work on Rashid Rana's painting, it has images of human catastrophe in different eras. So he has merged those catastrophic images into a rug, a very elite symbol. And with that, I would end, and these are the references if you would like to, go further on any of these topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nadeem. I think now the floor is open for questions and answer discussion session. I would like to comment on your presentation actually. Actually, it was a very nice presentation, and I have gathered many information with regard to the art, and also you were focusing on 4 main art institutions in located in Chennai and Kolkata and Mumbai, Lahore. Particularly, you were just focusing on the Pakistani arts, but of course, you were generally focused the South Asian part as well. So, finally, you were just explaining what are the post-colonial trends and the evolution of the arts, and these type of things were highlighted with your presentation. So it was a very interesting presentation, and also it has provided many meaningful insights to the academic world. So thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Mr. Nadeem.
Thank you so much. It was a privilege, and thank you, Dr. Mishra, for finding me out. I don't know how come you found me, but it was wonderful having been part of such a wonderful activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Radhisha, please your comment. Our mic, unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add a few things to Anupama ma'am. It was really interesting presentation because when we look at the time period from, let's say, 1850 to 1950 in Southeast Asian countries, there was a lot of academization happening because of the presence of British. And it is interesting to look at how slowly and steadily the people of all the countries like India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, they took a little bit from the Western ideas and tried to retain their indigenous quality. So same as in art, in architecture also it was a lot of academization, so-called academic way in which architecture could be learned formally. So first art schools, as they started in 1850s and 70s, first architecture colleges also started in the beginning of 20th century in India. So I think it was interesting to look at, it will be interesting to look at that matrix wherein art and architecture as well as other domains of learning are getting refined. But the quest is to keep the indigenous qualities of this place. So it's always like whenever we look at Southeast Asian artists and architects' work, that small notion of keeping what is theirs is intact, and they try to take and do certain things. So yeah, that was an interesting talk, which gives a new dimension of thinking as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Anupma, Madam, for chairing the session, given time on chairing the session and sharing your views, and co-chairperson, Riddhi Shah, for his views and given time, and Mr. Nadeem Alam sir. एक्चुअली अभी आपने कहा मैंने कैसे आपको मिला, एक्चुअली वहाँ के जो एक्सपर्ट हैं उनसे भी मैंने इसके लिए चर्चा की थी, और दूसरा आपका जो यूनिवर्सिटी का वेबसाइट है उसमें भी जो मेल आईडी मुझको मिले थे, और मैं एक एक करके सबका जो है वो देख रहा था इंटरेस्ट क्या करता है, तो उसके अनुसार हमने जो है वो आपको यहाँ पर बुलाया था, और बहुत बढ़िया आपने प्रेजेंट किया, अपना समय दिया, और बहुत पाकिस्तान के मुख्य रूप से ये कल्चरल एकेडमिक आर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान पर बहुत बढ़िया जो है आपने ऑडियंस को यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट को बताया है। थोड़ा सा समय की कमी थी हमारे पास, क्योंकि काफ़ी टाक होनी थी, लेकिन कम समय में भी आपने बहुत अच्छा पूरी जानकारी यहाँ की दी है, और मैं अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की ओर से, अपने कंट्री की ओर से, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की ओर से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। धन्यवाद
जी, थैंक यू सो मच, बहुत शुक्रिया, and it is really a pleasure and hope that this practice should carry on. Not only it would connect the intellectuals of this area, like South Asia, it was, if it was bound by the Britishers, it should have been in link, because every one of us, I think, from Bangladesh, from Sri Lanka, or from India and from Pakistan, we have some very common grounds to work on, and as the architecture, the art, and the indigenized taste. The modern day, we could not survive unless we have the indigenized and our own taste in hand, and having all the modern techniques in other hand. So I think this your effort is much appreciated, that it has linked us all together, and hope we would work together in one way or the other in future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
तो सपोर्ट चाहेंगे सर ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट्स को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जानकारी मिल सके. थैंक यू.
Most welcome. Most welcome.
Next talk, session chairperson Professor G.K. Oja Saab, Professor of History, Udaipur, India. Co-chairperson Madam Anita Bose, author and researcher, Bangkok, Thailand, and eminent speaker, two eminent speakers in this session, Mr. Golvalkar and Mr. Rashikesh Rani, Heritage Project Consultant, Nashik, Maharashtra, India. Welcome, sir. Golvalkar sir and Rani sir, welcome. सर ओझा साहब थोड़ी देर में आ रहे हैं, जस्ट वो अभी थे और कुछ काम से गए हैं, वो जस्ट ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं. पहले आप अपना वो स्टार्ट कर दें, इसके बाद फिर वो इंट्रोड्यूस कर दें. टाइम थोड़ा बच जाए. ओके, वेलकम. पीपीटी आप अपने घर से प्रेजेंट करेंगे?
हाँ. यस सर.
ओके. Title: Exploration and Documentation of Ancient Board Game Campaign, Maharashtra State.
Yes. Yes. Should we start?
Yes.
Thank you, one and all. Good afternoon to everybody from various parts of country and across. This is me, Rishikesh Rani, and my partner Socio-Cultural will be basically talking about this initiative or a project that I have been doing in different parts of Maharashtra. This is called Prachin Khel Samvardhan Mohim, which is an initiative to basically safeguard ancient board games through various different collaborative initiatives and projects that we have been working towards since so many years. So the first part will be basically what sort of a background it has. Then in the middle we'll be talking about what exactly this project is focusing on, what sort of the highlights of the year have been, and in the end, what is the future and what are the things that we propose to do in the later years. Next. As you are all aware, the board games in India have a very large heritage and history attached to it. We still find many dices, different parts of games and pieces found across the Harappan Valley even today. Many board games have also been mentioned in literature, sculptures, paintings. You can see two right next to on the right panel. Different kingdoms have been part of it. Mythology has been part of it. And even today, these board games have been found at different places. Caves, hills, mandapa, you name it. Religious ghats, mansions, dharamshalas. These games are everywhere. But what has happened over the years that we'll be majorly talking about, and what drove this project to come into existence. Next. So whenever we enter these places that I just talked about, how many of us actually look down on the surface of the monument? I'm talking about the floorings of the monument, because majority of these games and majority of the time these games are actually right under us, but we are actually mesmerized by what is in front of us, the pillars, the idols, the different intricate carvings of these. So that's what generally the academics and everybody is focusing about. So what has happened is, over the years, due to this lack of awareness, negligence, and to be honest, even knowing that these different kinds of graffitis and etchings are actually games, they have been plastered over, cemented over, and various different things have been placed upon it, and sooner or later they get lost to us. This is a very unintentional demarcation because of the current conservation practices, because in the normal terminology we are not aware that much about exactly what these games look like, how they are come into existence. And one of the major challenges that we face is the cementing and plastering. Everything is irreversible material. We can't actually go and dig in and bring them back and just demolish it again in order to resurface these games, because a large amount of money has been already invested to cement it and everything. So it's also very important to understand that these games have to be, in the current scenario, considered as an important fabric of the monuments. We see pillars, we see idols, we see different kinds of images being an important fabric of the monument. Our argument and our focus is games are also part of that fabric, which needs to be focused on. Next. These are some of the examples, or these are some of the incidences that we have come across during our research. The first picture, or the picture that you see, is from Solapur. It's from Lonar. It's a World Heritage Site, Buldhana, very popular for its lunar crater. And there are different kinds of temples surrounded. Right where you see is there is a metal pole standing on top of this game to hold the temple structure solid. This is actually a game of solitaire. We try to research more about it, learn more about it, but we did not find any article about Lona, this particular temple, which was covering this game as a part of the history. There are several examples down there. Next. This is another example from Solapur. This is from a temple, a Shiv temple on Gotewadi. This is a game which is called Panchakhelia, which has been cemented over, as you can see, and has been lost to us. Next. This is another example of this game called Nine Man Morris in the Solapur. You can see people have created a surface for Temple Nandi, and above that, below that, you can see this game. And this new temple structure is actually very modern. This is made later. It is a later addition to fit that Nandi at that position. But you can see the game has been lost to us. Probably there will be many more games in this same panel, but it's now completely gone. Next. So these were some of the examples, or these are some of the examples which drove this project. We started out in January 2022 via Facebook. Our main motive was, since we have just come out of pandemic, there were a lot of many things. Traveling was a major issue. We could not travel, we could not go to these places, try to raise a conversation going, try to identify and try to raise this, flag it out to the different authorities. What we try to do is convert this into a publicly driven initiative, primarily focusing from a Facebook as an initiative where a large number of people can come together, share their knowledge, share their viewpoints, and what can be the different alternatives to do so, and what can be the different alternatives to preserve and conserve these games. Initially, what we used to do in order to get this thing going, to share these findings, share this information, like the photos that we have shared, that we just showed you on these Facebook groups, this Facebook account that we had created by the same name. We try to explain people that these are not just normal carvings, these are actually games. It has a certain significance attached to it, certain history attached to it. It has been part of history, it has been part of different trade, it has been part of different religious practices, mythological stories. And overall, what we received was a very simple give and take, that we used to ask people to share their leads. If you have found any games on any temple, any hillside places, different places, just send it to us, give us certain location where you have found it on which date, and you'll see down the line what exactly happens to them. The core objective of this entire project is to create awareness about this ancient Buddhism studies in Maharashtra, particularly, get the conversation going. Adding to that, another objective is to come up with different kinds of modification updates in the current conservation practices, to see what can be done in order to preserve such happenings, which I just showed you. and down the line is actually one of the major crucial aspects is to providing people with as much information as possible and knowledge as possible, so they come back to us and they come back to us, tell us, oh, I found this here, is it a game, oh, is it not a game, and get this thing completely going. Again, with awareness about this board games. Next. Sojo, it's your turn. My partner Sushma will now cover major aspect of the project down the line.
हमने 2017 से अब तक करीब करीब 340 बोर्ड गेम्स डॉक्यूमेंट किए। उसमें से कुछ ऐसे प्लेसेस थे कि वहाँ हमें खुद जाना पड़ता था, और जो लोनार का जो आप फोटो दिख रहे हैं, लोनार एक्चुअली एक सरोवर जैसा है, लोनार सरोवर है, बहुत फेमस है, और उसी जगह पे उसी एरिया में हमें बहुत सारे बोर्ड गेम्स के ट्रेसेस मिले हैं। उसके साथ साथ बाजू में है सोलापुर में मोहोल करके एक गांव है, उस गांव में बहुत सारे टेम्पल्स है। उसी टेम्पल्स में हमको 9 मैन मोरीज, पंचकेला जैसे बोर्ड गेम्स मिले हैं। इसी प्रोजेक्ट से रिलेटेड हमने मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी में अलग अलग टाइम पे इसके प्रेजेंटेशंस दिए हैं। इसमें आखिरी में आप देख सकते हैं, ये मारुंजी हिल्स करके एक पुणे में हिंजोड़ी MIDC है, उसके ऊपर जो हिल है मारुंजी करके, वहां पे हमें एक सबसे बड़ा बोर्ड गेम वहां पे मिला था। एक्चुअली ये जो बोर्ड गेम है ये ज्यादा पुराना नहीं बोल सकते, लेकिन ये कम से कम 200 से 250 ईयर्स ओल्ड है, और इसका नाम है वाघ बकरी। वाघ बकरी इसको नेपाल में पाकचाल नाम के करके भी बोला जाता है, और उसका जो साइज है वो साइज हमको 6 by 6 फीट का मिला है, जो हम मानते हैं कि इंडिया में सबसे बड़ा जो एनग्रेव किया हुआ जो बोर्ड गेम है वो वहां पे है। और उसका अगर आप फोटो में देख सकते तो आपको पता चलेगा कि वो फ्लैट सरफेस पे ना हो, तो वो एक उतार के तरीके में है। और इसी तरह से हम ऑल ओवर महाराष्ट्र में सोलापुर, लोणार, सतारा, सोलापुर, नासिक ऐसे अलग अलग जगह पे घूम के वहां पे जो भी बोर्ड गेम्स है वो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन और एक्सप्लोरेशन कर रहे हैं। बहुत सारे जो भी जगह है, सभी जगह पे मोस्टली हमको मुकाला करके जो बोर्ड गेम है, जिसे तमिल में पलंगुली बोलते हैं और कन्नड़ा में अड़गुली माने बोलते हैं, तो ये बोर्ड गेम्स हमें बहुत ज्यादा संख्याओं में मिलते हैं। उसके अलावा बैकगेमॉन्स है, 9 मैन मोरीज है। 9 मैन मोरीज ये जो है सबसे मेरा जो लाइफ का बोर्ड गेम का स्टार्टिंग है वो मेरा डायरेक्टली 3 रश्मि केव जो नासिक केव है उसी साइड से मेरे को मिले थे, और उसी केव्स में 1 to 10 केव के अंदर मुझे 13 बोर्ड गेम्स वहां पे मिले हैं। उसके साथ साथ हमने जब ये प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया तो शुरू करने के बाद बहुत सारे लोगों का हमें रिस्पांस आया। उन्होंने उनके जो भी सिटी या फिर टेम्पल केव जिसमें भी वहाँ वो घूमते थे, वो वहां पे जाने के बाद वो हमको उस तरह के फोटोज सेंड किया करते थे। तो इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि एक वागेरा करके एक फोर्ट है नासिक में, तो वहां पे हमको ये बकरी मिला था। उसके साथ ये तुलजा केव जो जुन्नर में है वहां पे हमको मिला था। उसके साथ साथ एलोरा केव में भी 25 का जो बोर्ड गेम है वो हमको यहाँ पे मिला था। तो बेसिकली हम क्या करते कि सबसे पहले हमें जो सोर्सेस है वो सोर्सेस हम कैसे ढूंढते हैं। तो जैसे कि हमने बोला कि एक फेसबुक पेज और फेसबुक अकाउंट हमने क्रिएट किया था। उसके साथ साथ हमने जो भी एंशिएंट टेम्पल्स है, उसके साथ साथ केव्स है, तो उनके जो भी गूगल के मैप रहते हैं, तो गूगल के मैप में बहुत सारे लोग जब विजिट करते हैं तो वहां पे वो फोटोज क्लिक करते हैं। तो हमने अलग अलग जो भी साइट्स है वहां पे हमने हर एक फोटो चेक करके हमने देखा कि यहाँ पे गेम है या नहीं है। जिसमें भी हमें बोर्ड गेम मिलता था तो हम डायरेक्टली वहां पे जाने का प्लान करते थे और उसका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करते थे। तो इस तरह से हम अलग अलग जगह पे जाकर हमको जो बोर्ड गेम है वो हमने डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया। तो बेसिकली अभी फरवरी 2022 में मारुंजी जो हिल मैंने बोला था, तो वहां पे हमको सबसे ज्यादा बोर्ड गेम्स मिले थे। वहां पे करीब करीब 41 बोर्ड गेम्स हमने वहां पे रिकॉर्ड किए एक ही हिल पे। तो उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे जो कापुर होल करके एक एरिया है, वहाँ पे हमको 35 बोर्ड गेम्स मिले थे। उसके साथ साथ वैष्णो धाम करके जो जोनर का एरिया है, वहाँ पे हमको 32 बोर्ड गेम्स मिले हैं। ऐसे अलग अलग हमने डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किए। तो बेसिकली यहाँ पे आप देख सकते कि डॉक्यूमेंटेशन और एक्सप्लोरेशन करते टाइम हमने जो जो जगह पे डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया है और वहाँ पे कितने बोर्ड गेम्स मिले हैं, तो हम यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं। तो एक जो मैंने अपना लाइफ का स्टार्टिंग किया था त्रेसवीं के उससे, तो वहाँ पे मेरे को 13 बोर्ड गेम्स मिले थे। जो ऐश्वर्येश्वर टेम्पल है सिन्नर में, वहाँ पे 18 बोर्ड गेम्स मिले हैं। गोंदेश्वर टेम्पल आप सभी को पता है कि गोंदेश्वर टेम्पल एक पंचेतन टेम्पल का एक पार्ट है और वो महाराष्ट्र में पाया जाता है। उस गोंदेश्वर टेम्पल के ही जो अलग अलग पार्ट्स है, जैसे कि गणेश मंदिर हो गया, महिषासुर मर्दिनी का मंदिर हो गया, तो उसके बाहर के साइड में हमको बोर्ड गेम्स मिले हैं। उसके साथ साथ रिंगलवाड़ी केव जो है वहां पे मिले हैं, अंकाई केव्स है, घग्या टेकड़ी हिल उसको बोला जाता है। ऐसे अलग अलग महाराष्ट्र की जो भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, उसके साथ साथ जो भी स्टेपवेल्स है, तो स्टेपवेल्स के पास भी हमको ये बोर्ड गेम मिले हैं। तो इस तरह से हमने अब तक करीब करीब 400 के आसपास बोर्ड गेम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किए। तो ये बोर्ड गेम्स डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करने के लिए हम जो भी चीजें इस्तेमाल करते हैं उसमें है मेजरमेंट टेप, जो कि ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्केल रहती है फोटोग्राफी के लिए। उससे एक अंदाजा है कि जो अपना बोर्ड गेम है उसकी साइज कितनी है, क्योंकि जब हमको 6x6 फीट का बोर्ड गेम मिला था तो उसी से हमको पता चला था कि इतना बड़ा बोर्ड गेम अगर दिखाना है तो उस टाइम में क्या स्केल यूज किया। तो उस टाइम में खुद वहां पे लेटा था और उसका एक फोटो लिया था, तो उससे एक अंदाजा है कि 6x6 फीट का ये बोर्ड गेम है। उसके साथ साथ हम कैमरा कैरी करते हैं, उसके साथ कंपास जो है वो कैरी करते हैं। कभी कभी रिफ्लेक्टर्स हमको कैरी करने पड़ते हैं, क्योंकि सनलाइट ज्यादा होता है, अगर डिफ्यूजर यूज किया तो फिर जो लाइट है वो कम आता है। क्लीनिंग के लिए हम हमेशा जो नेचुरल टूल्स रहते हैं, जैसे कि ब्रश जो नेचुरल में आता है वो यूज करते हैं। उसके साथ साथ पानी भी कैरी करते हैं। और जो भी लोकेशन है, तो अभी अगर किसी फोर्ट पे या किसी हिल पे अगर गए तो वहां पे मोबाइल नेटवर्क नहीं रहता, तो इसलिए हमारे पास जीपीएस डिवाइस रहता है जो कि एक्यूरेट जीपीएस कोऑर्डिनेट्स शो करता है। कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता है कि जो केव है वहां पे बहुत अंधेरा है, तो वहां पे फोटो क्लिक करने के लिए कम से कम एक फोकस करने के लिए थोड़ा सा लाइट होना जरूरी है। तो उस टाइम पे हमारे पास एक टॉर्च वगैरह रहता है, उसके साथ साथ गेम पीसेस भी रहता है। तो इसे अलग अलग जो चीजें हैं वो सब हम कैरी करके ये सब डॉक्यूमेंटेशन प्रॉपरली करते हैं। डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होने के बाद जो हमारा ये रहता है शीट रहता है, तो शीट के गूगल शीट वगैरह जो रहता है उस पे हम इस तरह के पॉइंट्स करके रखते हैं। उसमें सीरियल नंबर, डेट, जो लोकेशन है वो लोकेशन, गेम का नेम क्या है। कभी कभी ऐसे भी बोर्ड गेम्स मिलते हैं कि वो हमको आइडेंटिफाई नहीं किए रहते, तो जो भी अगर कोई स्कल्पचर्स वगैरह मिला या फिर कुछ एनग्रेव किया हुआ मिला, अगर वो हमको पता ना हो तो वहां पे अननोन गेम करके लिखा जाता है। तो इस तरह से ये पूरा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन ऑल ओवर महाराष्ट्र के अलग अलग डिस्ट्रिक्ट में चल रहा है। तो जब भी हमने बोर्ड गेम के जो फेसबुक पेज है वो हमने जब स्टार्ट किया था, तो जिस लोगों से हमारे पास फोटोज आते थे, तो उस टाइम में हमने इस तरह के पोस्टर्स बनाने स्टार्ट किए थे। ये एक्चुअली है मराठी लैंग्वेज में, और इसमें फर्स्ट आता है बोर्ड गेम का नेम, तो उसको मंकला, पलंगुड़ी और गायचरा ऐसे करके भी बोला जाता है। मंकला का ही अलग अलग डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, अलग अलग सिटीज में अलग अलग लोगों के जरिए उसका नाम चेंज होता है। तो मंकला जो है वो एक्चुअल नेम है जो अफ्रीका का है, पलंगुली जो है वो तमिलनाडु में बोला जाता है, और गायचरा जो है वो महाराष्ट्र के जो भी छोटे छोटे विलेजेस है वहाँ पे ये बोला जाता है। उसके साथ जो बोर्ड गेम कब मिला है तो उसका डेट लिखा जाता है, उसके साथ उसका प्लेस जो है वो लिखा जाता है। यहाँ पे हम जीपीएस कोऑर्डिनेट्स नहीं डालते हैं, क्योंकि जीपीएस कोऑर्डिनेट डालने के बाद कभी कभी उसका मतलब 5 या 6 सालों के बाद वो कोऑर्डिनेट्स चेंज भी होते रहते हैं, तो इसलिए हम ज्यादा कोऑर्डिनेट्स यूज नहीं करते हैं इसी पोस्टर में। और उसके साथ साथ जो बोर्ड गेम का हिस्ट्री है वो हम उसमें लिखते हैं। उसके साथ साथ जिसने ये बोर्ड गेम खोजा है जिसने जिसने डिस्कवर किया है उसका नाम भी इसमें ऐड किया जाता है। तो जैसे कि मैंने पहले बताया कि जो मारुंजी हिल है वहाँ पे हमको 6x6 फीट का जो बोर्ड गेम मिला। तो ये बोर्ड गेम इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि इसमें आप कितने अच्छे से बनाया है। उसके साथ साथ हमने वहाँ पे हर एक पॉइंट पे जैसे कि बोर्ड गेम खेलते हैं तो बोर्ड गेम खेलते टाइम ये जो पॉइंट रहते हैं तो पॉइंट पे हमने गेम पीसेस रखे भी देखे। तो गेम पीसेस अगर आप सर्कल वाला कोई लेते हैं, गेम पीस लेते हैं या फिर सुपारी लेते हैं या फिर कुछ भी नट्स वगैरह रखते हैं या फिर पीनट्स वगैरह रखते हैं, ऐसे अलग अलग हमने ट्राई करके देखे और वहां पे वो अच्छे से सेट होता है। तो ऐसा नहीं कि एक उतार जैसा सरफेस है और वहां से वो स्लिप हो जाते हैं, ऐसा इसमें हमको नहीं मिला। तो ये एक बोर्ड गेम यहाँ पे मिला है। इसके साथ साथ हम हमारा ये प्रोजेक्ट चलते टाइम पुणे के जो मास कम्युनिकेशन के स्टूडेंट्स है उन्होंने हमारे ऊपर खेल चालाला भुवनपट्टी करके एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री निकाला था। उसके साथ साथ जो एबीपी माझा है जो नेशनल न्यूज चैनल है उसके ऊपर भी ये हमारा जो डिस्कवर हुआ था मारुंजी में उसका जो स्पेशल रिपोर्ट है वो दिखाया गया था। सो ये एक इमेजिनेशन है कि अगर उस टाइम में अगर लोग कैसे रहते होंगे, कैसे गेम खेलते होंगे, तो ये फोटो जो है वो मारुंजी का है जहाँ पे हमको 44 या 45 गेम्स मिले हैं। उसके बाद वहां पे वो कैसे रहते होंगे, कैसे खेलते होंगे, इसका एक एग्जाम्पल आपको यहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगा। उसके साथ साथ ये है त्रिरश्मि केव का एक इमेजिनेशन फोटो। इसमें आप देख सकते हैं बेसिकली क्या रहता है कि जो भी केव्स है तो केव्स में इससे पहले बहुत सारे ट्रैवलर्स आके जाते हैं। ट्रैवलर्स जो रहते हैं वो कभी व्यापार के लिए भी आते हैं। व्यापारी जो ट्रेड रूट है उसको ट्रेडर्स बोलते हैं, ट्रेड रूट बोलते हैं। तो ट्रेडर्स जो रहते हैं वो अलग अलग कास्ट के रहते हैं, अलग अलग कंट्री से रहते हैं। तो वो एक साथ अगर एक केव में आएगी तो उनके जो वहाँ के स्पेशलाइज्ड गेम है जैसे कि मंकाला जो है वो अफ्रीका का है और जो 9 मैन मोरिस है वो रोमन ट्रेड का गेम है। ऐसे अलग अलग उनके पास के जो गेम है वो कैसे खेलते होंगे और उस टाइम का उस केव में क्या इमेजिनेशन होगा ये आप इसमें देख सकते हैं। तो इसके साथ साथ बहुत सारे महाराष्ट्र के जो भी नेशनल चैनल्स है उन्होंने हमारे ऊपर जो भी न्यूज है वो उन्होंने ये किया था। उसके साथ साथ ये बोर्ड गेम जो है वो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करने के साथ साथ उसका अवेयरनेस भी होना चाहिए। इसलिए हम अलग अलग गांव में जाकर उन लोगों को उनके गांव में जो बोर्ड गेम्स मिले हैं वो सिखाते हैं ताकि उनका जो पहले का कल्चर था वो जब बंद हो गया तो उसका आगे का जो कल्चर अभी से आगे के जनरेशन को पता चले, इसलिए हम ये करते हैं। उसके साथ साथ बहुत सारे स्कूल कॉलेजेस जो रहते हैं तो स्कूल कॉलेजेस में भी हम ये बोर्ड गेम्स के सेशंस लेते हैं और उन बच्चों को ये मैथमेटिकल और स्ट्रेटेजिक के बोर्ड गेम्स है वो हम सिखाते हैं। जो भी बोर्ड गेम्स हमको मिले हैं जैसे कुछ फोर्ट्स है, कुछ टेम्पल्स है, उसके साथ साथ कुछ सीक्रेट प्लेसेस है जैसे कि कोई हिल रहता है तो हिल के नीचे का एरिया रहता है, कभी हिल के ऊपर भी मिलता है, कभी कभी टेम्पल्स के साथ साथ जो भी पुराने घर है जैसे कि पुराना कुछ स्ट्रक्चर होगा उसमें भी ये बोर्ड गेम्स मिलते हैं। जो भी हमको केव्स में मिलते हैं तो केव्स का रेफरेंस हम उसके पहले जो भी ट्रेडर्स वगैरह आके गए हैं उनसे मैच करके देख रहे हैं। उसके साथ साथ जो सबसे पहले क्या रहता है कि नाला सोपारा जो रोमन ट्रेड रूट है वहां से डायरेक्टली नालेघाट का लोकेशन दिखाता है, लेकिन नालेघाट के और नाला सोपारा के अंदर के जो प्लेसेस है वो हाईलाइट अब तक किए गए नहीं है। तो इस बोर्ड गेम के जरिए हम अंदर के जो भी प्लेसेस है वो आइडेंटिफाई करके हम आगे एक प्रॉपरली ट्रेड रूट बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं। तो इसी बोर्ड गेम से रिलेटेड जो भी हमको चांसेस मिलता है, जैसे कि कुछ स्कूल कॉलेजेस वगैरह में या फिर कभी कभी कोई फंक्शंस वगैरह रहते हैं, कभी एग्जीबिशंस रहते हैं, तो उसमें भी हम ये बोर्ड गेम का अवेयरनेस करते रहते हैं। खुशी?
Yes. So what has happened over the time period is that we have understood various different things about these games also, apart from just how to play and what to do. And this is the one common example that we can give you is this is a game called Ashtachallas. In Gujarati, it's called Ishto. In various different languages, it's called very different names. So we have managed to track down the actually regional heritage of this game, regional names of this game. If we can just show you next. This one common normal game has approximately more than 25 to 20 names in very different languages of across India. We can give you in Maharashtrian context, we have more than 5 to 6 names for this one particular game. So that gives us one of the insights that within the place, even if that game has traveled across, these games have also become a part of their own culture, their own heritage. They have understood and made it of their own. And that's what one of the major essence of this games as is. It not only brings different type of people together, community together, but it also immerses itself into the complete entirety of the community and the society itself. Next. And talking about this thing is we wanted to show and highlight one of the major challenges that we faced along with that. We did not see a lot of representation of these games in the modern culture until and unless we started researching about it. And within a couple of years back, we all know this great movie which came out called Pushpa from South India. And in that movie itself, there was one particular game called Wagh Bakri, and there was a whole song around it, and we were like, oh, this is something that pop culture, particularly in the South, has kept in touch with, but this has something that not been kept touch outside South India, particularly in Deccan context and in the North Indian context and Northeast context as well. Next, one of the other examples that we can give you is this Rajnikant movie called Adukuliyattam, which is actually a name of same game in Tamil language, and they have made a game. They have made a movie out based on this game. Next, another example is this same game showcased and highlighted in this movie of Ramanujam, which is a biographical movie, and how Ramanujam grew up playing this game, and how he later in the life became a very popular scientist and mathematician, because he understood the simple complexes of plus and minus through these games, because these games were not just played as a normal time pass in current language, if we say, but were rather a part of education, they were part of growing up. This was one of the essential things that all the individuals, let it be 90-year-old or let it be 9-year-old, had to learn and had to play, because it not only gave them this certain education, kept their reflexes solid, but even in the later years made sure that it also made memories with their children, with their different kinds of people. So next. What we have tried to come up with is like Sojo was talking about, creating a coordinated trade route, or trying to track trade route out of it. Because like we told you, we try to collect the geo coordinates of these entire places. Wherever we go, we try to make sure that, okay, we have the geo coordinates of this place, because we wanted to create a Google Earth map, open access Google Earth map. So even if any person wants to go and visit to that place, and how to go, how these people can go, so we can just share this Google map with them. It's currently under process. There are a lot of things yet to be done with it. So the larger focus is to create a Google Earth map of the games across Maharashtra, and try to create this access, open access database for different kinds of people. And over the years, we have documented these games. We have been putting it across through our socials and everything. one of the larger concerns is that, oh, we don't know how to play this game. Tell us how to play this game. So every now and then, every 2 to 3 weeks time period, we make sure that we have this Facebook lives, YouTube lives, interactions with people who want to learn these games, and try to teach them these games, not only in the offline sense like Socio showed you, going there and teaching them, but also through this large array of people that have been joined with us. So currently we have more than 4,700 people on our Facebook accounts. We have more than 3,000 people joining from our Facebook group. Different kinds of WhatsApp group have been active. Blogs are active, which are all related to this one particular project. Next. So what was the idea behind it? Who were we trying to target? Who were we trying to reach out to? So there were two major factions. One was the civil citizens, and the other was government officials, and try to get into their brains. So try to make sure that this awareness goes also beyond just a normal awareness creation and education sense, but also turns into something very wholehearted policy. It can be added into different policies. State can abide by it and follow it throughout the years, because this project also has a certain table life to it. So we have been managed to touch upon various academics, non-academics, professors, educational departments, students, enthusiasts, whole bunch of it. But we have yet to be dealing with different kinds of government officials, state, national, state-wise, and trying to get their attention, trying to get their things going. So we are still working slowly upon it. I would just like to give you one small example. Currently, Sojoa is now working with the State Department of Archaeology, NAAC Circle. So we are trying to get few things going from that angle. So he has been professionally working with them for almost 6 months now. He's an employee of the state government, and we're trying to make sure that something happens down the line with the Maharashtra State Department of Archaeology. Next. Since these are very different groups, the end goal is to make sure that everybody comes together, all these different kinds of stakeholders, different kinds of key players come together, work towards it, try to share knowledge, like initially we talked about different kinds of objectives that we have, and create a very basic framework that we have in our mind right now that we'll show you next. You can call this a Bible of ours. You can call this as our main driving factor is our current framework. There are different steps that we attach, and there are different set goals that we have. Currently we are at the preliminary documentation and publication sense. Whatever the games that we find, we have been trying to put across not only as socials but also through academic journals. Some research papers are in press. Some are about to come. Some with workshops like this, events like this have been one of the major aspects to get the word going. Then another key aspect is to bring this interdisciplinary brainstorming between these decision makers. Platforms like this give us the opportunity to do that. Then also understanding the assessment of the ground reality, because at this point, whenever we are assessing the ground reality, is not only understanding what the site has been doing and what sort of things has been doing. Because one of the major aspects that Sojo didn't talk about, which I would like to highlight, is when we went to Marunji, when we understood there are games in Marunji, Pune. This later became a very important and crucial factor for us, because this particular finding got a very huge media coverage, not only in terms of normal media but also national TV per se. Marunji, there's a IT park next to it. Marunji has been disappearing over the years, and when we went there were actually construction going on. So if we you can call it heritage activism, you can call it whatever. But one of the major aspects has been that we feel that probably that site is in danger, and if there are games, let's just hope that we can record it, put it across, try to not only contain it in the academic sense, but also get people's attention to it. Not only the academics, but also the locals, also the major different peoples around it. So that has been the ground reality. That has been based on that, we can create different kinds of site protocols, site guidelines to make sure that, this things doesn't get any worse than it is actually is. And then trying to understand what sort of laws and policies we can reinterpret, try to find whatever that, there's a particular law which covers this, then if we can add games as one of the elements to it, because It's a part of history. It's not just games. It's also a large narrative attached to it. And bringing all it together, we also try to review it, analyze it, and try to implement as much as possible. And in the end goal is to create maintenance plans, try to create whatever we can do in the legal framework, whatever can we do, what kind of amendments that we can talk with people, not only of the ministry, but also of the different area groups and stuff like that. That has been the end goal of this project altogether. That has been we are trying to achieve. That has been and will be in the future. There will be focusing upon. Thank you, everybody. Next, Suja. Thank you, everybody, for listening to both of us. If you have any questions, if you have any remarks, any suggestions, please put forward it. We would love to hear from you. And thank you, the organizers, for inviting us to give us a talk to such a beautiful thing.
Yes, sir. Oja Saab? Hello. Oja Saab hai? सर मैं पहले थोड़ा परिचय दे दूं सर का, एमजी सर, फिर इसके बाद आप कंक्लूड कर देंगे।
हाँ जी।
टॉप में दो लोगों ने अपना यहाँ पर बात रखी है। टॉप में फर्स्ट है सोजवाल शैली, ये महाराष्ट्र नासिक से हैं, और एजुकेशन जो है वो मास्टर ऑफ आर्ट इन आर्कियोलॉजी एंड डिप्लोमा इन आर्कियोलॉजी। यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ बम्बई से मास्टर ऑफ आर्ट है, और डिप्लोमा जो है वो ही मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी से है। मुख्य रूप से जो है इनका जो करेंटली वर्क एज कोऑर्डिनेटर टेक्निकल असिस्टेंट इन स्टेट डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आर्कियोलॉजी नासिक, completed 1 year internship as assistant director department of archaeology। इसके अलावा जो सेकंड आने बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट है, इनका एजुकेशन जो है वो बैचलर ऑफ आर्ट इन हिस्ट्री इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रोहिया कॉलेज मुंबई, और डिप्लोमा इन हेरिटेज मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट डेक्कन कॉलेज ऑफ आर्कियोलॉजी, ईयर ऑफ ग्रेजुएशन 2022 में। हेरिटेज मैनेजमेंट विद अहमदाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी एंड कंप्लीटेड बाई बैचलर ऑफ आर्ट हिस्ट्री सब्जेक्ट एंड डिप्लोमा इन हेरिटेज मैनेजमेंट एंड साइंटिफिक स्टडीज। तो ये आप लोगों का काम है, और मैं इंद्रजीत जी से कहूँगा कि कंक्लूड करें ब्रीफली।
ओके, थैंक यू।
Yes, it was basically it was an excellent session, and मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि इस सेशन में जो टॉपिक लिया गया इसमें नवीनता थी, क्योंकि ये अपने आप में एक अनोखा था, गेम्स के ऊपर इस तरह से रिसर्च करके मेहनत करना। एंड a big salute to both of your efforts, how systematically you are doing it. You mentioned about various games and their different names in different languages, and then you also told us the sources from where you have received them, and instrument document which you carry, documentations, the virtual build-up, एंड कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट जो आप लोग कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही सराहनीय कार्य है, क्योंकि नॉर्मली इसमें कम्युनिटी को इन्वॉल्व हर कोई नहीं करता है, और ये करना ज़रूरी इसलिए भी है कि पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हमारी विरासत, हमारी धरोहर आगे के जनरेशन्स को मिलती रहे। एंड आपने साउथ इंडियन मूवीज़ का रेफरेंस भी दिया, इससे पता चला कि इनको अभी भी इसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टेज में वो लोग यूज़ करने कंसिडर कर रहे हैं। साउथ में वैसे भी कल्चर को लेके थोड़ा ज़्यादा वो करते हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है ये चीज़। मेरा एक प्रश्न है आप लोगों से, क्योंकि मैं एक म्यूजियोलॉजिस्ट हूँ तो मेरा बहुत इंटरेस्ट है इन चीज़ों में, तो इसमें ये कि जब आपने इन गेम्स के बारे में पता करना शुरू किया तो इनिशियली में कैसे आप लोगों को पता लगा कि इस एक पर्टिकुलर गेम जो आप डिस्कवर कर रहे हैं उसको ऐसे ही खेला जाता है? इसके ऊपर आप कुछ प्रकाश डाल सकते हैं?
जी सर, जरा ऐसा है कि काफ़ी बुक्स है ना यहाँ इस चीज़ पर लिखे गए हैं पहले ही, और कुछ लोगों ने यहाँ इस पे वीडियोस भी बना के रखे हैं। सिर्फ कैसे हो जाता है ना, हर टाइम पे अगर हमारे यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में इसको अलग नाम से बुलाया जाता है तो राजस्थान में शायद से उसको अलग नाम से बुलाया जाता है। तो बहुत बहुत मुश्किलों से कभी-कभी हम यूज़ करते हैं कि काम करते हैं, गूगल लेंस खोल देते हैं, वो स्कैन करते हैं, देखते हैं क्या क्या ठीक है, कुछ वीडियो उस हिसाब से मिली, बहुत सारे बुक्स यहाँ इस चीज़ पे लिखे गए, और कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट के भरोसे पे ही बहुत सारा रूल्स का जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन हुआ है ना उस हिसाब से ही हुआ है, क्योंकि हमें बुक्स या ये सब चीज़ों में जो ऑथर्स ने, बहुत सारे तो वेस्टर्न ऑथर्स ही है और कुछ साउथ इंडिया बेस्ड है, बट जो रूल्स का जो मेजॉरिटी चीज़ है वो कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट के हिसाब से है, क्योंकि वही हमें ज़्यादा बता सकते हैं इस बारे में कि ओके हमारी माँ ऐसा खेलती थी, हमारे चाचा ऐसा खेलते थे, और इस हिसाब से इस चीज़
मैं एक बार आपसे यहाँ एक चीज़ मैं आपसे पूछूंगा कि जब आपको ऐसे इंटरव्यूज मिले तो आपने इनको रिकॉर्ड किया, वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग की इनकी?
जी तो बहुत सारे ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग्स भी है हमारे पास, कुछ चीज़ें हमने मेंशन भी की है, कुछ चीज़ें हमने डाली भी है हमारे वो अकाउंट्स पे। अगर कुछ हमें नया मिलता है, जो अगर नया मिला वो हमारे पोर्टल पे जाएगा ही फॉर श्योर। कुछ रिपीटेशन हुआ, कुछ चीज़ों में इंफॉर्मेशन में कुछ आगे पीछे का नया एडिशन होता है, उस हिसाब से वो ओवर द पोस्ट एंड ओवर द थिंग्स वो क्लियर करते रहते हैं हम लोग। So we make sure that everything is there in terms of that. So we have हमारा बहुत सारा डेटा पड़ा है, वो डेटा को किस हिसाब से हम लोग प्रेजेंट करें has been one of our major this focus of की, क्योंकि
you can publish it also. You can publish it also.
Yeah, we are also trying to publish it in the academic journals as we are about to, because it's not only us. There are people who have found it. So we are working with those people. There are, like we told, it's not only us. There are large number of people along with us. There have been massive number of people joining this particular initiative, and with we make sure that we work with them. We make sure that we give them the credits that they want and work with all.
दूसरा ये है कि आपका वर्क केवल महाराष्ट्र को लेकर ही हो रहा है या आप महाराष्ट्र से बाहर निकल के भी कार्य कर रहे हैं?
बेसिकली हम सबसे पहले जो महाराष्ट्र के जो भी प्लेसेस है वहाँ पे हम करना चाह रहे हैं। उसके साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र का जब कंप्लीट होता है तो कंप्लीट होने के बाद हम अदर जो स्टेट्स है वहाँ पे हम करने चाहेंगे, क्योंकि कैसा है कि महाराष्ट्र में जो भी प्लेसेस है उससे ही हमको आइडिया आएगा कि किस अलग अलग पैटर्न में हमें ये गेम्स मिले हैं। तो उससे अलग अगर वहां पे मिलते हैं, जैसे कि एक फतेहपुर सिकरी में जो अकबर का पैलेस है, तो वहां पे जो 25 का पोर्ट उन्होंने बनाया है वो टाइल्स में बना है, तो वहां पे वो कुछ तो न्याय निवाड़ा करके कुछ तो करते थे। तो ये जो है एक सैंपल है। तो उसके साथ साथ हमारे यहाँ पे जो कि महाराष्ट्र में मिलते हैं, तो महाराष्ट्र में डायरेक्टली एनग्रेव करके मिलते हैं और वो बेसिकली डायरेक्टली केव्स में ही मिलता है। और जो आपका पहला क्वेश्चन था, तो उसमें जो बोर्ड गेम्स हैं जैसे कि मंकला, तो मंकला के 350 से ज्यादा पैटर्न्स है, जैसे कि 7x2 के है, 8x2 के है, 10x2 के है, और उसको अलग अलग तरीके से खेला जाता है। जैसे कि जो मंकला बोर्ड गेम है वो खुद मेरे को ही 16 से 17 रूल्स पता है। मतलब एक ही गेम आपको कितने दिन तक खेलना है उसके हिसाब से आप ये बोर्ड गेम खेल सकते हैं। और जो भी जैसे कि लॉकडाउन का पीरियड चल रहा था, तो लॉकडाउन पीरियड में भी लोगों का टाइम कैसे जाए, इसलिए हम ये बोर्ड गेम्स में उनको एक्सप्लेन करते थे और उनका जो दिन का गुजारा रहता था वो बोर्ड गेम से रहता था।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any questions?
ओझा साहब, चेयरपर्सन ओझा साहब जुड़े हैं क्या? ओझा साहब, प्रोफेसर JK ओझा। शायद अभी दिखे थे, उनका नेटवर्क वहाँ प्रॉब्लम है। तो थैंक यू डॉक्टर इंद्रजीत भट्टाचार्य sharing news in this talk, and Mr. ऋषिकेश जी and सोमवार शैली जी। बहुत एक नया बिल्कुल विषय है और बहुत कम अभी इस पर शायद काम हुआ है। बहुत अच्छा विषय है ये। और जैसा कि आपने पब्लिकेशन के लिए कहा, हमारा जो इंस्टीट्यूट है वो भी प्रोसीडिंग बुक बना रहा है ये वेबिनार का। तो यदि आप चाहेंगे तो हमारे पास हमारे मेल में अपना जो भी आप लिख करके विषय पर और भेज सकते हैं और हम उसको पब्लिश करेंगे। करीब 40 आर्टिकल हमको मिले हैं, तो उसके साथ हम उसको करेंगे। और हमारे पास मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एचआरडी का ISBN नंबर भी है, और ये कॉलेज के थ्रू होगा। ये जो इंस्टीट्यूट है हमारा वो इसको पब्लिश करने जा रहा है। तो आपको चाहते हैं तो आप भेज सकते हैं। अभी टाइम है। आप
एक चीज मैं ऐड करना चाहूंगा, सोजवाली जी एंड ऋषिकेश जी, चंद्रावती एक्सकवेशन साइट में भी एक बोर्ड गेम है। इफ यू हैपन टू बी देयर, आबू रोड पे है ये चंद्रावती एक्सकवेशन साइट। आप चाहें तो मेरे पास भी फोटो है, मैं गया था उस एक्सकवेशन साइट पे, मैं आपको भेज सकता हूँ। अदरवाइज आप भी वहाँ पे विजिट करके देख सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
जरूर।
Thank you, sir. Thank you all of you. And now next session, our chairperson, Dr. Utkarsa Manish Chavan, assistant professor in zoology, Hari Malkamari College, Mumbai, co-chairperson Dr. Anirudh Majumdar, scientist, MP, Madhav State Forest Institute, Golvalkar, India, and our eminent Dr. Zahid Kutwal Khan, Visiting Secretary Wildlife, University of Lahore, Pakistan. Welcome, sir.
Sir, I'm on, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Dr. Utkarsha. Can you hear me, sir? Yeah. So should I give the introduction or sir, Khan sir?
Please
Sure. Okay, I'm Dr. Utkarsha from Bhavan Sadashivrao College, Mumbai. I'm here to introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Zaid Khan from Wildlife Department of Punjab, Pakistan. Dr. Khan has done his PhD in zoology and participated in situ and ex situ conservation of wildlife for Punjab, Pakistan. He has done management of protected areas, zoos and breeding farms for breeding of endangered species of Punjab. He has also done management of breeding of carnivores like lions, tigers, pumas and wolves, etc. With more than 12 publications to his credit in reputed journals, he is now visiting faculty for Education University in Zoology in Pakistan. He will be giving a talk on biodiversity of Chinji National Park, Punjab, Pakistan. Over to you, Khan sir. Thank you.
हाँ, जुड़े नहीं आप, जुड़िए ना। हेलो, ज्वाइन करिए।
सर,
गूगल मीट पर हाँ, तो आप हाँ, फोटो खोलिए अपना। किस नाम से? हाँ, कैमरा खोलिए ना, अपना कैमरा खोलिए। कैमरा खोलिए सर। यस, ओके, वेलकम। हाँ, कर दीजिए प्रेजेंटेशन। पीपीटी आप प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं अपने घर से? जी, हाँ, ठीक है। हाँ, ओके, थैंक यू।
हेलो।
Yes,
Yes, madam, present कर रहे हैं.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
हाँ सर, हाँ आप प्रेजेंट करें अपना. जी जी. यस, नहीं हो पा रही, अभी नहीं हुई. हाँ हो रही. हाँ यस. हाँ सर. नहीं, अब तो गड़बड़ है फिर से. अभी दिख नहीं रही सर.
नहीं अभी हुई ना.
हाँ
अभी शेयर हो गई है.
हाँ सर.
हाँ सर, हो रही है.
हाँ सर.
हाँ हो रही है, बताइए.
हाँ सर, हुआ है शेयर.
इसको बड़ा करो यार.
फुल में हो जाएगा क्या? नहीं तो फिर इसी पे दिखाई दे रहा है, आप शुरू करें.
मैं कर लेता हूँ. फुल क्यों नहीं हो रही है?
काफी नजर आ रहा है, स्क्रीन पर नजर आ रहा है.
शेयर हो गई है जी.
हाँ हो गई जी.
ओके, लेट अस स्टार्ट जी.
यस.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. या हय्यू या कय्यूम बिरहमातिक अस्तगीस. ऐ हमेशा जिंदा और कायम रहने वाले, मैं तेरी मदद का तलबगार हूँ. अल्लाह जमील व युहिब्बुल जमाल. खुदा खूबसूरत है और खूबसूरती पसंद फरमाता है. आप मुझे, आर यू ऑडिबल? आर आई एम ऑडिबल?
यस.
एम आई ऑडिबल?
Yes sir, you are.
ओके. यस.
हाँ शुरू करें सर.
Okay. First of all, I am thankful to Almighty Allah and then to the organizing committee who provide me a chance to share my lifelong experiences with such a galaxy of people like eminent researchers, scientists, as well as future biologists and naturalists. So let us start with this topic, that is biodiversity of Tinji National Park. Repeat no yaar.
Yes sir.
Ani? रिपीट क्यों हो रही है?
सर दो डिवाइस में एक ही साथ चालू रखेंगे तो रिपीट होगा सर. दो अलग अलग डिवाइस अगर एक ही पास में है तो रिपीट होने की चांसेस है.
हाँ यस सर. चलें, आपकी स्लाइड
बढ़ गई है, मूव हो गई. अरे
ओके.
दोबारा शेयर करता हूँ सर. ये रिपीट हो रही थी ना, इसलिए मैंने शेयर कर.
अच्छा.
So let us start with the topic, that is biodiversity of Chinji National Park. Before going to the actual topic, I want to say something about that why we need conservation of biodiversity. So if we see that in previous years, there was a paleontologist, George Simpson, who was a paleontologist who calculated more than 500 million species existed on Earth throughout its entire history. यार ये रिपीट हो रही है यार, ये क्या हो रहा है, आपकी आवाज ही हाँ दोबारा वही वो चीजें आ जाती है। नहीं बुला यार, यार कहते यूट्यूब तो नहीं खुली, बंद करो यार। अब सर जरा देखना, रिपीट तो नहीं हो रही? हेलो,
नहीं हो रही सर, आप आगे बढ़िए सर।
ठीक हो गया, थैंक यू जी। So, George Simpson was a paleontologist who calculated more than 500 million species existed on Earth throughout its entire history. But it is regret to say that at present there are only 1.0% of plants and animals exist in this world. No doubt, extinction is a natural process, but it takes place slowly. But for the last 400 years, extinction is mainly due to human activities, not anybody else. So as Allama Iqbal said that ये तहजीब अपने खंजर से आपको खुशी करेगी, चाके नाज़क पे आशियाना बना ना पायदार होगा. So we have to think over it. Pakistan has no major plans to protect wildlife during the first 3 decades of its independence. But later on, a drastic decline of wildlife was realized in early 1960s. At that time, our president was Field Marshal Muhammad Ayub Khan, who was a good hunter. And when a hunter converts to a conservationist, it can perform as efficiently as he wants, as he has authority also. So in 1966, Government of Pakistan constituted a wildlife inquiry committee headed by Colonel Guy Mountford with his team, and the local team also joined him for visiting whole Pakistan, that is East Pakistan as well as West Pakistan at that time. Then he has some recommendations for protection of wildlife. So first of all, his recommendation was the creation of protected areas. Second was the development of comprehensive legislation for protection of wildlife. Third was the formation of National Council for Conservation of Wildlife at the federal level. Similarly, for implement of those rules and regulations, establishment of wildlife departments in each province was established. To enhance the protection and for better performance for conservation of wildlife in each province, Wildlife Research Center was also recommended to establish. Similarly, the committee also recommended that Pakistan can seek help or guidance from international agencies for establishment of protected areas as well as for making conservation policies in a better way for better conservation of wildlife. We have protected areas previously at the start that we have on in 2 national parks, wildlife sanctuary. Later on in 1970s we have 4 national parks, 18 wildlife sanctuary, 56 game reserve. Previously we have no concept of game reserve. In 1997 we have 202 protected areas, that is 11.9% of total area covered as a protected area. Previously, it is worth mentioning here that Wildlife Department was just a wing of Forest Department. So after 1974, its performance was as good as required. Now, we are claiming that we have 398 notified protected areas, which includes 31 national parks, 92 wildlife sanctuaries, 97 game reserves. Similarly, we have 19 wetland reserves and 160 community reserves. In protected areas, some activities are legally protected to conserve better flora or fauna at that particular area, that no person shall enter or reside in protected area, nobody can cultivate any land, nobody can damage or destroy vegetation, nobody can hunt or kill animal in the protected area, or it is just that he can't fire from the boundary of the protected area about 1 mile away from the boundary. So nobody can introduce his pets, as well as nobody can graze his livestock in that protected area. Similarly, nobody can create fire or pollute water. So these are the activities which are prohibited in protected area. If somebody do that, he will be proceeded and have heavy penalty as well as imprisonment also. So if we define what is national park, a national park may be defined as an area owned by the government set aside for the protection and preservation of its outstanding scenery, flora and fauna in its natural state. No doubt, national park is accessible to the public for recreation, education and research activities only. So now let us come to our topic, that is Chinji National Park, which is representative of salt range. So before going to the actual topic, I want to share few information about salt range, as it has its unique flora and fauna, and we have a rich biodiversity in that particular area surrounding the Chinji National Park. So first of all, salt range was discovered just accidentally, not a pre-plan to discover salt range. Salt range was discovered when Alexander the Great crossed the Jhelum and Miyavari region during his Indian campaign. Neither he nor his allies discovered this salt range. These were his horses who started licking these salts, and they found that this is a salt range, and that is why this salt range is discovered by the horses of the army of the Alexander the Great. What is salt range? Salt range is an area of great natural beauty that covers approximately 2,500 square kilometer area. The place is the geologist's dream with a rich variety of minerals and rocks. We are lucky enough that we are blessed with second largest salt mines in Pakistan, in Kyoda, which is accessible just 260 kilometers from Lahore and 160 kilometers from Islamabad via motorway. The first largest salt mine may be present in Canada. As far as history of it is concerned, in the flora of the salt range, there are both African, Arabian and Mediterranean elements, which show the previous history that how Pakistan or India is differentiated from other countries. The area was covered in the south by xerophytes, those plants that are drought resistant, thin forest, and in the north chiefly by savannas. Excuse me. In salt range, Pakistan is dominated by subtropical dry evergreen forest, which look very beautiful in every season, with the plant species having resistance against drought and saline stress. Accredited 2008 studied about grasses and other communities are well established over the large area, and only those species will survive who can adapt it to this maximum salt concentration of that particular area. So it is another interesting that the salt range is a source of very precious minerals and salts. It has great variety of flora and fauna because of its geographical significance, and due to alteration of seasons results in flourishing of seasonal flora as well as perennial one. Over exploitation of plants to be used as for medicinal plants as well as original livestock may be one of the highest threats to the biodiversity of that particular area. So with the cooperation of conservationists as well as local communities, it was helpful for the conservation of salt range flora. The salt range was thoroughly explored for the vegetation studies during 2008 and 10. This was a good effort, and this was first effort on scientific basis that 5 different ecological regions from salt range was studied. Those were Kalabagh Game Reserve, that is owned privately by Nawab of Kalabagh, the Soon Valley, Chumbi-Surla Wildlife Sanctuary, Gameli Game Reserve, and Larry Jandi Forest. These belong to the government organization. Certainly, many species are locally endangered or critically endangered, and it was a time, therefore, the urgent need to make some serious efforts for conserving this natural health of salt range by evoking awareness in the local communities to promote sustainable utilization of economic species and reintroduce endangered or threatened species in the area. According to the guest year 1904, it was observed that in salt range once was home to animals such as the leopard, the lynx, the hyena, the chinkara, and the wasp. But today all 5 species have been driven into extinction in the area, and it is our dream to see these animals again wandering in this particular area, and we are trying to rehabilitate these animals, inshallah, in future. Types of mountains. It is further interesting that the mountains present in salt range have specific shape, that is, the sides of the mountains are higher as compared to the middle of the mountain, that is lower. So the parts on both sides are higher. The middle part is known as the Rift Valley. So similarly, Black Forest is present in Germany, salt range in Pakistan, and it also present in India, that is Vindhya and Satpura, India, are examples of Black mountains. Now come to the Chinji National Park, which is representative of the salt range. Chinji was established in 1987. It's a protected area according to IUCN Category 2. Its location is on Sargodha Road in Talagang Tehsil, Tekwal district, Punjab, Pakistan. It covers a total area of about 6,095 hectares, or we may say 15,061 acres. Chinji National Park is located close to salt range, about 130 kilometers from Islamabad in the salt range. Landscape. As far as the landscape is concerned, that is 2,231 feet, or we can say 680 meters from sea level. Deeply eroded land of Chinji consists of sandstone, igneous rocks, combined with small deposits of rock salt from the salt range. Deep torrential streams, that is flood streams and rivers, slope into the Stone River, which is collected from the catchment area. It passes through the area. This is Stone River. As far as climate is concerned, it is interesting that average annual rainfall in the area is 537 millimeters, out of which we say that 308 millimeters is in the monsoon season, that is from July to September. As far as temperature is concerned, maximum temperature is in June, that is 27 degrees centigrade, and minimum is 2.2 degrees centigrade in January. So it can easily, we understand that summer is not so hot in this salt range area. Frost is common in the winter season, but luckily we have no smoke in this area. Relative humidity can reach up to 80% in the monsoon. Major wildlife, the Chinji National Park, Rift biome of desert and scenic shrub lands and falls in the ecoregion of Balochistan scenic woodland. The area is characterized to have subtropical vegetation with many plant species of importance. A few of the mammals found whom here include the Udial, golden jackal, Bengal fox, Indian goat, and Indian pangolin. A few game birds include grey pangolins and camwood. These are very much in this area. As far as flora is concerned, there are about 52 plants that include shrubs and herbs, and there are only few trees like Acacia analytica, Ziziphus jujuba, and with these Acacia modesta and other plants, they provide the best habitat for grazing and browsing of udial and other animals, and the undergrowth also provides a good shelter for small mammals, reptiles, and other wildlife. So major fauna, as far as concerned, there are numerous species of mammals, birds, reptiles found in this area. So the fauna of the area is resident, but there are some species which visit these areas in winter and use the wetlands present in that area. That is very important. That is Kabeti Lake, Sari Lake, Namal Lake, which is a favorite place of the migratory birds in winter season. And most of the species like which visit this area is endangered and critically endangered. So we support those species in these wetlands. Similarly, the most important mammals in the park is Punjab Royal, Ovis visionary Punjabiensis, which is a key species and also a game animal, Asiatic jackal, canis, cat, red fox, scaly anteater, or Indian pangolin. The scaly anteater was least concerned previously, but when we observed that most of illegal trade is going on for the medicinal use of this animal, so we included this animal in third schedule, and now we take strict action against against illegal trade of this particular animal. Similarly, we have Indian porcupine. Previously, it was interesting that I met a senior pest control officer, and I said that you have written books about porcupine, but your books in the shelf, but porcupine is there and their damage is still there. But it is interesting and a wonderful success that nowadays we have repellent, and we have developed repellent porcupines by the CBR, Center for Bioscience Center, which can be used to avoid the damage of most of our crops, precious crops like potato and other crops. And similarly, we can protect forest from this pest. Other simple that we have palm squirrel here. It is interesting that I was in charge of Yellow Park, and a Belgian boy was visited there. He was following squirrel, and he told me that I have not seen palm squirrel before. So it is amazing and fascinating me very well. So fauna and flora of any area has special significance for creation and for creation as well as observing those variety of animals. The reptiles found in this area: Bengal monitor lizards, yellow-bellied house gecko, as well as Indian garden lizards. So similarly, in birds we have chukor, which is our national bird, CC partridge, grey francolin, and common quail, black francolin also. So black rock pigeon is plenty in this area. Laughing dove is there, red-petaled lapwing is there, white-throated kingfisher is there, red-ventred bulbul is there, black-shouldered kite as well as common kite is abundant in this area. Anyhow, we have a project to conserve vultures. I know that in India you are successful in rehabilitation of vultures, but we are in progress to rehabilitate vultures in our country. Common teal and common pochard, and so many variety of migratory birds like pochard, pintail, shoveler, and similarly we have egrets as well as spoonbills, which are migratory, and they present our wetlands with such a beauty that as we can see rainbow on water. These are blessed by these migratory birds in winter, and we enjoy, and legal hunting is also allowed for these. Fossils, as well as section species fossils is concerned in Kinji National Park, it is the source of variety of fossils. And students from DC University as well as Punjab University, they are doing their PhDs in study of these fossils. When I was director of Lahore Zoo, I visited Punjab University, and Mia Akhtar Saab, who was head of Department of Zoology, he showed me some samples of tusks of elephant, tooth of gorilla, as well as horse, wild horse, skeleton. So the excuse me. So the tooth of gorilla was preserved in such a beautiful way as a ceremonial ring preserved. So I tried. I want to kiss their teeth. So it's so luminant, but that I can't do because due to one reason or the other. So in this way, fossil saltine, or we can say Chinji National Park, is the best source of fossil studies in our saltine. As far as issues and threats are concerned, those are forest fire. Most of the local people, they ignite fire just to destroy the old dried leaves and to germinate the new sampling for grazing their livestock. Similarly, firewood collection. Firewood collection is a source of energy by the local people as they have no alternate source of energy. Livestock grazing is another pressure on the biodiversity of that particular area. Human resources required to manage this national park is only very few nowadays, that we have only 2 black officers and 5 guards in addition to wildlife staff. Human non-existence of boundary wall. Presently there is no boundary wall, so there are some issues that may be controlled by after fixing boundary wall of this area. Invasive species is another problem that previously we introduced these invasive species, but now they become problem for us. Wildlife poaching is a serious threat to the wildlife of that particular area, so we are managing in such a way in future we will be able to increase our population. As far as conservation strategy is concerned, if we talk about in situ conservation, protection through legislation, implementation of Wildlife Protection, Conservation and Management Act 1974 rules amended up to 2011 is implemented in cruise periods. Similarly, protection through Protected Area Act 2021 is managed, and most of the people who are involved in illegal hunting, we can proceed against them, and we may have heavy fines like 3 lakh to 5 lakh, or may they have imprisonment for this illegal activity if anybody has illegal hunting today. Establishment of community-based organization. Another tool for conservation is establishment community-based organization. I don't know India has started this or not, but in Pakistan we have started that we involve local community, and community protect the Udyal throughout the year, and then we call foreign farmers and they arrange hunting, and we are going up to $50,000 for one trophy. 80% of that income goes to local community for welfare of those areas that may establish a school, that may establish dispensary, that may make a road, or may arrangement water, as this area has scarcity in water availability. So similar establishment of task force to implement the Wildlife Act or Protected Areas Act. We have task force which are equipped with latest 4x4 double cabin dollars as well as latest ammunition to apprehend whatever the illegal hunter may be. That may be a bureaucrat, that may be a politician, or any VVIP, or that may be any army officer. That will be apprehended and proceeded according to Protected Area Act 2021, as we have equipped our staff and increased our staff to have better protection of the wildlife present in that particular area. Trophy hunting is another, as I have explained to you, that we call partner. They hunt trophy, they pay us, and 80% goes to the public and 20% goes to the government. So public is involved in conservation. So they can't allow any VVIP, even MP, MNA, or any political dignity. So because they know that their animal cost about $50,000, which is beneficial for them, for their society. So they participate for conservation of wildlife with government organization as well. At situ conservation, establishment of enclosures, cages, zoos, breeding farms. We have about 22 breeding farms or zoos. It is I want to share here my experience of breeding of Udyal. I have visited all these farms and inspected, especially for the breeding of Udyal, because in winter season, when we provide them powder like maize and trichonium, see, when the fawns are about 2 months of age, they suffer from diarrhea. So that is difficult to treat and ultimately fatal for those farms. So only one breeding farm is present in Atak, and enclosure is present, enclosed a hilly area that is close to the nature as they are in the nature. So animals go up to height, certain height, and then they come again down, and they may have same, no problem, same feed, same roasted grams, same water, but they breeding there successfully. As far as management is concerned, management of wildlife by improvement of habitat through increasing local flora. As I discussed, eucalyptus as well as muscat previously, that they have problems. No doubt, we have sprayed by air the muscat just to have rice fruit for that area that may be used for fire in their homes, as well as the game birds like partridge, grey and black partridge may have shelter in that area to protect themselves from predators as well as from hunters. So reduction in invasive species, especially eucalyptus and muscat, will be managed in future, and we are eradicating to the maximum these two species from that particular area. Establishment of watering points, wherever there is scarcity of water, we are arranging, we have some small pond style like where we provide water so that animals and birds may have water in the field. Create education and awareness to the public, especially inhabitants of urban areas, by showing them documentaries of the wildlife of that particular area, or by showing the importance of wildlife, and by showing the role of the birds and animals they play ecologically for each other as well as for the beneficiaries of human beings. So thanks for listening to me such a patiently. If you have any question, please ask me. Okay?
सर कुछ फोटो नहीं थी इसकी चिंजी नेशनल पार्क की सम फिगर
फोटो में ऐड कर दूंगा, फोटो में ऐड कर दूंगा। मैं समझ रहा था कि सबको पता है उड़ाल क्या है, तो सारे लोग वाइल्ड लाइफ से पता है, तो सॉरी मैं फोटो इसमें ऐड कर दूंगा इंशाल्लाह। हाँ, चिंजी नेशनल पार्क भी कर दूंगा और उड़ाल वगैरह भी कर दूंगा।
यस करता मैडम। Yes, Anuj ji.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. It was a very enlightening talk by Dr. Zaid Khan, and it was very much very similar to whatever wildlife conservation measures which we are also taking in India. It was very similar. I was always trying to correlate that whatever you have been doing to conserve, the same thing which is being carried out in India too. So it is like two countries run parallel to each other more than anything else. So it was really very nice and enlightening talk, and it would have been really very good if you had would have put some photographs, because there are some animals which are very rarely seen in India, and that would have been great to see those animals on your PPT presentation. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Over to Mishra sir, please.
Anuj ji.
Yeah, please.
Hello, Anuj ji.
Yes, please. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair Madam. I must congratulate Dr. Jahid for his interesting presentation on Chinji National Park. He has shared very interesting story of discovering of salt range by the horses of Alexander. It was very interesting. I was also studying on Alexander on different aspects, mostly his visits in India. So his story was very interesting. That's why I thank Dr. Jahid for upholding this interesting story with us. He also introduced with us with various flora and fauna of this important national park of Pakistan. But I have a small question to Dr. Jahid. in India, we are, every year or biannual basis or in different national park or sanctuaries, we are conducting some estimations and monitoring, practices. Are you also following in the similar type of exercises in Pakistan or in different national park and sanctuaries?
Yeah, we manage these protected areas according to the management plans. And in management plans, we do census and survey every year so that we can check whether the population is increasing or decreasing that particular species and what are the factors that are those are responsible for decreasing those species. If there are any type of factor which is acting as a limiting factor, we resolve that issue so that we can conserve wildlife in that particular area in a very, very better way, we can say. I want to add one thing here, especially that I pray to Almighty Allah that it will just possible by the grace of Almighty Allah that may present my presentation in India physically. Because as Madam said, that we are doing the same things, but we have no exchange of ideas. Most of the people in Pakistan, they love to go America, England, British, etc., Canada, but I may be only one who visit India for the sake of conservation of wildlife as well as for the betterment of wildlife conservation in situ as well as ex situ conservation. And I love to visit India. Whenever I find a chance, I will try my level best to visit India and just to see what is the strategy the Indian people are applying for better conservation of wildlife as compared to Pakistan. I may exchange ideas as I have experience, as Madam mentioned, about 27 years working in wildlife with full zeal and devotion. This was my passion. This was not my job or profession. I always thank to Almighty Allah that I pray for this job and Allah, Almighty Allah provide me this job which become my profession as well as passion. So if any type of talk regarding wildlife conservation, I will be here. I will be with you people anytime, anyway. Please accept these comments as well as if there's any mistake during I can say presentation. So I beg my pardon because I am not have any academic experience. I have just 5 to 6 years experience of teaching wildlife and other courses of zoology in Education University nowadays. So hoping for the best in future, and I am always available for any type of contribution in conservation of wildlife, wherever it is, in Pakistan or in India or anywhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thanks a lot.
If you have any comments or questions, I will be here.
I would just like to add something on your, you asked about that then, the establishment of community-based organizations. Dr. Jahid, as in India, we all have a duty and role to play in fostering community-based conservation in our country to allow our rich biodiversity. In different part of India, we are now engaging communities. So not only right now, regarding our Project Tiger activities, Project Dolphin activities, different project of conserving species and also biodiversity. I mean, in Northeast also, we have engaged different communities to conserve our rich biodiversity. So similar type of activities we are also conducting here. We are really happy that your
sir, may I interrupt in between? Community conservation is in India for ages now, because especially in Maharashtra, I don't know about, but yes, I think in Andhra Pradesh and southern states also, there is one particular terminology called as sacred groves. So the community come together and they protect the areas by themselves. And it is not by the government, the community, the entire village protects that particular area. So that is there since ages in India. So sacred groves are very much there, and community involvement over in India is from ages, I must say.
Yes, that's true, madam. In the northeast also, different parts of Mizoram, Nagaland, the communities, they are conserving their forest and also as well as their different fauna through their community conservation. It is their part of life, you can say.
Yeah, and so, one of the best examples which I can give is the Chinkara case, wherein the Bishnoi people actually...
That is, madam, black buck, not Chinkara. I would like to... Black buck is conserved by the Bishnoi community.
Bishnoi people, yeah.
That is a good example of conserving wildlife by communities. Yes. There are a lot of examples there. And even Markhor, Markhor is the national animal of Pakistan. Yes, the conservation of Markhor, India, I know that Wildlife Trust of India, long back, they also started conserving Markhor over here. Though we have a very small and thin population over there in Kajinab, in your Jammu and Kashmir part. But the major part is in Markhor, they are in this area in Pakistan. So conserving species beyond the boundaries is required. It's good of our, just like snow leopard conservation and different species, vultures also. We need to think beyond the state and country's boundary. So I
would also like to have Great Indian Bustard.
Yes, madam. So these are the species we need to focus on, and we need to think jointly. And we definitely Mr. Dr. Jahid's presentation was really remarkable for us, and he has enlightened a lot of things. I must congratulate once again, and I'd like to thank Professor Misra for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, madam, and thank you, Dr. Jahid. Over to
I want to add just a few comments. That
yes.
I have written an article. Listen to me carefully.
Okay.
That I have written an article thankful to India. Why? Because we have common leopard that crossed somewhere through Nala or streams, etc. in our country, and we captured that animal and then we manage them in the zoo. And similarly, we have crocodile from India. Similarly, sambar was not present in Pakistan, and we have confiscated illegal captured sambar, first male and then female. Now, by the grace of Almighty Allah, just listen me that we have 3 herds now in Jallo Park, in Lahore Zoo, as well as in Lahore Zoo Safari. So when we see those animals in the form of herds, I feel proud that I have done something. Similarly, as you said, when community is involved, it is very helpful for conservation of those particular species. And as this is a good policy that we give 80% of the income to those people for their welfare. When they do their welfare by conservation of these species, they will join a hand with us, and they are very actively participating in conservation of wildlife or saving from any type of hunter, that may be VVIP, bureaucrats, army officers, or we may call anybody. They don't care for anybody because they know our animal is about $50,000 and that money comes to us for our betterment. In this way, when we involve community, the conservation becomes more easy as compared to the expenses done by the government. Similarly, I always insist in situ conservation instead of ex situ conservation. We have started Botany project since 2005, but up till now we are not successful in rehabilitation. But I have information that India is successful in rehabilitating vultures. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
काफ़ी सीनियर वाइल्ड लाइफर हैं वहाँ के, और बहुत अच्छा काम है। पिछली बार भी बहावलपुर पर आपने जानकारी दी थी, इस बार भी बहुत अच्छा रहा। और मैडम उत्कर्षा मैडम ने टाइम दिया और मुझे साझा किए। अंकित जी जो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश से हैं और मुख्य रूप से टाइगर कंजर्वेशन पर अच्छा काम यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं मध्य प्रदेश में SFRI के द्वारा। तो ये सभी सब को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next session, our chairperson, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Department of History, ICB College, Guwahati. Co-chairperson, Madam Mahisun Rasti, Department of Archaeology, Jahangir University, Dhaka, and eminent speaker, Madam Maumpa, Archaeology Department, Deccan PG College, Deemed University, Pune. Welcome. Yes. First, Dr. Indrani, madam. Indrani, madam. Mahishun, you have biodata of Maumita. Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. CB of Mahishun.
Yes. I'm doing that. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please present.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you and welcome everyone. Especially thanks to Momita. I'm Mahishun from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I'm currently a student of Department of Archaeology, Jahangir University, Sawat, Dhaka. Today, our topic is reinvestigating the art and architecture of Kankali Devi Temple, Tigawa, which will be read by the eminent speaker, Miss Momita Majumdar, Archaeology Department, Deccan PG College, Deemed University, Pune, India. Momita Majumdar is from Maharashtra, India, and her educational qualifications are she has pursued a diploma in Sanskrit language and literature from the Tejas Somaya Institute of Dharma Studies, Somaya Vidyabihar University, Mumbai, and she has completed her Masters of Arts in Ancient Indian History and Culture and Archaeology under Department of AIHC and Archaeology, Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. Also, her research experiences are she has written 3 research papers. One is Eccentric Goddess, Understanding the Visual Transformation of the Goddess Chamunda with special reference to selected stone sculptures from Central India. Transition of town planning in India from ancient to modern India. Maritime trend and contacts in ancient India. Especially, she has done a number of field works. She has participated in the following study tours under the Department of AIHC in Ellora Caves, Karli Caves, Bhaja Caves, Badami Caves, etc. And also participated in season 1, April 2022 of excavation at the site of Kotal. So please, Ms. Momita Majumdar, if you go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here today and present my topic. Although this has been a topic on which I've been working for quite a period of time. So let me just present my screen. Is it visible? If anybody can tell me.
Yes, it is visible. You can start the slideshow.
Yeah, thank you so much. So hello everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper today. And my topic is reinvestigating the art and architecture of Kankali Devi Temple, Tigwa. So just with a small introduction, Tigwa is a small village near the small town of Bahoriban, and it is situated in the eastern part of Madhya Pradesh in Jabalpur district. So the name Tigwa signifies three villages, that is Deori, Amagova, and Tigwa. And these three villages are said to have formed the suburbs of the town of Bahuriband. And Bahuriband is also identified with the ancient town of Tholabana, which is mentioned in the records of Ptolemy. So Tigwa is also identified with the historical town of Jhanjhangarh, where Ala and Udal of popular folklore fought their war with the king of Marogarh. The eastern part of Madhya Pradesh is historically known as the region of Dahal Desh, which consists of present-day Jabalpur, Rewa, then Satna, Shahdol, Tevar, and a number of areas. The area of Dahal Desh was ruled by the Kalachuris in the 6th century CE to 13th century CE, and this area was also known as Chedi Mandal. Chedi was also Janapad in the early 6th century BCE and was established by the Yadava king Kaushika. In Mahabharata also we find the mention of Chedi Janpad, which was situated on the banks of river Suktimati, which is modern day Kane river. And there this village of Tigwa is situated. So the village of Tigwa is commonly and still popular for the temple, which is known as Kankali Devi temple, and it is a temple belonging to the early Gupta period. So the temple is situated on a rectangular mound, which is 250 feet long and 120 feet broad. And the mound consists of two temples which are intact, and the rest are all ruins of many temples. So according to the records of Cunningham, who conducted a report on in the area of Eastern Madhya Pradesh, there are around 36 temples which have been reported at the site. The ruins of 36 temples have been reported at the site, and their size varies from 4 feet to 6 feet. And various stone carvings of temples like Amalaka, Vitan, and etc. all are scattered all over the mound. So Kankali Devi is the smaller temple of the two temples which are intact in the mound of in the rectangular mound. So before moving on to the architecture, since Kankali Devi temple shows features of early Gupta styles, I would like to say a few things about the Gupta Empire. So the Gupta Empire was a very powerful empire in the period from 4th century CE to 6th century CE, and it was known for its art and architecture. During the 5th century CE, Gupta art developed, and many important art centers such as Vidisha, which became an important center of early Gupta arts. Also, under the Gupta Empire, new age in temple architecture developed. Number of stupas and caves were built and excavated. So around 20 rock cut chambers were excavated at Udaygiri, which is now one of the magnificent cave temples which we consider in today's days. Also, first time stone temples were constructed during Gupta period. Before that, mostly temples were constructed using perishable materials, which was very disadvantageous for these structures. During Gupta period, the artists, or if I say artisans or architects, they first time used stone temples. First of all, it was not that perishable, and second, it was easy to use your certain architecture as a style of art on stones rather than perishable material. Also, this period witnessed the development of the Shikhara style. So before this, temples didn't really have a Shikhar. From this period, as we can see in temples like Deogarh or Bhitargaon, we can see that slowly the Shikhar, which is the superstructure of the temples, started building. If we take Gupta temples, all the Gupta temples into consideration, they can be categorized into 5 groups. So these 5 groups, one is flat roofed, second is flat roof with a covered circumambulatory path, third is temples with shikhara, that is a superstructure, fourth is temples which are rectangle shaped and have apsidal back and barrel vaulted roof, that is, it forms a chaitya kind of structure. And the fifth is miscellaneous, which are a completely different style of architecture. So, and Gupta period was a period of formative age of stone temples, and under this period, certain structural patterns were made. So, coming to the Kankali Devi temple, Kankali Devi temple belongs to the first group of Gupta art, and therefore I'm using the term that it belongs to the early Gupta art. If we see this picture, so we can see a flat roof is there on in the temple. There is no superstructure. There is no shikhar. So it is this Kankali Devi temple is a small building with a flat roof structure, and it is the oldest structure on the whole mount. In the front, there is a small patio, or we can say a small portico, which is covered on three sides and is forming a mukha mandapa. It is supported on four pillars, and then the Garbhagriha, that is the sanctum sanctorium, is built. So now the sanctum possesses an image of Hanuman, but according to the records of Cunningham, it possessed an image of Narasimha earlier. On entering the temple, one can see the Mukhamandapa is supported on four pillars, and then we see that slowly the Garbhagriha, then we enter the Garbhagriha. Also, this style is very simple to temples which are found at Udaigiri and Eran, and therefore we can say that this Kankali Devi temple is a part, or is an example of the Mandapika shrine. Going on to the architecture, the door jamb, that is the doorway which we see, is a T-shaped door jamb. Why? Because the lintels are prolongated a bit. Also, it has four bands, and it's not very ornately decorated, which is one more feature of early art. The T-shaped door jamb has four bands, two decorated and two plain. Although the ones decorated are also very less decorated. Then there is depiction of Ganga and Yamuna on the top on either side of the door jamb. That is later, if we come to the medieval period, we see that Ganga and Yamuna were depicted on either side of the door jamb, but on the downside. Here we will see, if I take you to the picture, that they are depicted on the upper side. So this part was called the Pedya, and this is one of the features of early Gupta temples in the region of Madhya Pradesh. So in Udaigiri Cave 6 also we find this example. That is, the temple consists of a small chamber preceded by a rock-cut veranda, and on the top two goddesses are depicted. So although it is not there, it is not clear which is Ganga and which is Yamuna, but here it is very clear that which is Ganga, which is Yamuna. Ganga, we can see, if we see the first picture is that of Ganga, and she is standing on river goddess Ganga, and she is standing on her Vahana, or attribute which we say is Makara, that is a crocodile. And the second picture is that of Yamuna, who is standing on her Vahana, which is Kurma, that is tortoise. And also one of the features which I observed in this temple is that the pillars are quite massive and they have square capitals. On the top of the pillars, two lions are depicted in pochant position, in sitting position. They are back to back each other, and in between them a tree is depicted. The pillars are of Ruchaka type, that is, they have square base, and the capitals of pillars are massive, and in between the Gavaksha motive is depicted. So Gavaksha motive means there is a kind of a stoop kind of depiction in which a certain face is depicted. In South India it is called as Kudu. And on the shaft also there is one Purna Ghata motive, that is an overfilled kalash is being depicted. Going on to the iconography, the depiction of Ganga Yamuna on the Pedya also is very important, as they have been depicted with carrying as vessels, and under trees they have been depicted. So this is an illustration as a type of Shalabhanjika, which actually brings out or eradicates the monotony of the whole architecture. So Shalabhanjika was actually popular in the Buddhist art, but this art has been depicted here. I think it has been taken or borrowed from the Buddhist art, because this is a Hindu temple, and this Shalabanjika illustration is it really beautifies the whole door jamb, which is in other way very plain, but this Shalabanjika illustration beautifies the whole door jamb and cuts out the monotony of the temple. Also on the Mukha Mandapa, there is a depiction on the Antarala, that is on the inside of the Mukha Mandapa, there is a depiction of an image of Chamunda over Sheshashai Vishnu. So this is very uncommon, I would say. Let me take you to the picture. Yeah, so this is the depiction of Chamunda over Vishnu, and this is very uncommon, I would like to say, because first of all, the goddess is very different in a depiction. She's skeletal in form, then she's wearing a jata mukut, a munda mala, which are common attributes of Chamunda. And also she is, but the most perplexing depiction is that she is depicted over Sheshashai Vishnu. Now, if I describe the characteristics of the goddess, so the goddess is depicted in dancing form with knee pointed outwards, and she's portrayed as having skeletal structures, that is very thin structure. She is depicted with 10 hands, and and her ayudhas, that is weapons, are dagger, khadga, vajra, pasha, khetaka, naramunda, dhanusha, shula, and kapala. The front hand on the left, as we can see, is entering the mouth like this, and which possibly portrays the ugra nature of the goddess. The goddess is also surrounded by various goblins and ghosts who are equally illustrated in being involved in gruesome acts. So they are also quite emaciated, that is skeletal in form, and they are being represented as depicted with skulls waiting to receive blood from the goddess, or on top they are being depicted as devouring a human body. So this establishes the notion of the goddess that she is associated with various aboriginal rites and rituals. And on the top of the goddess, maladharis are also depicted, which also shows a divine notion is being associated to the goddess. Below Chamunda, there is depiction of Sheshashai Vishnu, which is quite rare. This type of depiction is rarely seen somewhere. So the Vishnu is shown as lying on a serpent coil, and the ayudhas are Shankha and Chakra on the left side. The upper right hand is resting below the head, and the lower right hand is illustrated in Abhaya Mudra. And Vishnu is shown adorning a Kirta Mukutta as a crown, which shows that he's an important god, and his ornaments are he's wearing a Vajantimala, that is a garland, and a necklace, that is Ekavali. Near the feet of Vishnu, various attendants are shown, and from the navel, which is very important, that the depiction of Brahma emerging on a lotus is there. So we can see that there is this process of creation which is being depicted. Now, also at the entrance of the temple, just on the north wall, there is a depiction of this yogic figure who is sitting in a meditating posture. On the upper side, on either side of the yogic posture, maladharis are depicted. Lower side, certain attendants are depicted. The two hands, one is in Dhyana Mudra and one is in Jnana Mudra. The deity is adorning a Kirita Mukutta. It is deity because of his Kirita Mukutta. It is no any like we can make out the divine aspect of the god because of his Kirita Mukutta. Sorry. And on top we can see that snakes are being depicted above the head, and below two lions in sitting position is depicted. Now, certain observations which I have made about this temple, if we talk on the architectural part, so this type of feature we can call as Mandapika shrine. Why Mandapika shrine? So Mandapika shrine, as defined by Michael Meister, is that a pillared pavilion and the space between the pillars is filled by slabs of stones or decorated slabs of stones. So a Mandapika shrine is one of the most rudimentary type of Hindu temples, very preliminary type of Hindu temples. It is a simple pillared porch where the porch is covered by covered on three sides by carved stone slabs, and since this was one of the preliminary or elementary style, so they don't have shikhara on the top. Also, I'm constantly attributing this temple to Gupta art, Gupta art and architecture. Although Dahal Desh was known for its reign of Kalachuri reign, but this is being attributed to Gupta art because so there are these five characteristics of Gupta temples. One is it is flat. Some of the chief characteristics are that it has flat roof, Gupta temple. Second is the prolongation of the lintel of the door jamb, so it forms a kind of T type of structure. Third is that Ganga and Yamuna are on the or guarding the entrance door as being more portrayed as Dwarpala, or although they are not exactly Dwarpala. Fourth is that pillars are massive with square capitals, and two quadrant lines are depicted on it. These are features of Gupta temples. And fifth is that bosses on the capitals have these Buddhist stupa-like structure, which are called Gavaksha. Also, the Cochin lions and the trees between them are also very common feature of Gupta art. So, and all of these which we can see are there in and Shiva to Kali, and which is an epithet of Chamunda, and conjectures these gods to be like the amount of water in a cow's hoof prints as compared to the water in the sea. So the representation of Chamunda here also gives the same notion that Shakti, the goddess, is the ultimate superior divine being, and why the goddess is depicted in the Antarala, so that also brings out various characteristics of the deity. The goddess is attached with death and is deemed as liberal. So she teaches us detachment to attain salvation, and probably that is the reason why the goddess is present in the Antarala. That we have to go through her, leave all our materialistic desires behind, and then we can reach the Garbhagriha. Probably this is one of the reason which I can find the depiction of the goddess in the Antarala. So, if now coming on to the temple as a whole, this iconographic depiction and the architecture. So, Tigwa can be considered as an important sacred center owing to the fact that so many ruins of temples were found there. The temple faces east but with a slight deviation, and this can be due to the orientation of temple. So possibly due to a position of the star, so it was not really it was built not really to the orientation of the east but a slight deviation. Also, the name Kankali Devi itself shows us that the temple had a strong presence of Shakta tradition, because the name Kankali Devi comes from the depiction of the Kankali goddess. That is the goddess who's like Kankal, like skeleton. So, because she is skeletal, that's why the site is named as Kankali Devi. So, and also according to the records of Cunningham, the temple is depicted to Vishnu. But right now when I visited the site last, so there were more signs of Shakta tradition than the Vaishnava tradition. So there is this depiction of Chamunda in the Antarala, and north of the temple there is another decorated gateway where we see another temple, but it's a slight later period, which is around 8th century CE. So there the Garbhagriha has the sculpture of goddess Durga, and there also we see a number of Shakta icons being represented. There is also a repository present at the site, which has reported a number of Shakta icons, such as sculpture of Chamunda and a sculpture of Parvati, which leads us to the conclusion that this site had a strong notion of Shakta goddess, that is Devi, and was of immense religious importance also. The village is still of very important religious importance, has a strong socio-religious presence. So now also the temple is visited by the villagers or by the locals when performing any auspicious rituals or during any auspicious occasions, such as it is visited by a newly married couple after their marriage, or various when various rites or rituals are being performed, like the cutting of hair after the baby is 6 months, or the shaving of head. Those are also performed there. So the temple still has a strong religious presence. It's not a dead shrine yet. And although much has to be done on this temple, as this although, because there is no inscription or very less mention of this temple, not much information has been found out. But this temple can give us a lot of information about the Shakta tradition in the area of eastern Madhya Pradesh, or in the Madhya Pradesh, and its stake during that period. So yeah, thank you. That was all what I had to present. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohua.
Mohita, ma'am.
It's a nice presentation, and in your age, in a small, like young scholar, I congratulate you for your very well lecture. It's a nice one. So you have a combined in a two-way dimension. You have mentioned about Shaktivism and Vaishnavism in this part, and also some of later stages that in Shilavanja you have mentioned about the sculpture of the sculpture from sculptural design from Buddhism also. Just one second. So your lot of this Kamakya temple is here. So you are here Kamakya temple. There are, yes, that Kamakya temple is also Buddhism somewhere out to the top. You can take other also. Are also influenced here. In that way, from that parallel on that part, that it is also translated toys to sculptural designs and things, or some of the things are I'm replacing on that part from this part. So it is only book toy influence, and data also are included in a particular area also stage wise. So we can say because by the previous, and in that way we can parallel, we can say that in that part, in part of India, because structure is was also related with all traditions coming out. Whenever the structure is done, because we are unique and diverse, it's always our art form. So every part of the art can say.
Desktop वाला देखिए मैंने desktop वाला.
Next one. So you can
Thank you.
Anyone, if anyone can try to give comments, please give to her. I will congratulate you. Thank you. Motion.
It's a medicine. And क्या? Rusty. Madam Rusty. Coach here.
I don't see anybody.
Any question? Welcome, Dr. Puram Rana, madam. Welcome, Rana, madam.
It's not a question, but it's like something I would like to add to the point.
Yes.
Is the mid bed is basically a Shakti.
Namaskar.
Namaste.
My video is not working. Sorry.
No.
But I think I can. And sorry to say, Nirmala Madam's electricity is off.
Yes. Yes, very sound. Please.
Okay, I was continuing on this like her presentation. I think the mid belt of the India, if you see, there's a lot of Shakti tradition. Maybe it's before Gupta, it's after Gupta. correlated with that period. And you will find many such temples which are neglected. My presentation is also on the same way, same article coming down. But that's the way. That's why I have messaged you also, like we can talk more on it. And I would like
Yeah,
to
definitely.
this presentation could have a better allotment. You had given a lot of time to you. So I would request you to make a elaborated presentation of it and present it. Okay, Mohan?
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for
Yes,
joining
sure.
and taking my request to present over here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome there.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
मैडम इमरान चौधरी पर चेयर द सेशन एंड ममता ने बहुत अच्छा और हमारे क्षेत्र का किया है हमने पहला अपना यहाँ पे भेजा जानकारी तो हमने कहा ये तो हमारे क्षेत्र का है जो डौहल क्षेत्र है वो रीवा आता है और इसकी चर्चा होती थी और बहुत बढ़िया प्रेजेंट किया हम लोग को जानकारी मिली खासकर हमारे रीजन से अभी हमारे यहाँ हिस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट के हेड प्रोफेसर अजय शंकर पांडे सब हुए थे और उन्हें सुना है पूरा तो इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक था और खासकर हमारे क्षेत्र के लोग हैं अभी हमने यूट्यूब बनाई है इसकी रिकॉर्डिंग की है और निश्चित रूप से हम अभी और स्टूडेंट को यहाँ पर जब भी टाइम मिलेगा उनके क्लासेस चलते रहते हैं तो मैं वो भी करूँगा और आप अपना एक आलेख राइटअप अपना
जी बिल्कुल
तो उसको हम करेंगे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं भी जबलपुर की हूँ तो इस क्षेत्र में काफी मेरा इंटरेस्ट है।
अच्छी बात ओके तो नेक्स्ट स्पीकर मैडम our eminent speaker प्रोफेसर सुष्मिता सेन मैडम हैं क्या सुष्मिता सेन मैडम
मैं हूँ मेरा स्पीकर मेरा अभी नहीं है मैडम सर पेपर मेरा
जी
I don't have the paper now.
हाँ
I have paper next tomorrow.
नहीं आपका पेपर नहीं मैडम चेयरपर्सन के लिए
Yeah, I'm there.
हाँ तो our chairperson Professor Susmita Sen Madam, Head of Department of Archaeology and Ancient History, M.S. University of Baroda, and co-chairperson Dr. Mohammad Irfanul Haq, Assistant Professor Institute of Punjabi and Cultural Study, University of Punjab, Lahore, and eminent speaker Madam Sakshi Sharma, Archaeology Department, Deccan PG College, Deemed University, Pune. So welcome all of you and I am requesting Professor Susmita Sen Madam, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker Sakshi Sharma.
Okay. So welcome everybody for this session. And thank you, sir, Professor, for inviting me to chair this session. And I would like to introduce before she starts presenting. In fact, I know Ms. Sakshi Sharma very well. She used to be my student in the undergraduate course in the MS University of Baroda. Now presently, she had passed her postgraduate course from Deccan College, Pune. In her research experience, she has some of the projects which she has done in the undergraduate level and also in the postgraduate level, like on the Sanji, study of Sanji in art and divine form. So she will be presenting one of that. And she has also worked on the same in Mathura and Vrindavan also. She has attended many workshops and also presented paper on a study of Sanji art of Mathura and Vrindavan. And she has published a paper, Socio-Cultural Study on Significance of Textiles in Gujarat. And she has vast number of study tours which she had gone for her, for different parts of her study, like she wanted to study, so she went to many places. And I would welcome Sakshi to this forum. I'm very happy to see you after a long time, and you can present your paper now, and then we will have a question answer session if there is any. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for your introduction. And thank you everyone for joining in for my talk. I'll start the presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes, Sakshi, you are audible.
Yeah. I'm sharing it. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. You do the full screen mode, yeah.
Yeah. Now, okay.
So it has not come into full screen. It is still like.
He's sharing the full screen mode only. Is it visible now?
No, then you continue with this because otherwise we will be wasting time. You continue with this thing only.
It's
We are
okay,
not
start
able
in the
to see
slide
full screen
presentation.
mode.
That's all you are
Okay. So, good evening everyone. The topic of my presentation today is Divine Identities of Goddess Sanji. So, the topic which will be discussed today are what is intangible cultural heritage, introduction on Sanji art, sources, reference on divine identities of Goddess Sanji, motives, observations and methodology. So, before starting the topic, I want to discuss what is intangible cultural heritage. So, there are forms of culture that can be recorded but cannot be touched or stored in physical form, but only can be experienced through an expression given to it. So, under this comes expressions, the art forms, the skills of the people or the community who are performing it or practicing it. This culture, intangible cultural heritage are being practiced from generations to generations, individual to individual, and are transmitted from people to people, and it gives a sense of identity to these people. These intangible cultural heritage is actually made in response to the environment and the nature of the region. So some famous, like under this comes the food heritage, oral history, dance heritage, digital heritage and art heritage. So some known intangible cultural heritages are like the famous one Kumbh Mela, where it is a social congregation people, mostly Hindus, who come to the banks of the sacred river and take a dip there, and they are not even invited there. So this is a unique quality of Kumbh Mela, and also it's a largest peaceful gathering in the world, which takes place in every 12 years. This is a festival, or like it's celebrated as a festival of asceticism, spiritualism and knowledge rather than a fair or market. And also people from all caste creed can come here, and it is like the forms of knowledge are celebrated here. Similarly, there is this Narmada Yatra, which takes place in Madhya Pradesh as well as Gujarat, where a 2,600-kilometer circumambulation is done of this river, because Narmada is considered as a mother goddess for the believers, and she is a divine, she's personified person, and she's worshipped. Similarly, there is this Mullela art in Rajasthan, where the votive terracotta artisans make a votive plaque, and it is made of rice husk and donkey dung, where actually Vishnu is made along with Anantanag, and it is a hollow votive plaque, where it is then decorated with like it's been sun dried and baked in the indigenous kiln, and then like decorated with lacquer, which is also known as jal, locally known as jal. And then tribes from various tribes from Gujarat and Rajasthan travel there, and along with a bhopa. A bhopa is a family priest which helps and choosing the appropriate plague for their worship. and then they bring it to their houses and install there for 3 to 4 years and worship it. So there's also under dance heritage, there's this Kalbela dance which is performed by the Kalbeli community of Rajasthan. They are snake charmers and they perform a dance. The women of the community perform a dance with flowing skirts on the beats of kanjara, which is a percussion instrument, and pungi, which is a wind instrument. And these instruments are also made by the Kalbela community only, where they make it by bitter gourds using vegetables and leather and hide. Also, they perform this special dance on the occasion of Holi by using the instrument of chang, where the women of the house dance and sing, and the men of the house play the instruments. There's this Mozart Sumani dance where there's this tribe in Tripura, hunting tribe in Tripura, where they perform this dance because they are a hunting tribe. They show their dance in the form of hunting the animals. So their gestures and rhythmic patterns are in the form of hunting. Similarly, there's this intangible cultural heritage which is being practiced or celebrated in the region of Mathura and Vrindavan, which is known as Sanji. And this art form is made in the region of Uttar Pradesh at the time of Pitra Paksh, which is deity, and then the following art is scraped off and the scrapings are immersed into the nearest water source. And in case of Mathura and Vrindavan, it is scraped in the Yamuna river. So every day new motif is added and the previous motif is scraped off. So under Temple Sanji nowadays, new art forms have also started, like flower Sanji, water Sanji. So I'll show you the photo. This is Temple Sanji, so it is made on the floor and in an 8 pattern structure, and also in multiples of 8 only it is drawn. So the center part is known as Hoda, which means heart. Hoda is an Urdu word. So in the center part is consecrated to Krishna or Radha, as well as the Leelas of Krishna, which is been inspired by Bhagavad Puran and Harivamsha Puran. Also the side the side decorations are shown in an overlapped pattern with the edges shown with creepers and all. And it is, like I said, it is venerated in the evening. And similarly, this is also the Temple Sanji, where central portion is showing the Kalya Daman episode. So the topic of discussion is folk Sanji, so I'll directly go to the point. So this is Goddess Sanji, which is shown with her utility items on the side, and then the second photo is also showing where the women and the unmarried women are worshipping her in the evening. So so this art form, like in folk Sanji, it is made for 16 days period, and at the end day, which is 16th day, the full killer coat is made. Like killer coat is full blown Sanji, where all the item motifs which were shown from first day till the last day are being included in it. So and this is water Sanji. So the left photo is showing the underwater Sanji, where the art is made below the water and the water is poured later, and the right one is showing the art is floating on the water. So the art form is above the water. And then this is flower Sanji, where the flower put in the water and they are floating, as well as this is in the temple, and as you can see, the bhog is offered to the deity. So now the process of making folk Sanji. So the folk Sanji, a Poonam Patala is made, and Goddess Sanji is invited to reside on her. So Poonam Patala means a stool kind of thing is made on the wall, and she is invited to reside on it, and afterwards a gholi is made. A gholi is kind of a boundary is made around the Patala, which is mostly it is in a form of a triangular roof, but in this photo it's square roof, and then it is showing like a boundary, like a fortification wall, which is a house is created for Sanji. Then fingers are used to made shapes into the wall, and then the gholi is painted and decorated with glass pieces, paints, flower petals, and etc. In 3 to 4 days, gholi is again plastered. Then Sanji's, like I was saying, a full pictograph is shown of goddess Sanji. So on the first day, on Bhadrapad Shukla Purnima, Sanji is made along with 5 palm prints, which denotes coming of Sanji to her parents' house. So even today in North Indian weddings, when a bride is going to her in-laws' house, she imprints her palm prints on the walls of their houses. So this is denoting her coming from her in-laws' house. Second day is Sanji shown sitting in a palanquin, which denotes her arrival to her maternal house. So, earlier, palanquin were used as the mode of transport for the bride or the women to travel along, and this influence could be seen here. Then, today, Sanji is shown with a triangular roof, portrait where she is shown sitting inside it. So, there's this photo here of the. Yeah, on the right side, Sanji is shown sitting in the triangular roof, which denotes she is sitting in a maternal house and resting there. Then, on the 5th day, chopart is made with her, denoting entertainment. So, she is playing games, board games with the family. Chopart is also a very ancient depiction, which is also been shown with Shiv and Parvati. They are playing chopart. Also, it is an important game where other in cave paintings as well as wall paintings, also depiction between the Mahabharata depiction also shows chopart. So chopart is a very archaic representation. Then on 6th day, on Panchami, pan supari is made, which symbolizes pleasure and dignity. Then on 7th day, a plate full of sweets is made, which shows that Sanji is being treated well in her parents' house. Then 8th day, swastik is made, signifying prosperity and eternity, as well as it's an auspicious symbol, and auspicious symbols are very much needed in the place, in the time period where the period is considered inauspicious. Then on the 9th day, on Ashtami, 8-petal flower is portrayed. And similarly, in temple Sanji, Vedi is also made in 8-sided or in multiples of 8. So number 8 is very important in the celebration of Sanji. 10th day, on Navami, a boat or coconut tree is made, which denotes the traveling and strolling of Sanji. So in this left side, coconuts are made, 9 coconuts. So similarly, boat is also made on the 9th day, which shows that she is traveling, she is enjoying. Then on 11th day, 10 palm leaves are made for Sanji, which is her favorite thing. Palm leaves also denotes bond between people. It's in many cultures, palm leaves denote bond. Even in Navaratri, some people offer palm leaves to the goddess. And on 12th day, 21 water chestnuts are offered to goddess Sanji. So water chestnuts in the region of Mathura and Vrindavan, water chestnuts, which we also know as Singada, is cultivated. As well as the 12th day is also Ekadashi, and on Ekadashi, many people keep this vrata for Vishnu, and they eat food items made of Singada. So its significance could also be seen in this. On 13th day, a leaf bowl is made, which signifies ritual of Shraddha. She is also shown around with chunni. So sometimes chunni is also shown, her dupatta is also, sometimes a leaf bowl is shown, which means that during that period, Brahmins are invited to have food. So they are offered it in the leaf bowl. So this could be seen in the art form. On 14th day, a ladder and sometimes a date tree is drawn, which portrays Sanji reminiscing for her husband. So as she's shown a simple folk girl who has come to her parents' house, and now she has started to miss her husband, and she's waiting for him, and so she climbs the ladder or the date tree and looking for him, that whether he's coming or not. And on 15th day, a crow and limping Brahmin is shown as messengers. So a limping Brahmin is shown like he is bringing the message of her husband to her that he's coming, as well as a crow is shown, and the crow is also shown with one eye and with beak, where he brings the letter of her husband. But a crow and limping Brahmin have other significance also, which will be discussed later. On 16th day, as I said, a full-blown killer coat is shown along with spiral motif, sun, moon, and stars. So, spiral motif is also considered as a luck motif. And also, on the 16th day is the final day, and then she is venerated and immersed into the river. So, this is the spiral motif, which on the right side, which I was talking about. And on the left side, so on the last day, on the 16th day, she is also shown with a male figure known as Sanja. So some people during the interview were telling that Sanja is her brother, but some also believe that he is her husband. So there are various identities of Sanja. So on the bottom, there is this limping Brahmin, which I was talking about. And above there are 7 figures which are said to be gopis. So gopi, as this is the land of Krishna and Radha, and gopis were the peripheral characters of Krishna and Radha's life, gopis also have shown their influence here. So the sources, the important sources to study this art form is the padas, which I was talking about. They contribute a lot in understanding the nature of Sanji art. The earliest padas belong to the 16th century, and the abundance increase in padas could be witnessed in 19th century. So the earliest padas is attributed to Surdas, and the later which abundance, the increase in the abundance is attributed to Raja Savan Singh, who is also known as, his wife was Bani Thand. So he also shifted to Vrindavan and he started writing padas. So these padas are very helpful in studying this art form, and these padas are actually written in Braj language, the dialect of Hindi. And it is speaking about how Krishna and Radha worshipping goddess Sanji, and actually Sanji is not considered as something which is like, it is considered as a festival. So it is said that they are playing Sanji rather than making Sanji. So Krishna and Radha also shown making Sanji there, in which one of the common basic story of these padas are like, Radha is collecting flowers from her groups to decorate Sanji and make Sanji, whereas Krishna comes to know that Radha is collecting flowers, and he goes in a disguised form, in a female form, to be with Radha and help her, and he comes in the form of Savri, and Radha befriends him and takes him to help her celebrate play the festival of Sanji. So this way the common story of the padas are. And as we are still, the question remains, who is goddess Sanji, who even Krishna and Radha are. So this also shows the archaic nature of Sanji, that Krishna and Radha are worshipping her, and not Radha herself is Sanji. So divine identity. So there's this common concern around a society for the women and the girls, that will they get an ideal husband, or will they have a good in-laws or good posterity. So around this concern, there are various vratas for women and girls in India, which are being taken and made. For example, Mangal Gauri ka Vrat, Gangaur, Vatt Savitri, Haryali Teej, Karwa Chauth, and there are many more Vrat, Sola Somvar ka Vrat, and all these Vrat are done, practiced for the good husband and ideal husband. And the Katha is narrated during fasting this Vrat, during the puja of this Vrat, where the two characters are very important, Shiva and Parvati. So wherever a boon is needed to be asked for the good husband, or wherever it is needed, the mainstream Hindu tradition, wherever it is needed, Shiva and Parvati will always be presented there. Similarly, in the region of Braj, this Shiva and Parvati's position is taken by Radha and Krishna, and Radha and Krishna are the main characters of Sanji. So as there's this common thing can come in mind, that it could be that Sanji could be Radha, because the land is of Radha and it is considered, she's venerated there. But during the interview, the locals didn't accept that. They said that Radha couldn't be Sanji because she's herself venerating her. So, but according to some scholars like Shyam Parmar and Mahendra Bhanawat studies, Parvati, Radha, Durga or Gaura could be Sanji. And also a scholar named Rudramal says that in Sola Kumarayaki sadhana, which is a 16-year sadhana, a penance, where every year new goddess, a different goddess is venerated, and in that 1-year-old girl is considered as Sanji. So Sanji could show her presence in other practices also. But still the question remains that what is the identity of Sanji? So during the field work and during the literary, so going through the literary sources, her name was also associated with Sandhya. So Sandhya has been mentioned by Hariraj in one of the padas of 18th century in the book of Chacha Shri Hit Vrindavan Das ji, and there she is mentioned in the lines Eha Sandhya Devi Puji Bhamininu Yah Varu Magyo Sunat Sudha Sama Vachan Sabani Kau Hit Hiya Anuragya. So in this the mention of Sanji in place of Sanji used, as well as origin of Sandhya Devi could be found in Shiv Puran, where this story goes like when Brahma was creating the universe, he created Prajapatis, and then in the evening time he created Sandhya. So her name was Sandhya. But when she was created, she was so beautiful that even Brahma and the other Prajapatis fell for her. So when Brahma was feeling for her, Kamdev was born, and Kamdev asked Brahma for the boon that give him such a boon that not even the gods are spared from them. Like he should be useful for everyone. So he was given the boon to create love in everyone, and so he thought that first I'll experiment this boon on someone. So he experimented on Brahma and Prajapatis itself, and when he experimented on it, they started like desiring Sandhya. So when this was happening, Dharma was present there, and he saw this misconduct and summoned or remembered Shiv. So when Shiv came, Lord Shiv came, he cursed Brahma and punished all the Prajapatis. But and Brahma that his sweat fell on the ground, and Agni was created from where Pitras were created. So Sandhya is also known as Pitra Prasu, beloved of the Pitras, which is the deceased ancestors. So then after that, Sandhya felt very guilty about that his own father and brothers are desiring her, and she wanted to bring dignity into this world. So she penanced on the Chandrabhaga hill for four yugas, and then she waited, Shiv came and was pleased by her penance and gave her 3 boons. So the first boon she asked was uh, no one should have the feeling of love since birth. Second, no one should be like her. And third, she should get a husband who is not over romantic but a friendly person, and and whoever looks at her in other than a husband in a different desirable form, then he should get important. So Shiv grants her the boon that no one will be born with the love, only after the third stage of life, which is adolescence, when will develop the feeling of love. Second, she will be the Mahasati, and third, she will have a husband who will be spiritual and will live for 7 kalpas. So by after this, the Sanji burns herself in the yajna of Meghaditi and is born as his daughter as Arundhati. So but the burning body has so much power that Shiva asks Agni to take her body to the solar system, and her body is divided into 2 parts and installed on the chariot of the Surya or the sun, and the upper body is beloved for the Devas, so Deva Prasu, and the lower body is beloved of the Pitras, so Pitra Prasu. And then she is, so Arundhati, as we know, is a nakshatra. It's an astronomical feature, and also she is considered Mahasati, and also her husband was a great ascetic. So this story underlines and gives an underlining meaning and has many factors to be noticed. So an attempt is made to assimilate Sanji into Puranic mythology by bringing her origin, bringing a story into the Shiv Puran. Archaic legends and relations could be seen, like the factor of purity and impurity, the conduct, misconduct. Even some stories of Brahma are also overlap. Same story of Brahma could be seen with Saraswati, where he desired Saraswati and then Shiv punishes him. As well as the age of Sanji is also mentioned in this story, which is 16-year-old girl. So in Shakta cult, 16-year-old girl is considered very pure and for the worship. Like she's even she's a very pure age, and because she's the age between her adolescence and her adulthood, and she's considered very powerful and pure for worshipping. So her presence could be the numbers presence could be seen here. Even dharma is shown by dharma is contextualized in the form of a woman, where he's talking about the conduct and the morals for a woman, and the most important factor, Pitras are shown in this story, and here the direct relation of Pitras and Sandhya could be seen. That's why it could be possible that Sanji is celebrated in the time period of Pitrabaksh. So, but still the question remains that why is she beloved to the Pitras? So the answer is, like in Dharma Shastras, it is said that a woman of the house, unmarried woman of the house, should work according to dharma, proper conduct. She should get married at a proper age and all, which will help in liberating the pitras and which will make the pitras happy. And it is also considered that if the pitras are not happy, they can create obstacles in the path of the family. So this period is actually making the pitras happy in its different form. Also, as we were talking about Arundhati, which is an archaic feature, like the astronomical feature. So whenever any art form is archaic or archaic, the astronomical phenomena will show its presence in any form. So in this form, Arundhati is being seen in this story. So as well as we can also see she penance for four yugas. So same Parvati penance for Shiv for 4 yugas, and so indirect notion of Parvati with Sanji could be also seen, and it acts as a bridge between the local and the mainstream tradition. So as Parvati used in the stories as a bridge between if there's a need to create, that means junction of time zones. So there are 3 time zones. First is dawn, then there's forenoon, and there's dusk, and it is considered very strong, like very powerful period of time zones where 2 time zones are meeting. So in this zones only, there are various vratas also practiced along the India, which is the Chhat Puja, which is practiced in Bihar and eastern Uttar Pradesh during the time of October, where in the rising sun and the setting sun is worshipped. As well as this Ubha Chhatki Puja, which is being practiced in Rajasthan, which shows the importance of evening and unmarried girls. So in the evening only the girls bathe and they stand in the water and worship the setting sun until the rising moon could be seen, and could apply chandan on the gods. So and a katha is narrated in this story, which will tell us that how unmarried girls and the liberation of ancestors are connected. So in this story, it is that there was a moneylender and his wife, and his wife would even continue with her chores even at the time of her menstruation. And they had a son. As the time went, they became old and they died. They both died, but the wife and the husband were born as bitch and bull respectively, because she was like worshipping during the menstruation period also. So as a punishment, they were born as bitch and bull, but near their house only. So the bitch and the bull remembered every detail of their last birth, and they helped their son. So the bitch protected the house of his son and her son, and the bull worked in the farms of the son. So one day, the son of them decided to observe Shraddh for his father, and so he invited the Brahmins and food was cooked and kept outside along with kheer. So at the same time, a kite was flying above the house and carrying a dead serpent in his beak. And the dead serpent fell into the kheer and poisoned it. So the whole phenomena was seen by the bitch, and in order to save her son from the humiliation, she put her mouth in the kheer in order to make it unfit to serve. So, but the wife of the husband, her son, sees this and beats the bitch to the level that her bone breaks. And then the bitch comes and meets the bull, and she thinks that bull will be like it will be full because it was his shraddha which was being performed. But the bull complains that I was also working the whole day and wasn't able to eat. So this whole conversation was heard by the wife of the husband, and she tells the husband that your parents are actually bitch and bull, and so the husband goes to a priest and asks whether the confirmation that who are my parents. So the priest confirms that they are the bitch and the bull in your house. So how will they get liberation? To which the priest says that ask your unmarried daughter to perform the puja of Ubachat ki puja, and then ask her whenever she's pouring the water to the sun, the water should fall on the bitch and the bull, and then they will get liberated. So in the same is done and they get liberation. So here the period of Sandhya is very important in the liberation, as well as the direct relation of unmarried girl and pitras could be seen. So even it could be a possibility that subconsciously the girls are worshipping pitras in the form of Sandhya, because Sandhya is the pitra prasur of pitras. So, to make the pitras happy, Sandhya is being worshipped, Sanji is being worshipped, and in order to not be happy so that they can lead their life happily. Even the presence of this evening notion could be seen in the art form of Sanji, where stars are shown between the sun and moon in the art form, and which shows the transition period from morning to evening. So it could show the evening phenomena in a personified in the form of Sandhya. Also, as I was saying, they indirectly praying to the deceased ancestors. Also, as the story I was telling that she husband that he'll come her to pick her, the emotion of awaiting could be seen in this art form, which is also known as Veera, and Veera is also a form of bhakti. Especially in the land of Krishna and Radha, where Krishna left Radha and Radha was waiting for Krishna. So the element of Veera and the emotion of Veera is very strong in that region, which shows its influence in the art form. Also the motives. So as I was saying, a crow is shown. So yeah, in the story it's shown as a messenger, but crow also has a different meaning. So crow is considered during the time of Pitrapaksh as a messenger of the ancestors, and so it is fed well by the family so that it becomes happy and relay and convey the blessings of their ancestors to the family. As well as crow is also linked with Yama and the Pitralok. And the second picture which I will showing the seven figures at the bottom. They are said as gopis by the locals, but it could be saptamatrikas also, because saptamatrikas are also a peripheral part of the architecture of temple and the icon. And also in the form of Sanji art, this is kind of showing a fortification between the inside and the outside world. So it could be Saptamatrika. And as I was telling, Langda Brahman and Kanakava is shown. So this imperfect things are also included in Sanji, which are also known as Shakun. So Shakun means auspicious things. So these things are also included in the art form to signify that or portray that it's an auspicious art form. Also, ladder is shown in the Sanji. So as ladder in the story, it is being used as a prop, but ladder also has a significant meaning. So in prehistoric times, ladder is also shown in cave paintings. Shamans were believed to use ladder, trees, mountains as a prop to travel between the heaven and the earth. as well as ladder is also used in death rituals. So the presence of ladder can show a direct relation between the death ritual here, and so as this is the ancestral period and the art form is made in the ancestral, like in the Pitra Paksh, ladders, the presence of ladder can strengthen the argument. As well as I was saying, the spiral motif is considered the luck motif, and swastik, as I was saying, is an auspicious symbol and divine symbol. There's during the fieldwork I noticed that in literature some motifs are being mentioned, like the Navagraha, peacock, cuckoo, even all these, even the peacock, cuckoo, swans are also mentioned, mentioned. Practice, all these are not included, like Navagraha, peacock, and cuckoo are not seen in the art form. So this shows that how like during the time, along the time, the some things are added and some things are forgotten due to the time. And my observation regarding the art is, hence, the art form, through its studies, it can be known that certain essence of Sandhya has been tried to be captured in the art form. The whole Sanji is a gender-centric, and it is leaning more towards the feminine principle. There is no role of male principle, as well as Sanji is shown as an individual, independent existence, not with a male counterpart. So, an individual, Sanji is being worshipped, a female figure is being worshipped by females, and no male role could be seen, and she is treated as a, like, two contradictory factors could be seen. She is being treated as a simple folk girl, but she is also believed to bestow them with boons, good husband, and different kind of boons. Also in the literary source it has been mentioned that Sanji, Sanji should be celebrated to invoke love for others, as well as everyone should live in harmony. But nowadays the notion has been changed. Nowadays it's for a good husband, good posterity, good in-laws. So this could be also seen that how the thought process changes. As well as major importance is given to Kumari Puja and her independent existence, as I was telling. Unmarried girls are given major importance. So there could be a question that are married women like making this art? So yes, married women are in some cases married women make this art form for 1 year of their marriage, and then they leave the art form and they teach their kids to make the art form, and the unmarried girls make the art form. So the whole subject potential for future studies, it could different kind of studies could be done on this art form, like as Sanji is made in different parts also, in the Nimar region of Madhya Pradesh, in Haryana, in Rajasthan, even in Maharashtra. So a comparative analysis could be studied of Sanji, as well as the male participation in the Sanji, as well as oral tradition is a major source in the Sanji art. Oral tradition could be studied separately. So the whole topic has a promising potential and is worth researching. So the methodology which was used for this research was, it was an integrated methodology was adapted. Primary and secondary data was collected. So primary data was collected in the form of documenting videography, audiography, photography of other folk practices as well as Sanji. Secondary data was collected in the form of published and unpublished matter, in the form of articles, manuscripts from the libraries as well as private collections. Were conducted according to the age group. Unmarried girls were interviewed, even married women were interviewed, like how did they make during their unmarried time, as well as men are interviewed because they witnessed the art form. Old men are interviewed that how in their times how was it made. Even the widows are interviewed that like what is their role and how is their what is the difference between the present art form and the art form when they made it. And the intention of the fieldwork was to bring a socio-cultural, understand the socio-cultural festival of Sanji and the notion of Sanji. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience.
Yeah, thank you, Sakshi. Anybody wants to question about your work? Like any questions regarding this work?
मैं एक तो साक्षी को धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं गाड़ी पर था और मैं अलगेश जी आपका हो गया क्या?
ये इसके बाद
मेरा साक्षी जी के बाद है।
तो मैं फायदे में हूं। मैं गाड़ी पर था, घर आया। साक्षी को धन्यवाद। ये पर्चा
सर
मैंने सुना
आपकी
है।
प्रेरणा से इनको मैंने प्रमोट किया है।
हाँ, साक्षी को मैंने सुना है और मुझे अच्छा लगा कि साक्षी ने संध्या पर, सांझी पर, ये वो लेख हैं जिनको हमने शुरुआती दौर में लिखा। मेरे गुरु ने ये सबसे पहले इंट्रोड्यूस किया था, डॉक्टर महेंद्र भानावत। और महेंद्र भानावत के साथ उनकी जो बेटी है कहानी भानावत की पीएचडी सांझी पे है। शायद वो किताब आपने देखी कि नहीं देखी मुझे पता नहीं। वो किताब छपी है, राजस्थान सरकार ने छापी थी। राजस्थान हिंदी ग्रंथ अकादमी से निकली है सांझी और संजा, है ना। सांझी पर बहुत सारी किताबें मध्य प्रदेश से भी निकली है, वो शायद आपको मिल गई होगी। मैं कुछ चीजें और भी मैडम, मैं ताकि तुम्हारा पर्चा कभी कुछ हो जाए। एक तो सबसे बढ़िया सिस्टम है, ये क्वार पक्ष है और सूर्य कन्या राशि में आता है। हमें किसी भी पक्ष को शास्त्र में ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं होती है। लोक और श्लोक में अंतर इतना सा है, ये वो चीज हमने संस्कृत में लिख दी है तो हम अब किताबों में ढूंढते हैं, जरूरत नहीं है। लोक सबसे बड़ा, और जो सांझी है वो राजस्थान से लेके एक ऐसे धनुषाकार रूप में, धनुष के रूप में, है ना, एक, या बल्कि मैं तो उसको आधा चक्र कहता हूं। ये चंद्रमा का आधा चक्र है जो निमाड़ से लेके ब्रज तक चला जाता है। निमाड़ से लेके ब्रज तक, ब्रज की परंपराओं का बीज निमाड़ में है। निमाड़ जो नीम है, हम उस नीम को ये कह देते हैं कि नीम पेड़ है। नीम मीन्स नींव। अधिकांश परंपराओं की नींव आज भी निमाड़ में है। ये आप कितनी बड़ी बात कह रहा हूं। मुझे अंबा माता वाला सोर्स कहां है, ये बीज मुझे कहां मिला? निमाड़ में। वहां जो रनुबाई है वो गणगौर हो जाती है, हम लोग उसको गणगौर कहते हैं। अब देखिए, ये जो पितृपक्ष है, ये पितृपक्ष तो शास्त्रीय नाम है, ये क्वार पक्ष है ना। वहां जाता है। कभी आप सांब पुराण देखिएगा, देखा नहीं होगा। सांब पुराण में सांझी की कथा है, क्योंकि उसकी तरफ ध्यान गए ही नहीं। वहां वो खोड़िया ब्राह्मण भी है, जिसको आजकल हम दिव्यांग कहते हैं, है ना। ये बाकी सब जो तिथियां है ना, हेमाद्री की चतुर्वर्ग चिंतामणि देखिएगा। हेमाद्री का बड़ा ग्रंथ है चतुर्वर्ग चिंतामणि, उसका व्रतखंड देखिएगा। व्रतखंड में जो तिथि चित्रण है, प्रतिपदा से लेके अमावस्या तक,
देखिए ना,
वो सारे के सारे कौन सी तिथि किस रूप में, और संयोग से तिथि चित्रण की परंपरा हमारे यहाँ चित्रकला में तो है ही, लेकिन उसकी प्रेरणा का आधार लोक है। वो लोक है जहां लड़कियां, जहां कन्याएं, और चूंकि वो कन्याएं हैं और प्रत्येक पक्ष परिपक्व नहीं है, इसलिए वो कच्चे चित्र है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो अपन कहीं अपने को छूट जाता है, वो अपने को दिख जाएगा। ये एक परंपरा, कुछ गड़बड़ हो रहा है। मेरी आवाज वापस आ रही है
सर, आपका आवाज ऊपर कर रहा है।
आवाज वापस आ रही, मेरे पास ही आ रही है।
किसी और का माइक चालू है इसलिए।
ओके साक्षी, धन्यवाद सर आपका। सच्ची में आपका बहुत ही अच्छा सुझाव था और उसको और भी आगे इस पे काम करना है तो आपसे मिलना जरूरी है उसको।
ना मिलना, मैं बता दूंगा ये बेटियों के पास।
आपके जितने भी बुक्स हैं आपसे तो वो पूरा ले सकती है, जितना भी आप, हम लोग का जो हमारे गुरु होते हैं उनसे हम जितना मिल सकता है हम उनसे लेते हैं, नॉलेज वगैरह लेते हैं। सो साक्षी, हाँ आपका जो यस सर।
एक और बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं, इस संज्ञा के अनेक पक्ष हो गए हैं, जिनमें जो समझदार हैं उन्होंने कृष्ण के साथ अटैच कर दी, जो कन्याएं हैं, जो बाल मन है वो उन्होंने गीतों के साथ अटैच कर दी। और इतने सारे गीत, ये सारे गीतों में संध्या के प्रकट के, संध्या के चित्रण के, संध्या के अंकन के, संध्या के मांडने के, संध्या के विसर्जन के, संध्या के पूरी उम्र तक रखने के, संध्या के व्रत के सारे कंसेप्ट। और हम लोगों को ये सब देखने में आता है, क्योंकि लिख लिख के भी मैं हर बार नया लिखता हूं। अभी तुम्हारा परिचय जब मैं सुन रहा था तो मैं सारे नोट्स तैयार कर रहा था कि इतने सारे पक्ष अपने को मिलते जाते हैं। मैंने आज पहली बार कहा है कि वो गोबर के चित्र इसलिए हैं कि वो गोबर के चित्र कच्चे हैं। कन्या जो कि कच्चा मन है, उनके सारे पक्ष कच्चे सूत की तरह से हैं। कन्याओं के बाद महिलाओं के भी सारे के सारे व्रत कच्चे धागे वाले हैं। बहुत सारे पक्ष हैं। आज मैं इतना ही कहूंगा। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर, क्योंकि आगे तक बहुत सारे सेशंस और भी हैं, हम ऐसे भी लेट ही चल रहे हैं तो थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Yes, madam, please conclude.
Sakshi, I have something to say is that India has intangible and tangible. Every 1 kilometer you can see there is a difference of art and culture. मैं ये तुमको एक सुझाव देना चाहती हूँ कि ये जो तुम्हारा पेपर था, it was very good. Only thing I would like to say that don't go into stories so much. It is not needed. You tell what is the concept of Sanja goddess, how it is worshipped, and since you have done, and even methodology, you don't have to show it to others. Like what you have done, we understand because तुमने इतना बड़ा काम किया, तो methodology की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि वो बहुत फैल जाता है. So stories को short करके तुम बोल सकती थी. It was too in much detail. Next time when you present, please present in a precise manner. Okay. So
Okay, ma'am.
thank you so much. Because people are waiting from the morning for their papers, and you know, if you tell them so much of stories in detail, it goes beyond their, understanding and capabilities. So thank you.
Okay,
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir. And thank you, sir,
Thank you, ma'am.
for this,
Thank you, sir.
for this chairing this session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Professor Susmita Sen, madam, Head of Department Archaeology and Ancient History, MSc University Baroda, for given time and share the session, and our co-chair person, Dr. Muhammad Irfanul Haq, Assistant Professor, Institute of Punjabi and Cultural Studies, University of Punjab, and Dr. Sri Krishna Jugnu sir, for share his views. All of you, Madam Madam Sakshi Sharma, Archaeology Department, given a nice talk and a good topic, Goddess Sanji. Thank you, all of you. Now, next session is Chairperson Anita Korde. Madam Anita Korde, Indologist Mumbai, and our eminent speaker, Mr. Alkais Javeri, Director, USA Chapter, Heritage Foundation, Jalgaon. So welcome both of you, and I am requesting to Madam Korde, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Mr. Alkais Javeri. This
Hello. This session also chairperson Dr. Muhammad Irfanul Haq from Assistant Professor Institute of Punjabi and Cultural Study, University of Punjab, Lahore. Madam, unmute yourself. Korde madam.
Sorry.
Mic.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. And it gives me immense pleasure to introduce my friend, Alkesh Bhai Javeri. Though he is normally based in USA, New Jersey, but he's right now here in Vadodara in India. And what a pleasure to introduce him. Alkesh is postgraduate diploma in human resources development from MS University Baroda. He has done his Masters of Science in Statistics, again from MS University Baroda. He is currently working in retail sector since 2006 in USA, and he has presented various papers at national and international forums, both on his professional front and his passion, which is Indology. As a heritage, I'm sorry, somebody's mic is on and जुगनू सर आपका माइक चालू है, कैन यू आप प्लीज माइक बंद कर देंगे?
1000
जुगनू सर, हाँ. So he has presented various papers both on his professional front as well as the passion which he has for Indology and basically for Gajalakshmi. He has been on many committees, one of which is he's a member of Heritage Foundation Jalgaon, and his passion for Gajalakshmi is well known to everybody who knows him, right? And today he is going to speak about his topic of presentation is one moment, please. There is a problem here. He's going to talk about the neglected archaeological site of Amjara and Karhar Mata Temple. And this is again in sync with what he's been studying for a very long time. That is the Devi culture. May it be Gajalakshmi or any Shakta Devi. He has a very deep understanding of it. So I'm sure today also he'll be presenting various facets, neglected facets of the same thing, and will enlighten his audience. Welcome, Alkesh Bhai, and all the very best to you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for introducing me. And without wasting the time, the presentation. If my screen is visible to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. So today we are going to talk about the neglected archaeological site of Amjara and Karhar Mata Temple. The site of Amjara is located in the Wagad area. The Wagad region is southern Rajasthan, which is known as Mahia region. And the glory of this region is mentioned even in Skand Puran. It is basically the region or co-influence of Mahisagar Sangam, where the rivers come together. Like we have the regions of Ganga, we have regions of Narmada. The Wagad was in Mahia, and it's very much known as Mahia region. Now, this unique feature of naming the names are very much traditional for our Bharatvarsha. And this appears in the name in the Mandans Dev Murti Praksham Granth. Excuse me, guys. This co-influence is very well mentioned in this. So here is this region of Mahia, which you can see in the map, and this is the picture of it. Now, this region was a very famous for a historical study as well as for the business, and it was visited by Yuan Sang also, where when he was moving the Maya, he found that this region was not only the regular region, but it was a co-influence of different religions. It was not only like Hinduism, Brahmanism. Here you will find the sculptures from Jainism, Buddhism, and other. And main feature is the forest dwellers. So there was a localized community, and there was another community which we call as Bhils, or today we call as Adivasis, but they are not Adivasis. They are the real people who are living in the land, and they have not taken urbanization. So that is the main community which is stayed in Wagad. So most of the kings in even Wagad were made from Bhil community. Later on, the Rajputs covered it. This is the region of Wagad. Now, according to our chair, Sri Krishna Jugnu sir, in the Markandeya Purana, edited around Gupta period, the West Indian territories of Mahi are originating from the Arvali mountain, which was called as Priya, and has opened the doors of possibilities of the settlement. Since this region was covered by Mahi river, so it opened the process of settlements. Then this Wagad, actually right now, if you see anybody saying Wagad, the Wagad is only spread at this region. But basically back in these days, the Wagad was all the way up to Shamlaji or further down. So the various regions are Salumbar, Mewal, Kurwad, Chappans Jadol, and Gordar Vijayanagar of Gujarat, Idar, and so on. So this is the basic region of Wagad. And the main concentration of Wagad was in this region. There was a foundation of Shakti cult. It's not only Amjara has, even the Samlaji has many Matrika sculptures, which has been studied by Stara Stockcheck, which we will see in the further presentation. Now, as per Dr. Jugnu, what he says is because its present form was edited till the lifetime of the King Kumarpal Charukya, till then this entire region was considered as one country. So the whole Mahi region was considered as one country or a space. Its name was written in Sanskrit as well as in Maya, but it is always called as Wagad. Even this Wagad was connected to this Dharanagari of the Bhojraj, which you can see over here in my cursor. And this region, I already said, it was a big merchant community. If you have heard about Narsim Mehta writing a Hundi to Shamadiya Girdhari, a very important story in the Indian. So Samlaji, he writes that Hundi, and he pays the money to it. So basically this automatically tells that this region was very, very rich of a mercantile community. And then this was a Sthal Mandali. Sthal Mandali means various districts coming together and making a union is called Sthal Mandali. And that later goes to union, which goes to Thali area or a bigger area of Thali. Also, you should know Vatpadrak. Vatpadrak is name of Vadodara city in which I am sitting right now. But there is another Vatpadrak which is in Wagad. I just passed it 2 days back for the same region. And this is right now known as Badode. Right now it is a small village. But back in the days, it was the capital of Wagad. Let's go to the next slide and see. Now, what evidences were found in this region of the Wagad? They said that they had cultural connections with various countries, not only India, but they had connection with Rome. They had another connection with different places and various excavations. I think Susmita ma'am, if you hear, she must be knowing they have a lot of collection in MS University of Vadodara too. All these artifacts, fixed facts are from this. They were bangles, bows, and they are many of connected in Shamlaji region. Now, when we say Shamlaji region, is not only the Shamlaji, but it is the whole region of Shamlaji, which is covered in this map, Wagad and down up to Lunawada, Godhra, and Baria. These remains also show the second phase where the industrials, it was an industrial settlement, and they were also making the tools from iron. And this area was accessed by these traders who were passing through Wagad. And these traders, all the traders were staying in this place of Wagad, and they were doing businesses. Also, we have found some because to protect the traders, the rulers made a fortified cities, and that is like Bhumik and Napan started making fortified cities for them. Now, on the contrary, one side, Wagad had a big traditional mercantile community. On the other side, Wagad had another speciality also. Lot of sculptures were started generating and making sculptures from various places. In the area of Dungarpur and Wagad, lot of sculptures started making different sculptures, and the sculpture was going at its various heights. We always know in till Gupta period that was a very great period of making the sculptures, but later on, the second phase, that is called a post-Gupta phase, in which the sculpture was at its highest or its helm, and Wagad was the one of the region from where the sculptures started spreading that tradition to the different places. As it was we have Mathura sculptures or other type of sculptures. Similarly, the Wagad sculptures are also very famous. You will see if you compare the different types of sculpture or iconography of various places, you may find this. Look at this three different sculptures. This is sculpture of unknown goddess, and this is famous Veenadhari Shiv. So where the Shiva is shown having a veena in his hand. Further, let's see this Ganesha. He's a tantric Ganesha with Trinetra Ganesha, having a third eye on his head. And the coincidence is this was like a, if we say, it was a transiting phase from Gupta period to the next level. And in this, the sculptures hadn't developed. So we can see various sculptures. And this place is Amjara and Kalyan, which was known as Ambrej in the in past, Kiskinda. So were the two places. Now Ambrej was Amjara and Kishkanda was Kalyanpur. And both the sculptures we've in many excavations, these sculptures have been found. Here there is another sculpture of the goddess Gajalakshmi. And what I said was comparison. Now let's compare these images. You will see the way asana over here and asana after the ages. The way of holding the lotus. We will see in the next that how she holds the different lotus. And this opinion is not my opinion but this technique did not only go to Mathura or in the Indian sector, but it went to Gandhara also. When you see the Gandhara sculptures and when you see the Amjara sculpture, when you compare them, you will find it that how close they are to each other. Every sculptures are different, so no, all the fingers are not same. So we cannot say, okay, these sculptures and these sculptures are equal. But if you look at the way they are made, you will see that they had gone to the Gandhar region too. And both these cities were under Wagad Mandal. And many Shilpis or many sculptors came here and got that themselves trained at Wagad, and then they continued their tradition to the different places. And what happened, like all the craftsmen, they started moving to different regions, and we went all the way up to Arab Sagar. So if I say Arab Sagar, it may be Saurashtra, it may be Mumbai, or further down where the sculptures have been. Now, when Saraskrokchek makes the studies in the Shamlaji region, what I have read from her book, and I compared, the region is very close to region of Amjara. The Samlaji region is very close to Amjara, I already mentioned. She points that various Matruka sculptures were found from this region. But Amjara Matrukas, the Matrukas which were found in Amjara, were very different from they from the Samlaji. And those you can see in various government galleries of Dungarpur, Udaipur, and then in Vadodara also we have a lot of Mr. U.P. Shah, I think, has done a good study of her, and I would like to go through what his studies are in this Amjara region too. Even Agrawala also notes that there are unusual asanas. They are not the regular asanas in which the goddess are made to say, but there are unusual asanas. Here you see the various images of, this is two-armed goddess Vaishnavi. Halo is broken. Here is Kaumari sitting. Here is the way that she is sitting. See the different way the asana is posted. And this is Sakti Agniya. This is torso of Kumar Kartik. This is goddess Brahmi. This is one of the torso found in Dungarpur, and it can't be from Matrika because of the Draupadi. This is again, you see how beautiful they are. Even the broken pieces show how the sculptures had sculpted them. And what is this? How they have maintained the proportion of the body. Again, here there is part, but here you can see the leg of the kid, the child. So this must be some Maitrika who was sitting with her child. This is a sun, God's son. You can see here in Amsara. That is also in the Low Museum. Kuber. And the head also is of Kuber. So what exactly has been found in, they are loose sculptures. They are not at one place in the time history. This is one Vara. I think I have heard of that there is a good Vara in Vadodara too. I will have to go to museum and check it, since now I understand the iconography. Here you see this is Kartikya, Surya, Vishnu and Lakshmi. But this is a later stage images. You can clearly see this is not from the post-Gupta, but it's the later stage. I have taken this image to show you how longer the sculptures existed or how the styles were continued. This is so much damage you cannot see, but you can see the legs, and you can see the proportion of the legs. That makes you look how it would be looking. This is Bodhisattva, and this is image of Adinath. Now, these two images found in the same area clearly gives an idea of that Wagad was not a single community area, but it was a metropolitan area where different communities stayed together and do the mercantile business. Like right now also, any places where there is more trade and mercantilism, it's a different communities come together and stay together. Again, this is a Bodhisattva, and this is Avalokeshwara. Avalokeshwara is a god of sea, as we know. Now this is a base of some sculpture, and it can be of Tirthankars. Now this is one of the pranalas found over there with a lion face. This is the beauty of it. Now see all these Mahishasur Mardanis one by one while I'm going to the six. A very important subject. Here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 hand. Okay, with the Mahishasur Mardani. So 8 hands are here. Here there's another Mahishasur Mardani. And I think she should have 6 hands, not more than that. The 2 arms can be seen, but the rest arms have been broken. And she is piercing this. This is one of the another Mahishasura-mardini, 4 hands. A similar image you will find in an institution temple, which we will be discussing in the later. A very similar kind of image. Okay, now let's come to the site of Amzara. This Amzara, this temple was institution temple. This is a little bit a better version of the same temple after some modifications were made. Before that, this was a depleted hut, a hut which was like made of mud and everything, and in which the goddess Lakshmi was, Karhar Mata was standing. So today we see what about her. So this is one of the Karhar Mata's temple. I'm thankful to Dr. Deborah Stein, who has mentioned this about this mud brick shrine, and this is totally mud brick shrine. Before it was just a mud shrine. Here you can see 2 Tantric Ganesh at different levels. This is Mahishasura-mardini and this is Gajalakshmi. So look at this Mahishasura-mardini. We just now saw there was a broken image. A similar kind of image is there. 4 hands slaying the bull, or you can say Mahish. The beauty of Amzara is this main image. That is Gajalakshmi. Now, why this is important? Not because it's my subject of study, but here in this image, you see Lord Krishna and Balrama are the attendants. The hero gods are attending goddess Lakshmi or Ekanmasa. There are different names they have given to it, but it's a very rare image. Only few images of them are found. I think one is found over here and another is from Dole. I'm looking for that image also. If I find, I would try to put it up. Now this picture was taken by Mahendra Shrimal, who is one of my uncles. And why I'm talking much about Amzara, I would just later on give a small story about this. So this is the important image. And they hold mace and plow. Here the Balrama is holding mace and plow. Here Krishna is holding his chakra and gada. In addition to this attendance, you can see 4 elephants doing Abhisheka to the Lakshmi. A similar kind of image you will find from Brindmal, but the attendants have changed. Now the form of this Gajalakshmi is Padma Malini. Padma Malini means one who sits on lotus, and this protects the gardens. Gardens is, now here metamorphically if we say gardens means the one who gives the children. So this goddess was also known as Bachcho Wali Mata in the local language, or goddess Harti. And this similar images you can see further going down in the regions of Vidarbha and other places also. If you compare this Gajalakshmi, the way she holds the lotus and other, you will see that similar way the lotus is held in Orissa. A similar way is in the mid belt of Madhya Pradesh. So we can clearly say that this was the place from where it started and it started flowing down. This is the in and around place of Amzara. These are few images of the old temple given by Kamlesh Sharma. This is where the shrine, and this is where the given again. Now, why this is a neglected site, I don't know, but this also has lot of artifacts coming out from the land. Even the potteries are coming out. Any field, if you start like working on, you find the potteries and other stuff. But because of sheer neglect, this beautiful image is placed in the now temple or a structured temple, but also the roads have been carved in the mounds. Some roads have been made, and many artifacts are just thrown or used for the other purpose. A real research has to be made to find this Amzara temple. So here you can see the line work of the what I showed. This is a Balrama holding, and in this side is a Krishna. These are the attendants, and this is the Gadlakshmi. Here you can see Krishna, Balram, attendants. So these are very old images. So it's, you may see the colors or the brightness are not good, because these are almost images when I was almost like 10 years old. Here you can see, compare both the images which I have shown you. So in this depleted arch made the carved, it is made from the greenish blue sketches, locally known as Pareva stone. The stones are Pareva stones, and whatever the way the Gajalakshmi is depreciated, described by R.C. Agrawal. Here you see this Tantric Ganesh with Pranala. You see the Shiva. Now, these are the old images of Amzara. When I come to the new images, you see how the site was neglected and what has it formed. This is again old, located on the start of the village near the small lake. This is again Tantric Ganesha. People are worshipping here. These are all my family members, because we used to visit every time. This is my uncle, and his son Praveen gave me this picture. This is the family visit again. Now see what is the condition of this temple. We cannot even see the images iconographically. They have made a temple without any permission of taking archaeology department, or even archaeology department did not take any interest to give them the specialities. The walls which are collected, and now you see what is the conditions of those images. This Ganesha which we saw on this other side, sitting here, covered by all the cement. Here's the cement. Here's cement. Same is the condition of these Mahadevs. See, all have been forced in the cemented structure, which we cannot do. Though it is under the condition of the archaeology department. Same, the another Ganesh which is placed over here, because whatever villagers thought, they put it over here. Here there are another like places like Supanala and other places from where we still find artifacts. Even if in the various fields also, where in the lakes also, we find artifacts. There is also one wow which was called Nachan wow, that also has artifacts, but it's almost covered right now, and it's no way to see in there. This is the temple area where the school is there. This is the construction phase of the temple. Now here you see, it was like, this is like taken like almost like 7 years back, the same images, but here you can still see the gods and each and every iconography of everything, because they cleaned it up. This is the original old picture, and this is the new picture of the god. This is the construction phase of the temple. This is the current situation 2 days before. These pictures are taken 2 days before, not even. See this sculpture lying over here. See this one, Ganesh. The temple is made a superstructure temple, but there's nothing like that. See all the idols, how they have colored it. So in addition to this, what I said, that the whole site of Amjara is a very important site, and it has lot of artifacts available. Lot of our study has to be done, a lot of research work has to be done in this area. So if we, instead of neglecting this site, if we take care on this site, we would be able to find more about this. Now, why this site is so close to me, I would just give in like 4 minutes. I won't take a lot of time. This Gajalakshmi Ma came to my mother's dream, and she said that I am lying somewhere in this area, and you try to find. She was very small little girl. She told to my one of her uncle, who was the chief justice of the region, and then they told to the other people. So later on, when she grew around 18 or 19 years, she started looking for this, and they had a lot of search after this, and we found it. We found this temple, in situation temple, which was in the depleted hut. I don't have image of that depleted hut, but that image is still of depleted hut is in the Udaipur Ahar Museum, in the files where they mention about Amzara and where R.C. Agrawala has done work. Since my uncle was a chief justice, he put earhead to the R.C. Agrawala, and when he was in his movement, he found this image. So that is the main reason that this is so close to me. But with looking at this state, I think we all the archaeologists should concentrate on this site and try to find more influence of the matrikas, and also whatever is buried under the earth. This a lot of time has been taken. I have shortened my presentation and taken up many points. And I would be thanking you to Dr. Shri Krishna Jugnu, Shri Kamlesh Sharma, Meenakshi Srimal, my aunt, my mother Rajkumari Kalidas, Dr. Jeffrey Lang, because he was the person who gave me the information about the Gajalakshmi image. And all Srimal families who have given me the pictures in time to time. Pradeep Srimal, and a special thank to Dr. Kiritpal Singh, the person of Intact, who gave me all the images from the Dungarpur Museum, and Dr. Deborah Stein for allowing me to use her picture. Thank you very much. I had tried to give the best points from Amzara, but it still needs, I need more time to it. Thank you. What?
Alkesh Bhai, it was a wonderful presentation, and I believe Dr. Shri Krishna Jugnu would be able to conclude it in a much better way. So I request Sir, Guruji, please आप conclude कर दीजिए.
बस हम सबको आशीर्वाद दीजिए गुरुजी.
Unmute yourself, sir. Jugnu sir.
आपकी जय हो. जी. आपकी जय हो. और अलकेश जी ने आज बहुत अच्छे ढंग से, एक छोटा सा गांव है अमजरा, लेकिन उसका जो अतीत है, मैं किसी अतीत को देखता हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि आज हम जिसको नहीं जानते हैं उसको पहले कितना लोग जानते थे. और वहां वो लोग थे, वहां कला की दृष्टि से वो प्रयोग थे, कला की दृष्टि से जो कुछ वो सृजन कर रहे थे. मैंने सुबह सुबह आज उठ के, जब इन्होंने मुझे आमंत्रित किया था कि आज वो गोष्ठी से जुड़ना है, तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे वो बातें कह देनी चाहिए. आमजरा और अमजरा, डूंगरपुर का वो गांव जहां गुप्त काल में, क्योंकि एक तो बड़ी बात यह थी कि पूरे देश में जो पारियात्र पर्वत है ना, अरावली पर्वत में ही ऐसे पत्थर ढूंढ लिए गए थे जिनको तराश के, यानी रत्न मिले तो भी यही मिले. जिंक मिला तो अरावली में, चांदी मिली तो अरावली में, और लगभग बहुत सारी संख्या में जो धातु मिले हैं, ये तांबे भी, ये अरावली में. अथर्ववेद का ऋषि बार बार ये आश्चर्य करता है कि ये अरावली और उससे जुड़ी हुई मरुभूमि, वहां कितने स्तर पर क्या क्या चीज मिलती है ना. वहां कौन सा अनल है, कौन सी आग जिसको हम लोग आजकल कि गैस के रूप में कहते हैं। तो ये जो मुझे कुछ लगता है कि ऋषियों को इस भूमि से जो लगाव था वो गुप्त काल तक आते आते, यानी एक लंबी काल क्रम की सीरीज, जिन्होंने बाद में यहां से जो पत्थर निकला है, जो पत्थर मिला है, वो मूर्ति के रूप में कैसे कीमती हो जाए। मुझे तो आश्चर्य था जब अल्केश भाई वहां के लोगों ने मुझसे कहा था, क्या आप जानते हैं कि श्रीनाथ जी की मूर्ति कहां बनी, जगदीश की मूर्ति कहां बनी? तो मैं तो चकित था। और वहां के लोग मुझे ये भी कहते रहे, ये डूंगरपुर का पहाड़ ही है, ये डूंगरपुर ही है जिसको गिरिपुर कहा है शिलालेखों में सब में। वो गिरिपुर इसलिए कि इस गिरी के जो पत्थर है ना, वो देवताओं को रचते हैं। तो मुझे श्री विष्णु पुराण के वो संदर्भ याद आ जाते हैं जिसमें कहा गया है कि ये पारियात्र और पहाड़ों के आसपास मंदिर और मूर्तियां बनने का, देवालय बनने की शुरुआत हो चुकी थी। ये जो मुझे लगता है ये प्रारंभिक संदर्भ हैं। आपने आज जिस मूर्ति की तरफ इशारा किया और उस मूर्ति से जुड़े हुए बलदेव और चक्रधारी श्री कृष्ण के लिए भी जो लक्ष्मी के साथ जुड़ते हैं, तो मुझे वो संदर्भ याद आ जाता है जिसमें लक्ष्मी स्कंद के बाद चक्रधारी के साथ जुड़ती है। ये जो प्राचीन संदर्भ है, कल फागुन की पंचमी थी और श्री पंचमी जो उसका उल्लेख है जिसमें लक्ष्मी स्कंद के साथ और उसके बाद वो विष्णु के साथ, ये जो एक कालक्रम का संदर्भ है, ये मूर्ति उसकी पुष्टि करती हुई प्रतीत होती है मुझे। क्योंकि बाद में तो लक्ष्मी सबके साथ हो गई, श्री अल्केश जी हो गए, श्री स्कंद जी हो गए, श्री कृष्ण, लेकिन श्री कृष्ण जो हुए ना, वो श्री के साथ कृष्ण। ये जो मूर्ति है आज आपने बड़ा एक मेरे लिए भी पुष्ट, क्योंकि मैं श्रीमाल में यानी भीनमाल में वो मूर्ति देख चुका था जिसमें लक्ष्मी कुबेर और गणेश के साथ है। ये उससे भी प्राचीन संदर्भ लिए हुए है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। और इसको तो एक में जो बहुत सारे संदर्भ हो जाएंगे, लेकिन अल्केश जी एक जो मुझे बात कहनी है वो ये है, आपने भी वो संकेत किया है कि आर्कियोलॉजी जो विभाग है उसने प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए बहुत सारे काम किए, लेकिन लोगों के शिक्षण के लिए कोई काम नहीं किया। या मुझे कभी मुझे उससे कोई अधिकारी भी मिलेगा ना, तो मैं ये बार बार ये बात कहूंगा कि यार आप सब काम अच्छा कर लेते हो, बढ़िया बढ़िया पत्रिकाएं छाप देते हो, लेकिन आपने इस देश की जनता को शिक्षित और प्रशिक्षित करने के लिए कोई कदम, ये बार बार इनको काम करने चाहिए थे ताकि लोगों को ये जानकारी मिलती जाए कि अमजरा जैसा गांव, जहाँ एक छोटा सा मंदिर, ये क्यों विदेशी लोग वहां खोजते हुए पहुंचे। और कल अल्केश जी भी वहीं थे। स्कंद जी साहब को, मिश्रा जी को ये आश्चर्य करेंगे कि ये जो आज अल्केश जी बोल रहे हैं वो परसों हमसे मिले हैं और बाद में ये खुद अमजरा गए हैं और
अच्छा।
अमजरा में ये सारे चित्र और ये वहीं से लोग, हाँ, यानी ये एक ऐसी लाइव, और आपके ये जो जिसको कहते हैं ना, ये एक नया ज्यादा और अलग, जिसको मैं बार बार कहता रहूं, तो वो जो एक जिद थी, इन्होंने बहुत खूबसूरत अंदाज में अपनी बात कही। मैं तो अल्केश जी को आशीष भी देता हूं और ये कामना करता हूं।
हर बार हमारे साथ कुछ अच्छा ही करते हैं सर, जब हम करते हैं।
और अनु तो
इस सीरीज में भी 4-5 नए लोग, पुराने लोग तो हैं ही, पर नए लोगों को भी इस बार दिया उनने। अभी इसके पहले जो टॉक हुए सब अल्केश जी की देन है।
जी 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 जी। और मुझे तो आज अनु ने भी बड़ी अच्छी सी बातें जोड़ दी और मुझे भी मौका दे दिया अपनी बात कहने का। आज मैंने 2 बार आपके इसमें दखल किया, हस्तक्षेप किया है। पहला तो वो जो साक्षी है ना, साक्षी ने जो कुछ कहा, तो मुझे सांझी वाली बात कहने के लिए एक मौका मिल गया। वहां तो मैं टूट पड़ा था, लेकिन यहाँ तो मुझे एक अवसर मिल गया। हालांकि मैंने बहुत ध्यान से सुना है।
वो दखल नहीं है सर, सहयोग है, आपका अधिकार है
सर। आज आप देखिए उदयपुर में नेट बंद है, परीक्षाएं हो रही तो नेट बंद कर दिया गया है, लेकिन एक
ओझा जी बता रहे थे, ओझा जी
जी
का
जी
फोन
जी
आया था।
लेकिन आज एक विशेष अवसर, मैं कहाँ बैठ के ये सुन रहा हूँ, मेरा हाथ में मोबाइल है कितनी देर से, लेकिन ये जो लोभ था मेरा भी कि आज जुड़ना है, और आपने एक अच्छा अवसर दिया। अलकेश जी, आपने बड़ी मेहनत की, और एक एक मूर्ति के लिए ये जो संदर्भ है ना, लक्ष्मी जो यक्षों के साथ रही, लक्ष्मी जो, मतलब आप देखिए मणिभद्र, और ये जो कुबेर भी बाद का नाम है, लेकिन जो मणिभद्र, वहां से जो लक्ष्मी की स्वतंत्र सत्ता, लक्ष्मी जिस किसी को भी मिली है ना, उसको देवता ऐसे ही नहीं बना दिया, वो देवता बना है। वो विष्णु को भी जो नारायण है, उनको लक्ष्मी मिली और वो लक्ष्मी नारायण हो गए।
वैसा एक मंदिर है,
वो
लक्ष्मी नारायण का मंदिर बड़ौदा।
वो जो गणेश के साथ मिली है, गणेश जो विघ्नेश थे, जिनके प्रारंभिक संदर्भ हमारे यहाँ विघ्नेश के हैं, लेकिन यदि वो श्री गणेश हो गए तो देवता बना दिया उनको। आज भी जिस किसी के भी नाम के आगे श्री लगता है, श्रीमान हो जाता है, श्रीमता हो जाता है। हाँ, आप तो श्रीमाल, आप श्रीमाल हैं, श्रीमाल हैं, श्रीमाली हैं। देखिए आप, ये जो सब कुछ, तो लक्ष्मी की बड़ी महिमा आपने आज कही है, मैं आभार मानता हूं और बहुत बहुत आशीष भी देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। एक और भी मूर्ति है आपने जो कुबेर का किया, वो आबानेरी में है, उसकी मूर्ति।
अनिता जी,
क्या कुबेर है।
अनिता जी कुछ कहना चाहेंगी? अनिता कौरदे मैडम,
2 मिनट सर।
नहीं, गुरुजी जब है तो किसी को कुछ बोलने की, एटलीस्ट मेरे को तो बोलने का कुछ यही नहीं है।
अबानेरी में मूर्ति मिली, उसका डॉट आगे जाके अपने
नेपाल से पूनम राणा मैडम है, राणा मैडम
आगे जाते हुए वो हमको कनेक्ट होता है नल्ला सोपारा में वैसी मूर्ति है जिसके में कुबेर के साथ।
अभी आप उदयपुर घूम के आई हैं, उदयपुर के पास का मामला है।
उदयपुर। अब लेट्स सी,
हाँ, जुगनू साहब बैठे हुए हैं, मिल लीजिए।
अब आप बुलाओगे हम लोग को मध्य प्रदेश।
हाँ, बुलाएंगे।
वो
अभी तो आप अभी आ जाइए ना, आप बनारस आ रही हैं, केवल 3 घंटे है।
परसों जा रहे हैं ना, फिर मेरा हॉलीडे उदयपुर।
हाँ, तो हमारा वेबिनार तो 2 तारीख तक का है, अपनी टाक आप यहीं आके दीजिए।
और देखो, अब मेरे को यहाँ से छुट्टी मिलेगा, फिर HOD कर देंगे मेरा छुट्टी।
मैं ड्यूटी लीव दूंगा ना यहाँ पे, कि वो ड्यूटी में थी, वो एकेडमिक कार्य। क्यों सर है?
अब दूसरी दफे। और मिस्टर जावेरी जी, even we have Gaja Lakshmi in Kathmandu.
I know, ma'am. That is like 200 years.
Yeah,
2000 year
but
old
I was
Lakshmi,
unable to
standing
find.
Lakshmi, very connected to the one found in Calcutta.
Okay, yeah, there are so many images which are very much similar to images of 1st century AD, and that Gaja Lakshmi is Jasahiti Gaja Lakshmi, and it's really like in Nepal, it is so much similar to the Gaja Lakshmis found in India. So there should be some studies being done. That aspect of research is still open. So let's see. And if I find a colored photo of that Gaja Lakshmi and later Gaja Lakshmis, I will certainly send it to you. So it's so nice that you are focusing on one aspect, and thank you so much. Your program, your presentation was so enlightening. It was really good. Thank you.
उदयपुर में रिलेशन है मैडम का, जुगनू सर?
हाँ, हम भी राणा है।
हाँ, राणा फैमिली में से आए थे वो लोग, मिले थे
हम लोग। और मिश्रा सर, my like our heritage is Chittor. So, and when Muslim attacked our great forefathers, they came to Nepal, is the historicity. And just now, the Radas there, whom we met, yeah, he has sent us the genealogy. So I think that aspect of, again, another research is open. Let's see. It's really interesting. Human habitation, migration. My God, it's so. One life is not enough for research. कितना है?
Okay. Now, hello.
हाँ जी.
हाँ सोलापुरकर साहब कुछ कहना है?
हाँ, अल्केश जी को धन्यवाद देना है। बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत अच्छा रहा था। एक्सलेंट इंफॉर्मेशन मिली थी, क्योंकि ये आपने जो कहा है कि निग्लेक्टेड एरिया है और रियल में निग्लेक्टेड है, काफी कम लोग को इनकी जानकारी है। लेकिन ये जो जानकारी आपने दी, बहुत बढ़िया जानकारी आपसे मिली थी। गुरुजी, आपसे एक विनती है कि अभी आपने संध्या की जो बात की थी, तो संध्या और झांकी की बात, तो संध्या के बारे में, यानी संध्या और अध्यात्म जो है, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा हम शेयर करना चाहते थे आपके साथ। आज अभी यहाँ नहीं, फ्यूचर में कभी। लेकिन मुझे क्या कहेंगे कि 10 पैसे जितना नॉलेज है उसका, लेकिन वो मैं आपको शेयर करना चाहता हूँ और आपसे ज्यादा कुछ लेना चाहता हूँ। ठीक है।
सोलापुरकर साहब बड़ोदरा के हैं सर, परिचय है?
जुगनू सर तो जानते हैं ना?
बड़ोदरा से हैं
जुगनू सर।
Next, in the next lecture, I would like you to present Myral Ganesh Temple.
Which one?
Myral Ganesh Temple from
Myral,
Ganesh Temple.
Yes, yes.
I would like you to put that. I was thinking to put it, but I don't have time to do that.
No, but if you need any help, I will help you.
Huh?
If you need any help, I will help you. है ना? तो गुरुजी आपसे कुछ ज्ञान अर्चन करना चाहते हैं।
ना आई जो बोले
नहीं सुन पा रहा है।
बोलो।
सर का फोन आ गया है।
हाँ बोलिए मासी। मम्मी ने हारी है आज टाका खुलाव्या आज देना टाका खुला।
अल्केश भाई
फोन बंद कर दो।
अल्केश भाई हाँ जस्ट म्यूट ही इज म्यूटेड या
फोन बंद कर जो। हाँ ओके
करी नहीं खो
सर गत साल गुरुजी गत साल मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था वैभवी वडोदरा पर, ग्लोरियस बड़ौदा के ऊपर, आपको याद होगा तो। गणेश चतुर्थी के दिन की बात है ना? तो ये
अभी कल भी तो आपका हुआ था ना? हाँ म्यूजियम पर, वहां कल भी आपका फतेह सिंह म्यूजियम पर हुआ था।
हाँ कल भी था। तो संध्या के बारे में थोड़ा सा हम थोड़ी सी बातचीत करेंगे, ठीक है? कभी आपका समय लेके बातचीत करूंगा मैं।
थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू सर। जुगनू सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने अपने व्यस्त समय में निकाल के और वेबिनार में आपने समय दिया। कोर्वे मैडम को तो जस्ट मैंने बुला लिया, और क्योंकि तो एक बार आवाज थोड़ा सा तो सभी को सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अभी आगे 4-5 दिन है, और सर का तो अभी एक दिन चेयरपर्सन भी हैं सर आप। कंबोडिया का जो हमने पहले दिन निवेदन किया था आपसे, तो रविशंकर जी जो मैसूर के एपिग्राफी के डायरेक्टर थे, ASI के मैसूर में पोस्टेड थे, तो अभी 28 का उनका नहीं हो पाया, वो 22 का नहीं हो पाया था, तो उन्हें नेक्स्ट डेट बाकी है, उसी में मैंने रखा है, क्योंकि कंबोडिया का वो जो इंस्क्रिप्शंस हैं उन्हीं पर उनकी चर्चा है। तो हम समझ रहे हैं कि वो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा कि आपके साथ वो हो, चर्चा हो तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा जी। तो धन्यवाद सबको। ठीक है अनिता मैडम, धन्यवाद जी। ओके
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।